3. The Secret World. 14. The House on Spatarul. In Bucharest on that same night, Nicola Ceausescu had left the People's Palace by a servant's door. She knew of the Hephaestion's departure from Constantinople, though there were yet many hours before it crossed the border. She'd arranged for Jean-Baptiste to meet it at the Gare du Nord, and to supervise in secret the unloading of her crates. What was in them she scarcely knew, something deadly and important that had changed the politics of northern Africa, some chemical or virus that had been developed by important scientists, and not a conjurer among them. Yet their descriptions of its properties suggested conjuring, as well as a slow, long-lived poison that could contaminate an entire city. That was the weapon she would use against the potato eaters in Berlin. That was the weapon she would use against the Elector of Ratisbon, whose skill as an alchemist had blocked every attack out of the hidden world. In any case, she had not yet found time for much research. Jean-Baptiste had seen to the details. Everything would be all right. The Abyssinian technician would show her what to do. Jean-Baptiste would find a hotel for him. Radelucats was away from town, she'd made sure of that. And even though she knew it was important to maintain appearances, still she had cancelled her evening performance, a reading of Euripides she had prepared for a small audience at the National Theatre. Over the past year, she'd considered returning to the stage after an absence of 2 decades. This was her first attempt in that direction. It was not even a proper performance. Anxious beyond reason, after supper she resolved to walk the cobblestone streets by herself, in her guardsman's uniform and cape. She was hoping to relax herself, calm her nerves, find comfort from an indirect communication with her people, and visit Kevin Markasev in the Strada Spatarul. This was the boy who had wandered onto her doorstep in Cluj. The boy she'd sent to fetch Miranda Popescu out of Massachusetts. This was the boy who'd been arrested for the murder of a German officer in the first days of the occupation. Close to the wall that runs the length of the Kalia Academy, she reached out her left hand and scraped it along the bricks. As always, when she found the halfway point between the palace and the comfortable house she had provided for him, a surge of guilt came over her and made her weak, made her grasp at the coarse wall for support. Surely she was an evil woman who would get what she deserved. But no, wasn't she a loving mother to her people, at least as far as the potato eaters had allowed? Hadn't she rescued her country from Zelia Codreanu, the vampire? Even his corpse had not been found. Waves of hot and cold came over her as she dug her knuckles into the wall. She would make the Germans pay for stealing her son. But even as she surrendered to them, she realized these feelings were an indulgence, and they grew and thrived on idleness. Since the beginning of the Eastern Campaign, the German government had dropped all pretenses. Official documents were now prepared for her signature by the Committee for Romanian Affairs. The Baroness had no responsibilities except to agonize and fret, and to reproach herself for the sake of Kevin Markasev. But surely she was blameless there, too, because she'd saved his life. If not for her, doubtless he would have been executed or imprisoned for the murder of Sergeant Colonel Boris Blum outside the Palace Hotel. And if she still held him in a prison of her own, surely it was only to protect him. Alchemists and conjurers require hostages to keep them strong, the Baroness knew, or thought she knew. Imprisoning another's soul was like keeping money in a bank account. Scientists had proved this. Her husband had proved it, drawing on the ancient knowledge of Hermes Trismegistus. She had studied the passage in her husband's notebook, and it was true. The Elector of Ratisbon kept her son and Clara Brancovenu prisoners in his house, and she had Kevin Markasev. That night, as she approached the house on Spatarul, the Baroness went over the justifications in her mind, which was her constant habit. It is an artist's challenge to pick out of the chaos of life the random, subtle pattern of fate. She approached this task as she did everything, with creative skill. But because part of her greatness as an artist came out of her unrelenting honesty and pitiless self-examination, she returned again and again to the same facts and was not satisfied. She was dressed in a guardsman's uniform. Her boots made a clapping noise on the new stones. As she turned among the comfortable houses of the Strada do Amne, she kept away from the streetlights. There were carriages in the road, men and women returning home from the theaters and restaurants of the old town. Instinctively, the Baroness took her hand out of her pocket where she had been fingering her Tourmaline, Kepler's eye. It was the source of her people's love, but she didn't want to feel their adoration at that moment. She wanted to pass unperceived. That night she was depressed and restless, because no matter how she tried to manipulate and invent, Radu Lukacs had too grandiose a part in the third act of her play. This was the project she'd been working on, toward which the reading from Euripides was just a feint. The title of it was The Tourmaline. Except for the music and the songs, she had not yet written a line, but on long walks at night time, she brooded over every scene. There was no problem with the first two acts. In her mind, they were complete. The curtain would open on a village in the mountains, a young girl born in poverty. One day, standing in the cold stable with a bucket of milk, a waking dream occurs to her, a vision of herself. And because she drops the bucket, she is afraid of being beaten. She runs away to Bucharest and lives there in deserted buildings and railway sidings. She does 1,000 disgusting things to stay alive. But because some talents are so great they cannot be broken, and because some characters are refined by suffering, by the time she is a woman she is famous in the theaters of the capital and abroad. She chooses to marry the Deputy Prime Minister of Romania, a hero who has saved his country from the Germans and the treachery of a half-German general. She retires from the stage. The gods and goddesses give her a child. The second act is darker, minor-keyed. The evidence against von Schaek was forged, as it turns out, invented by her husband, a jealous old man now driven mad by guilt. Desperate to find purity, he beggars himself with alchemical research and writes new laws against political and racial corruption. The victim of one of these is his own son. Wrongly convinced the boy is illegitimate, he has him diagnosed and interned. Bankrupt, broken by remorse, he commits suicide and leaves his wife alone. Oh, this was work she could be proud of, she thought. An oratorio, or else an opera, though perhaps there would be intervals of dancing. By the end of the second act, her fortunes will have come full circle. Chased from her home, she lives in the streets again, pursued by unjust enemies. The Empress of Romania, a German elector, and von Schenk's daughter. All she has to protect herself is her own wit and courage and a miraculous jewel. As the curtain falls, and the police swarm to arrest her on a trumped-up charge, and as German troops march through the streets of her beloved city, she discovers one more thing. Her destiny at last. In front of her, a group of officers came down the flagstone walk, laughing and chatting and smoking cigars. Afraid of being greeted or accosted, the Baroness crossed the street and waited in the mouth of an alley between two houses. The flaw in the plot, she knew, was in the final act, and it wasn't just because the actual events were not complete. But the trajectory and shape had already gone wrong, though there remained two obvious contingencies. First, it was possible this drama was a tragedy, and that she herself was the tragic heroine, undone at the moment of triumph by her mistakes and sins. Oh, and if this were so, what a slaughter she would leave upon the stage. But it was also possible that she would find a way to reassert herself, that she would chase the potato-eaters from her country and rule wisely and compassionately over great Romania, that she would become the white tiger not just in name, and even if she died in accomplishing this, the curtain would still fall on a crescendo of hope and love and the thanks of her joyful people. So in either case it was right for the first half of the act to be muted and doubtful. All that would change with the arrival of the Hephaestion at the Gara du Nord. All that would change when she had the weapon in her hand, the thunderbolt that she had purchased from the Abyssinians, a mineral so poisonous that it had to be transported in lead-lined cylinders, as Jean-Baptiste had explained. This was her experiment, a new weapon for a new age, and she needed a new weapon. The Elector of Ratisbon had thwarted all the conjuring she had attempted at long range over the German border. Still, he was protecting his own country as she would protect hers with this new, slow-moving poison, as effective as a curse. Radu Lukacs didn't know anything about it. There was a lot she'd hidden from him. She didn't trust him not because he was unfaithful, but because he had usurped her place at the center of the drama, at least in the final act. at least so far, and her cruelty to Kevin Markosev, a boy who loved her, also was a difficulty, though it could be explained. Here was the plot of the last act, as far as she had sketched it out. Domino Lukats was a police detective in District Station No. 3, off the Elysian Fields. On that night in early spring, when she had been arrested, this was when German soldiers were first loose in the city. She had been apprehended by a Hanoverian officer, and then turned over to the Romanian police. As it happened, and this was the coincidence necessary to all dramatic plots, to intimate the hidden role of fate, Kevin Markosev was being questioned at the same station after the death of Sergeant Colonel Bloom, who had been shot outside the revolving doors of his hotel. Alone in her prison cell, Nicola Ceausescu feels the thrilling presence of two men who adore her. She hears the boy's voice in the next room. The tourmaline vibrates in her hand. And it was true. When Radu Lukats saw her that night, she begged for the boy's life. How could she not? She was to blame for his predicament. It was she who had hypnotized him, given him the gun to use against the Elector of Ratisbon, also a guest at the Athénée Palace Hotel. And it was not her fault that the idiot boy had ended up shooting the wrong man. But after that, honesty forced her to admit, Lukats had managed everything. It was he who had contrived her freedom in the chaos of events. It was he who had produced the body that was buried in the grave meant for Markosev. And it was he who had suggested that she speak at his funeral. On that cold day, she had stood with the tourmaline next to her skin, and the entire crowd had felt its power. She had wept over the tomb of Markosev, and praised his heroism, his youth, his virgin innocence, his courage, because he had been the only one to strike a blow for Great Romania when German troops first marched along the Calia Victoriae. He had seen a poor fallen girl in the piazza, abused and then abandoned by a German officer. Was it any wonder that his heart broke in his chest? Was it any wonder that he seized his gun, etc., etc.? Long had he been tortured by Romanian collaborators in District Police Station No. 3. But he had gone to his death without revealing a single name. And, she must be honest, it was Radu Lukats who had engineered the rest, the songs, the flags, the banners, the cult of Kevin Markosev. Her role had been symbolic, the white tiger sent to comfort her poor country, and what Radu Lukats had arranged she did not want to know. He also hated the Germans, but perhaps it was his hatred that allowed him to be so cold. Certainly he'd had conversations with the German authorities and with General Stoessel, von Stoessel now. When the Empress Valeria had fled the city, Lukats had presented a symbolic alternative to the German High Command, while the Romanian political opposition, the Socialists and Democrats, were arrested and gathered up. Now it was obvious she'd been complicit in a crime. She'd allowed her face to be a mask upon the face of German tyranny, which was why she was permitted to mouth her anti-German slogans. It was proof of how little the potato eaters cared. It was proof of how secure they felt. All that would change with the arrival of the Hephaestion. Even now it was steaming nearer with its cargo of dreams, of freedom from foreign occupation, and the schemes of Radu Lukats, who, it must be said, had done everything he'd done because he loved her. Now she stood upon the steps of a small house on the Strada Spatarul. This night, she believed, was the crisis of the act, when she would either descend into tragedy or ascend into greatness. Was it any wonder that her hands were trembling and her stomach was full of knots? On stage, what was the song she would be singing at this moment? Yes, she had promised herself that she would sing, she herself, and not some younger actress. She grasped at the curving wrought iron rail, knocked at the door. Or else the performance would be called The White Tiger. At moments, she imagined she would need no script or score or rehearsal or choreographer, but would dance and sing the story to her people on the massive stage of Dinamo Stadium, or else the smaller, intimate National Theatre, or else even the Old Ambassadors, the scene of all her early triumphs. It alone had not yet been refurbished with German money. Curse them all. She heard the heavy locks drawn back, the high black double doors split inward. A white-clothed orderly pulled wide the door and bowed to let her pass. She walked through the hall and then immediately up the stairs. At the top there was an antechamber where she waited, where she changed her clothes. Markosev didn't like to see her dressed as a man. There was a cabinet, a clothes closet. The room was stuffy and overlit, the walls pale yellow with recessed gilt trim. The gauze curtains were restrained with golden tassels. It was a woman's room. The Baroness stripped off her uniform and hung it up, stripped off her shirt, trousers, boots. She was not too old for this sort of thing. She was scarcely 39. Her chestnut hair still gleamed like a helmet without a trace of rust or discoloration. Her complexion and her skin were still the same. As for her face, she'd never cared for her small features, though people made a fuss. Only her hands were not beautiful, the fingers heavy-knuckled, the nails bitten down and stained with nicotine. She held them out, dissatisfied, then inspected her small teeth in a gilt-framed looking-glass above the cabinet. At moments, when she turned her head, she could see in the reflecting glass the image of her spirit animal, a slit-eyed and ferocious alley-cat, even after all this stroking and cosseting. A calico or a marmalade? No, she was a tiger. The white tiger of Romania, she reminded herself, as she had to every day. Once, years before, she had seen the image in the glass. Once she had seen her spirit image in the adamantine glass. But not since then, no matter how she'd tried. From the cabinet she took a new frock, also of the pale yellow that best suited her complexion and her violet eyes. As always, it was a simple dress that fit her closely, ending at mid-thigh. Under it she drew on ash-colored stockings. She wore no jewelry except her husband's gold signet ring. Too large for her, and with the pig's head seal reversed. Why she kept it, why she worried it constantly, was a mystery even to her. The guardsman's uniform she had thrown over a chair. From the pants pocket, she now drew the Tourmaline, Kepler's eye, glowing green and purple in its depths. Taken from the sorcerer's brain, it was a natural crystal, flawless and uncut, she thought, although sometimes when she rubbed it, she imagined she could see a trace of subtle faceting in the rondelle style. The surface was not rough, not smooth. Sometimes the shape reminded her of something, some kind of crouching, sleeping animal, perhaps. She wore no cologne, but she took the jewel and rubbed it over her arms, her shoulders, and her neck. She rubbed it underneath her armpits. Then she laid it on the cabinet, shook out her hair, made a grimace in the looking-glass, and she was ready. None of this would have been necessary if she'd not made a terrible mistake. But Radelucats and Jean-Baptiste had arranged a series of posed photographs during those chaotic days. If they had hired a model, if they had taken their exposures of the substituted corpse, all would have been different. Soon there were posters and flags with Kevin Markosev's real face, medals cast in his honor, and a mural at the corner of Dobrescu Street and the Piazza Revoluție. After that it was imperative to keep him locked away for his own safety, but because of her generosity, she took time out of her schedule to visit him. No, that wasn't it. She turned the key in the lock of the inner door. With her hand on the knob, she paused, trying to understand once more the problem of her cruelty. At moments such as these, she felt the most alive, as if she could give and yet withhold herself. And as she turned the knob, she felt the flicker of a self-justifying rage. Her own son was now a prisoner in Ratisbon, far from his mother's arms. If she treated this boy badly, if she never let him out, surely that was no worse than what she suffered. Under the circumstances, she did what she could. No doubt she'd have given him his own room in the People's Palace if she'd been able to. What could she do? Give him a mask to wear? Cover his face with makeup from the theater? It was impossible. But surely she'd have loved to walk with him arm in arm through the streets of Bucharest, in the students' quarter as they had in the old days. Oh, she was robbing herself. Besides, wasn't she right to use him in whatever way she wanted, because she had saved his life? No, she must be honest with herself. Her strength as an artist and performer, it had always come from her sincerity. She was the one who had hypnotized him, who had manipulated him into attacking the German officer. Since the time he had appeared at her summer house in Cluj, he had always done everything she wanted. She had even sent him on a journey to Egypta Shank's imaginary world, the town in Massachusetts where she'd hidden her niece. And Markosov had found the girl and brought her back. And if that fool Raevsky had been half as competent as this abandoned boy, by now she'd have the golden bracelet of Miranda Brankovinu on her wrist. She'd have no need for any stupid tourmalines or any parlor tricks. She'd have no need for love or being loved. She threw the door open. The orderlies had arranged Kevin Markosov for her visit. They had tied him to an armchair in the center of the room. He was gagged with a silk cloth. Tied with silk ribbons that were nevertheless arranged so loosely, he could have freed himself at any time. The gaslight shone on his long face, his single eyebrow, his clipped hair, and the strange marks on his temples. When she saw him, her anger disappeared, replaced by a kind of tenderness. For here before her was the hero of the revolution, the angel of Bucharest, Kevin Markosov the Pure, as he was known in songs she herself had inspired and performed. "My dear," she said, "what have they done to you?" She came toward him with her hands held out, tears on her cheeks. With her own handkerchief she rubbed the sweat from his forehead. "Let me help you." She pulled the gag from his mouth. He said nothing, but he rarely spoke at first. In front of him there was a table and several porcelain dishes. There was a pitcher of ice water, and she poured a glass for him and held it to his lips. He did not drink. "Here, let me serve you," she said. And with her own hands she picked up some of the sweets and pastries from the plates. Gazelle's horns from the Turkish Empire, slices of candied ginger. She held them up, but his lips were tight, his brow furrowed and disapproving. It didn't matter. It was often like this at first. She held up one of the pieces of fruit. "Later we'll have coffee," she said. "Or would you like a cigarette?" Unwillingly, mournfully, he opened his lips, and she brought up a ripe red plum. "This is for you," she said. But when her hand was close, he leaned forward suddenly and took her index finger between his teeth. He had a good grip on it, and he bit down hard as he could until his teeth turned on the bone. She howled and struck him with her open palm, while he looked up at her and smiled, her blood on his lips. When she was able to rip her hand away, she had a cut below the knuckle. Tears in her eyes, she wrapped her finger in a napkin, while Markosov sat back. The blood seeped through the cloth. He had hurt her. How unfair of him! Surely he must realize she was not like other women. If he loved her, he'd indulge her for the sake of all the beauty she had brought into the world. She herself had never hurt him willingly. She had meant no harm. Still, he was smiling at her, though his cheeks still bore the flushed imprint of her hand. His teeth were stained with blood. And now he started to speak, in a low tone that was quite unlike him. "Don't touch me. You disgust me." How handsome he had grown during these years. "You must not touch me," he said. "Not again. Now they visit me, not you, but others. Gently in the night, and they don't leave. I think I spent all day on my knees. I don't eat. Don't offer me this food. Don't tempt me with this, because you are an evil woman, as they say." "Who says so?" "They are all around us. Now you've left me weeks and years, and I've come to sit quiet as a stone. And then they come around you little by little." "Who?" Now she looked at him and saw his face was gaunt, his cheeks thin. Still, how handsome were his burning eyes. "Oh, they are goddesses. Aphrodite is there, and Cleopatra, and Queen Mary Magdalene. Sometimes birds come to my window." The Baroness Ceausescu was relieved. Sometimes the orderlies had given him devotional literature, which he read with difficulty because of his lack of education. Perhaps that made him even more susceptible. The previous year he had imagined her as the Moon Lady, come to visit her Endymion. Now this was different. Always before, he had confused her with the goddesses, and made her one of them. But now they warned him against her. The blood seeped through the napkin. "Please let me help you," she said. "My dear, I hate you." He had said it. and not in violence or anger, but with cold simplicity. She had no doubt he spoke the truth, and how could it be otherwise? She deserved more than his hate for what she'd done. Now he closed his eyes, and when she spoke it was as if he didn't hear. She stood for a few minutes, feeling her anger grow, but she would forgive him and be as gentle as a goddess, because of the harm she'd caused. So when he continued to ignore her, she turned back into the anteroom, where she saw Kepler's eye glinting on the cabinet top. He hated her? He'd never said that before. One of life's pleasures, the Baroness knew, is to be cruel in little ways to those who love us. And who loves us more than our own selves? There can be no joy in punishing our enemies. The Tourmaline shone on the lacquered top, one of the most valuable gems in Europe, glowing as if it were a source of light. He hated her? How was it possible? The whole world loved her for the jewel's sake. Johannes Kepler had had thousands of lovers. 100,000 others had followed his funeral procession, though he was an evil man. And besides, how could anyone explain the events of the third act of her drama, except through supernatural intervention? Surely there was something miraculous about the way she'd acquired the gem. She had taken it from the body of Spitz, the jeweler, who had bought it from a debutante named Corelli, who had stolen it from her father's vault because she'd wanted to escape to Paris and become as great an artist as Nicolae Ceausescu. No, it was not through her own gifts that she had risen this far. All this time she had been pulling on her clothes again, hurriedly, distractedly, her trousers over the gray stockings, over the dancing shoes she'd worn. She stripped off the frock, put the jacket on over her undershirt. All the time the eye stared at her grimly until she couldn't stand it. She seized it up. Then she was through the door again, the stone in her hand. Yes, she could be a goddess. She could be a Maenad or Queen Agave, whom she had played to such acclaim on the stage of the ambassadors. She pushed the stone against Markasev's mouth, cutting his lips until he cried out, and she was trembling, weeping. There was blood on her hand as she ran through the door and down the stairs. When the nurse came toward her, she said, "I can't bear it. This is the end. You can release him. Let him go wherever he wants. Give him this." She emptied her pockets on the side table. There were several hundred marks in coins and bills. "Give him all the money in the house. You promise me?" "Yes, ma'am." The nurse was a respectable old woman, and she spread her nostrils, wrinkled her nose as if she'd smelled an ugly smell. She suspected the worst. They all did. But there was nothing dirty about this, after all. The Baroness had never touched the boy, not in that way, or allowed him to touch her. Only she'd rehearsed for him, trying out songs and speeches she would then plan for the stage. Most of all, she had indulged his love for her, which had been sweet until tonight. There is nothing sweeter than the love of someone you've misused. "Do this and you'll be rewarded. Do not play a game with me." "No, ma'am." And the Baroness staggered out into the street. It was past midnight. She thought about finding a cab. When she reached the corner, she listened for the clop-clop of a horse's hoofs, but she had no money. She would walk, though she had left her boots in the Spatarul. She buttoned her jacket, then thrust the jewel into the inside pocket. "That is all," she muttered to herself again, except it wasn't. She took a different way, and in Lipscani Street, by the old absinthe house, amid some stragglers outside the glass doors, she felt a hand on her sleeve. "Please, sir." It was an area for prostitutes and prostitution. The Baroness found herself looking into a face she recognized, but could not place. She pulled away, stepped back. A horse-faced young woman in her mid-20s, in a brown, out-of-fashion dress. Where had she seen her before? She had a nice shape. "Please, sir, would you like—" But then the girl looked down at the Baroness's feet, at her dancing shoes and stockings. "Excuse me, so you're not the type?" She smiled. The lantern on the wall above the restaurant cast a semicircle of light into the road. The Baroness stepped out of it. "Mademoiselle Corelli," she hissed. Again in this coincidence, the hand of fate. The girl peered at her, uncertain. Then she staggered forward and grabbed hold of her arm again. "Oh, ma'am," she said. Here was another person the Baroness had destroyed. She had robbed her of her money and her jewel. No doubt the father had thrown her from the house, put her on the ladder where she now found herself close to the bottom. The Baroness tried to twist away, but the girl was stronger. She was hurting the Baroness's hand, especially the finger that still throbbed. What would happen if she called the police? "Thank you," said Mademoiselle Corelli. "I saw there were tickets at the National. I waited for hours, but the performance... I will never forget you when I saw you that first time. You were like a goddess on that stage." The Baroness pulled backward until she stood against the wall. The girl continued, "Thank you for everything you've done. You have been a model for my life, for all of us. Let me kiss your hands." She had the finger in her grip, and it had started to bleed and throb. The Baroness shook her head. She couldn't stand the silence. "What are you doing here?" Mademoiselle Corelli shrugged as if to say, "It's what you see." But the Baroness couldn't tolerate the silence. Yes, she was a model for all prostitutes, and suddenly she was afraid. "Come to my house," she said. "Come to the servants' gate. Come tomorrow, and I'll talk to my steward. But you must not ask for me. You must not talk about these things. I can arrange payment for the jewel you lost." "Ma'am, don't concern yourself. That was a fake after all." In the narrow street, the Baroness looked up at the sky. There was a mist above the city, come from nowhere over the half-moon. At first she didn't understand what had been said. She stood dumbly in the road, trying to disengage her hand. "That's right," said the girl. "I found out from my father. I didn't know, but he would never have let me wear that tourmaline to that reception. Not the real Kepler's eye, not after the Germans had tried to steal it so many times. But I don't understand. Monsieur Spitz examined it." The girl laughed. "I didn't say it wasn't a real stone. Since that night I've learned something about men. Sometimes men are not the experts that they claim." "My God." "Yes, and you know I had a narrow escape that night. The Germans killed that damnable Spitz for it. That's what I heard. So now the joke's on them. The potato eaters, as you call them. My father wasn't going to say anything about it. He put in for the insurance and then hid the real stone in a secret place. Did you ever cash the check? I owe you that money. Come to my steward as I told you. Now you must let me go. You must not say you saw me." She pulled away. She turned her back, didn't look around, and the rest of the way down the street and up the Calle Victoriae she walked without a thought in her head. But at Maximilian's fountain she paused. The jewel was a fake. Of course it was. If it had been real, Markosov would not have said what he just said. All these years she'd been a dupe, a fool, craving warmth from a cold stone. Impulsively, theatrically, against her better judgment, she threw the tourmaline into the shallow bowl under the spray. The street was not deserted even at that hour. It was only a few minutes later that she returned, panicked, to retrieve it. What if the girl had lied, or else her father? What if Markosov had lied? Surely he loved her still. And there the stone was, still waiting for her, glaring balefully from the water. She stared back at it a moment, then abandoned it again. The third time she went back, and it was gone. 15. In Mogosoaia. That night Miranda sat among bales of the previous winter's straw, in a thatched stable on the old Brancovenu land in Mogosoaia, 14 kilometers northwest of Bucharest. Confiscated after the arrest of Frederick Schenk von Schenk, the fields were rented out to farmers, though the palace of Constantine Brancovenu stood empty across the lake, boarded up. Besides Miranda and Ludu Rattooth, the stable was full of men. These were friends of her father, veterans of the Turkish wars. Since Zelia Codreanu's death, since she'd left the marshes, almost every night had been like this. Men gathering in out-of-the-way places, at Robeasca and Serata Monte Uru and Urzicene, all across the Wallachian plain. Coming so soon after the events at Braila, news of Codreanu's death had spread throughout the country. From Insula Callia, Miranda and Ludu had returned to the marshland around Caracaleu, and there they'd met the first of the old men, Captain Dysart, of the emigre battalion, which had fought with such maniacal fury against the Turks. Even the gypsies treated him with awe, a small bow-legged man, blind in one eye, dressed almost in rags, with white hair down to his shoulders and a white mustache. Miranda was drawn to him because he spoke to her in English, avoiding Romanian when he could.
"Here you are, by God. The last time I saw you, you were in your little dress, but you look like your father."
It was hard not to be touched by the tears on the man's face, scarred with burn marks or acne.
"Mademoiselle, miss, at long last it will be all right."
He had a way of speaking that made it hard to take him seriously.
"Dear miss, just to see you is to feel a new hope in my old breast. But touch my arm, touch it. You see there is still strength in these biceps."
Then he'd wink at her as if she'd caught him in a joke. For in many ways he was a thoughtful and intelligent man, as Miranda found during that first day, waiting for darkness in Doamna Lubitschka's cottage in the reeds. He didn't drink, didn't smoke, didn't curse, and he was clever about politics, not just in Romania, but Germany as well. He explained to her about the Committee for Romanian Affairs and the War Party and Peace Party in the Reichstag. He showed her the placard Radu Lukacs had hung in all the towns, a woodblock print of her on horseback, a long revolver in her hand. Though it offered a reward for information, it could have served as a recruiting poster. At dusk, Dysart brought her up into the village, where he introduced her to the first gathering of toothless old and middle-aged veterans. Some of them proposed to help her. "Come with me to Bucharest, to Mogosoaia," she'd said, because that's where she was going. And they had nodded and smiled. Mogosoaia, where the grave of Egyptus Schenk von Schenk had already become a shrine. Many of their sons, many of the young men in the Delta, were on their way north, conscripted by the Germans for their war in Russia. And many of the rest had land to work, lines and traps to check, families to raise. The ones that came with her were like Dysart, without wives or homes. 6 men followed her that first night, and landed with her on the west bank of the Danube near the town of Gropeni. As they unloaded horses and supplies, all bought with her money, she saw they were a mixed bunch. Ludu Rattooth didn't admire them. It didn't matter. The important thing was to move forward step by step. The important thing was to have a plan, and Dysart was helping her with that. As the stars were paling and they rode up a ravine onto the plain, Miranda let herself imagine all Romania was with her, that all she had to do was stand up and speak for everyone to hear. What had her aunt said? To be a voice. So every night she sat and listened, and people came to her. They touched her hands, admired her bracelet, and talked to her about the good old days before the generals conspired against her father, before they put Valeria Dragonesti in the winter keep, before the Germans had come to Great Romania. As she listened, Miranda started to imagine what these changes had meant to ordinary people, at least the ones who spoke to her, at least in this locality. Up to this point it had been hard enough to piece together all that had happened, and understand it as a story about her own family, a personal story about her mother, father, aunt, and now herself. But now, as old men and women talked to her beside the campfires, she heard a story that was always fundamentally about money and injustice, the corruption of the courts. How a class of local tyrants had grown up under the Empress, and when the time came, they had shifted their allegiance to the German authorities. The vampire had been one of many. Miranda didn't want to think about Zelia Codreanu. She didn't want to think about the events of that night, though, of course, her victory over the vampire was the cause of her present reputation. But with the stubbornness that had become her method, she had consigned the events that had occurred on Insula Callia to a special mental category, that which could not be explained. And if she was to move forward step by step, She had to wake up fresh from those nights, as if from a disordered dream, as she had woken in America and in her father's garden. When she had been a high school student in Massachusetts, every morning she had eagerly gone over her dreams. And now, just as eagerly, she strove to put them behind her, keeping only the few remaining things that she could not forget.
I thought you'd be a voice for great Romania.
On the first morning and the second morning, she had wondered what that voice would say. But as the people came and talked to her, she knew. None of this was about her. Many voices could combine into one voice. On the third day in the morning, they were surprised by 10 policemen after breakfast in the town of Gheorghiasa. By that time she had almost 40 men, and the entire town had come to see her. But fewer than 20 continued with her after the fight, and not because of casualties. No one had been hurt. As before, she hadn't understood much of what happened until later. Guns were fired. Dysart had his hand on her bridle until she slapped it off. The policeman had ridden away north. But that evening and the next, around a fire outside a barn or in a copse of trees, she sat and listened to the stories about hunger and hardship and the usurper and German tyranny, and sometimes stories about her father, because each of the old soldiers had his personal encounter to describe. In the gaps between them, she could catch glimpses of the man himself. The general had not cared for distinctions between officers and ordinary soldiers. A gap-toothed man named Sorin told her,
Once we were on the Tourmaline River, north of Thessalonica. The Turks were on the other side of a high stream. We didn't have anything but beans and hard green peaches in the trees. The word came that there was a run of some small fish. I never knew the name. We crept out of our holes when it was still dark. The general came too, and I've never seen anything like it. The fish, they jumped out of their holes in the earth. The stream had come out of its banks and flooded a small hill like a waterfall over the rocks and the tall grass. And you could find the fish jumping and sliding down. There was eels too. We took our boots off and caught them in our hats, and the general was laughing like a boy. It was like a holiday or being out from school. We built a fire in the clearing and roasted those fish on sticks. I sat next to the general, and he was telling jokes. But then we had bad luck, because the Turks crossed downstream and cut us off. It was that devil, Kemal Bey.
"What did he look like?" asked Miranda. "I mean, my father."
Oh, he was no hero in his face, that much I can tell you. Not so tall and strong. A high nose like yours. Ears even bigger. Not much of a chin. You never saw him?
No.
Not a picture?
No. Miranda wondered for the first time why this was so. Why there hadn't been, for example, a portrait in the castle on the beach.
So I can tell you about that,
said an older man, as though she'd asked.
The general had superstitions. The photographs were blurred because he'd always move. He said it was bad luck to stop in time. You know, there were always things like that. Never a fight on a Thursday. Never when Mars and Jupiter were in conjunction. I forget all of it. He used to get letters from his sister.
It had been drizzling and raining since they left the river. Nevertheless, this was a beautiful country. The flat plain of the Danube, the Tara Romaniasa with the city of Bucharest in the middle. There were orchards, wheat fields, and pasture land with many cows and sheep. The small thatched wood and stucco villages were built around a graveyard and a temple of Demeter with a bell tower and a tiled dome. The straight muddy roads were lined with poplars. Miranda rode the big black gelding, and Ludu followed close behind. Miranda could tell she found the landscape ugly and depressing. Every mile they came inland, she seemed more distracted and sad. Before, she had been full of her opinions and judgments. Now she was mournful, silent, perhaps because she realized finally and forever that her home was gone, her family dispersed or dead. But if that was true, why did she want to talk about them and nothing else? Only the mention of her house, burned now probably, her father, her brothers, could bring even the smallest, sourest smile to her. And she still didn't have anything good to say. As Miranda learned more about her own father, she learned about Ludus, too. Stories that made a kind of counterpoint.
Sometimes he'd drink all night, and there would be no stopping. He'd send Georgia out with all the money in the house. When that was gone, he'd pull himself around looking for things to sell. All the silverwork he'd made during the winter. He never took any of our clothes, I'll say that for him. This was for days, and we'd run off to sleep outside or with the neighbors. We'd leave him alone. Then he was tired out, and we'd go back and find him sleeping in his chair or sprawled out in the dirt if he had fallen and could not get up. He was helpless without us, and he knew it. Then months would go by, and he'd never touch a dram. I'm worried about him now, I'll tell you that.
This came out of her at Mogosoaia, where they had arrived during the day. Miranda didn't know what would be kinder, to force the girl into the facts or let her continue in delusion. What was the use? And maybe she knew better after all. Miranda's own memory of that night, when the vampire had squatted over Dinu Fishbelly, now seemed like a dream. So maybe somehow the old gypsy had survived. Now, past midnight, they sat in the stable while the men were talking, and when Ludo fell asleep in the straw, Miranda got up to go outside and watch the mist come over the sky, hiding the stars. The stable was on the edge of a wood, tall beeches and oaks. She looked north over the knee-high grass toward the unlit, bulky building across the lake. Nothing here looked like home. She stood a few minutes in the doorway, listening to the men, watching the carbide lantern shining on their faces. Where was Dysart? He must have slipped away when she wasn't paying attention. She saw Ludo start awake and look around. She'd woken up as soon as Miranda was gone. As they'd come farther from the coast, she was less and less able to stay alone, to leave Miranda by herself even for a moment. Sometimes that was comforting among these older men, and sometimes it was frustrating, as now. Miranda stepped away under the trees, and in a moment she saw the girl come out the door and look around. Then she came to stand beside Miranda in the darkness, and together they listened to the buzz of voices inside. From near Ploiești, Dysart had ridden ahead to find support in Bucharest among important people he had known from years ago. This revolution, or whatever it was, could not be achieved with these old soldiers from the marshes and the villages. Dysart had brought richer, better-connected people from the city to meet her, and they were harder to impress. One, Count Spatarul, who worked in the Treasury office, spoke for many when he said, "That she is the daughter of my old comrade Schenk von Schenk, I can see for myself. That she is a bold young woman and a patriot, no one can doubt. That she is responsible for the reign in the Dobruja. That she is the savior of Romania. These are children's stories. We already have one white tiger, and she is an agent of Germany. Why should we want another?" Svetku was a goat-faced man who talked about her as if she wasn't there, but he had a point. The problem, Miranda understood, was not with Nicolae Ceausescu, or Radu Lukacs, the police chief, or the Romanian Home Guard, but with the German army. That was what mattered. And if no German soldiers had come to stop them yet, it was because so many had moved north to Lithuania, or east across the border into the Ukraine. Miranda had a little bit of time, but not a lot. The German governor of Transylvania had troops at his disposal in the oil fields. But DeWitt's letter had given her some breathing space. That was the advantage she'd taken from the mistake she'd made. Now she listened to the forest sounds, the peepers and cicadas, even though it was a damp night. Ludo said nothing, an anxious look on her chapped, spotted face. Though the moon was hidden, there was still light enough to see. Above her, rags of mist glowed faintly against the black sky. Worried and frustrated, Miranda turned away, took a few steps under the trees. Where had Dysart gone? No doubt he had walked out in disgust, because when people started to talk about political or military strategy, it always seemed a little unreal. Not long ago, Miranda had been a high school student. She was not the one to be manipulating armies. The fiasco in Lithuania had taught her that. So if she stayed with the guns and horses, always she'd depend on other people, on Dysart or Svetku or the rest of them. Doubtless her aunt had understood, and it was why she was always leading Miranda to places like this one, where another way might be found. But if that was true, and she had grasped the truth, why was she so resistant? Here she was in Mogosoaia, after all, as she had gone to Insulakalia. It's not as if she'd had a better idea. But why was it so hard for her to take what was offered? This was the Brankovanu land, the forest where her aunt was buried. As she came out into the open air, her mind was still occluded by the stable talk, the close, inside atmosphere. All this talking could not change the obvious. The Germans had no energy to spend on her because of the war in Lithuania. That was her strength. Her weakness was she didn't know this place or these people, didn't know whom to trust. In the first days after Insulakalia, she'd wondered if her sole presence was enough to bring a change in a rotten and unpopular government, like the Velvet Revolution in Czechoslovakia. And unlike what had happened in Romania, starting with the riots in Timișoara and the murder of Nicolae Ceausescu and his wife, it was all so complicated. That was the version of history she'd learned when she was growing up, that Stanley had made sure she learned, forced her to learn over her objections. It was her history, he'd said. No doubt it had been included in her aunt's book as a cautionary tale, and not a model to be followed, although who could tell for sure? This much was clear. For Dysart and the others, she was just a flag to hold, an emblem of her dead father and their own dead selves. She was tired of them and frightened of herself. All the way across Wallachia, she had been pursued by nightmares and regrets. At moments, when she closed her eyes, she could see the neat singed hole into Witt's shoulder. And if, at times, she couldn't see the dead policeman, she could feel the gun's recoil as she had shot him. She could feel the bruise in her palm. It was not enough to say she'd had no choice, at Queen Mary's Hermitage or in Braila or Insulakalia either. No, she had traveled along a road, and the start of it had been when she'd fired on the vampire over the body of Dinu Fishbelly. Maybe she had been seduced by the unreality of that moment. Then came the singed hole, and then the chaos in the garden of the Russian consulate in Braila. A man was killed, she'd later read. She'd killed a man. Was it possible? She couldn't imagine it, and if there were moments, like now, when she felt sick with remorse, there were also moments as if none of it had happened. Not the vampire, not DeWitt, not the policeman. And none of that craziness in the salt cave, which seemed now like a fantasy. She didn't want to feel again the place inside of her where violence seemed natural. She was her father's daughter, as her aunt had said. Surely there was another way to control these events if she could learn it. Maybe it was like learning to ride Ajax, her black horse. Miranda stepped away into the wet grass.
"What are you doing?"
Ludo whispered.
"Come back."
How Miranda missed Andromeda and Peter and Captain Raevsky, too. She'd asked Dysart about him, who'd shrugged.
"He was Ceausescu's man and then the widow's. Who can blame him?"
He'd kissed his bunched fingers.
"She's a beauty."
Now there was a mist over the moon, and the whole sky seemed to glow. Miranda walked through the wet grass at the edge of the wood. She was wearing riding boots, trousers, and a white shirt. Around her neck was the locket with her mother's portrait. Around her left wrist was the bracelet of Miranda Brankovanu. Thrust into a pocket under her shirt was her father's gun. She had lied when she had told her aunt that she'd thrown it away. It's what she'd meant to do, as part of her had meant to throw away her aunt's new letter and her aunt's money. That would have been a mistake, and the letter had told her she must go to Mogosoaia. Here she was. And though the letter had begun with orders and directions, it had not gone on like that. Now the night was beautiful and soft, and there was moisture in her hair. From time to time the mist would blow away, revealing blue-cast stars. "What's that one?" asked Miranda. Ludo gave a furtive glance back toward the stable. When she spoke, she whispered,
"Oh, miss, that is the part of Mircha's arrow when he killed the black bull. Over there. It's hidden in the trees."
"And this one?"
"That is Jupiter, the god himself. See how he glares at us? King Jesus."
Miranda liked to listen to her talk, and she liked the idea of comfortable old Jupiter among the unfamiliar constellations. On a night like this, sometimes Stanley would point the planets out. "Tell me," she asked, or tried to ask, "is the planet Jupiter?" But she found her Romanian, fluent in most subjects, contained no word for planet. The French word had been taught her by Mr. Donati, but it meant nothing to Ludu. So she tried to describe what she meant, but got only confusion.
"No, miss, it is the god himself."
But the girl laughed. As they left the proximity of the stable, she seemed happier and more cheerful, and by this time they had reached the corner of the field. A cart track led under the canopy of the wood.
"This is the way to Mother Egypt's tomb," she said. "That old man told me. That Svetko."
"Let's go see."
"But the captain,"
protested the girl, meaning Dysart. "So? We'll probably meet him on the way." Miranda stepped into the center of the track and turned into the wood. She didn't pause or look back, and presently she was aware of Ludu Rattooth following her. The darkness was intense under the trees, but the ruts were easy and the path was clear. In time they came to a burned-out cottage. There was a clearing and more light. Miranda stood looking at the collapsed and blackened beams, covered now with vines. "Tell me," she said, "have you ever seen a white tiger?"
"Miss, no one has seen one. They are very rare."
"But they exist?"
"Yes. They live in the mountains in the snow. People hunt them for their skin, but they don't find them. They are very ferocious, very shy. Once my father's father met a man in Pietrosul who had the skin he was selling in the market. No one could buy it, he was asking so much."
"How big was it?"
"Oh, they are small."
"Like this?" Miranda asked, moving her hands 3 feet apart.
"Half that. Like this."
"And striped?"
"Very faint. Silver stripes."
Miranda laughed, and they started walking again along the track into a wood that turned gradually to pines. The land was rising, and there were ridges of white rock. A cool wind came out of the trees. Above them now the mist had blown away. "Tell me," Miranda said, "I heard this story. How can I say? That people have an animal. Sometimes you can see the animal come out
"When they are dead."
Ludu completed the sentence, then put her hand on Miranda's sleeve.
"You shouldn't talk about this."
"Why not?"
"It is against the law. Not everyone can see these animals. Witches and conjurers."
Miranda considered this. "I don't understand. You remember Insilicalia. What about all that? What would the law say about that?" Ludu held on to her arm until she shook her off. Then the girl came close, and Miranda could smell the onion on her breath, see the corner of her rat tooth.
"But there's a difference," she cried. "King Jesus and Queen Mary Magdalene, they can light the fire in the dark. The rest is the devil's work."
Miranda smiled. "Where I grew up, there was no magic. People were pretending everywhere you looked. Here, it's the opposite." She couldn't tell if Ludu was offended. She didn't care. So the white tiger was a little guy, wombat-sized, bunny-sized. She felt inexpressibly relieved. No, but ferocious, more like a ferret or a stoat. Ahead she saw the glimmer of a light. A new ridge of moonlit rock appeared on her left hand, a pitted, undercut surface that soon rose above their heads. Small, spindly conifers grew from the crest of it. Visible now, the high trees had given out. There were knee-high gorse bushes, and the path through the middle of it led parallel to the cliff. Then the undergrowth subsided as they came around a buttress in the rock, and they saw the lantern and the house and the cave mouth and the tomb. The lantern was set into a niche in the rock. It shone upon the pale grass. Mother Egypt's house was built into the cliff nearby, a bark-faced building with a long, low pediment and an overhanging roof. The door was open, and a light burned there, too. This was the house Miranda's aunt had lived in when she was the warden of the shrine.
"Mary's fountain,"
whispered Ludu Rattooth.
"When Julius Caesar fought against the Dacians, he dragged her to this place. She took off her armor and was washing in the water. He wanted to have her like a dog. But when he saw her, he was too ashamed."
Yuck! That's quite a story. Ludu was full of tidbits.
"Some gypsies say he dragged her to the cave, and that was the beginning of the Brankovenus."
She shrugged.
"I like it best the other way."
Me too. Miranda was more interested in the tomb in the middle of the clearing, in front of the cave mouth. She would have gone to it, only Ludu grabbed her by the wrist. Someone had appeared in the entrance of the house, a tiny, huddled figure. The candle she carried illuminated a small, round face. Miranda only glimpsed it for a moment before the light flickered, and the woman cupped her hand around it. But that moment was enough for her to see a face almost too strange and simian to be ugly. Painted yellow in the candlelight, for a moment it seemed almost featureless. Ludu Rattooth still had hold of Miranda's wrist.
"Ah," she said. "Oh, God, miss."
She pulled hard on Miranda's hand until Miranda twisted toward her thumb and freed herself. She held her arm up, took a step forward.
"Come back,"
whispered the girl. But the woman with the candle had walked out into the clearing, and now Miranda could see more lights among the trees, and 4 more figures shuffled out of the woods near the cliff face.
"Baron Ceausescu made them wear masks,"
breathed Ludu in her ear. As the lights came together around the tomb, Miranda could see better what it was. A raised mound covered with talismans and knickknacks. The woman from the house was stooping to light candles among them and little oil lamps. By the accumulating glow, Miranda could see photographs, books, and scraps of paper, strands of beads, bouquets, and bundles of dried herbs. Though she and the girl were hidden in the darkness, the woman now turned to them. Holding her flickering candle, she called out, "Come! Come forward!" Ludu tried to catch hold of her again, but Miranda stepped away. The girl's terror fed her sense of calm, but that wasn't the only thing. She could smell a perfume of hot oil out of the lamps, and she could see candles glimmering in the woods and in the grotto's mouth. They almost looked like lightning bugs, and in a moment she was reminded of summer evenings in Berkshire County, standing in the backyard with her father, or on Christmas Hill behind the art museum. "Come," said the little woman, beckoning. She brought Miranda to the house where there was a larger lantern hanging inside the door. And there Miranda got a better look at her, a tiny woman with long arms and a hunched back. She would have seemed deformed, except for the others around the tomb. She wore a kerchief on her head and a homespun dress that covered her completely. But from the hair that grew on her neck and hands, Miranda guessed her entire body was hairy. Only her face was not, and perhaps she had shaved her cheeks, because they seemed scratched and raw. She had a yellow complexion, and her mouth and jaw bulged out. There were ridges of bone around her eyes. Her nose was flat and very small. Miranda was happy to see her and didn't understand why, though maybe it was because the woman seemed so glad herself. Her lipless mouth smiled widely, revealing big teeth.
"The white tiger,"
she murmured, and Miranda could hear the others whispering the same phrase in the dark.
"The white tiger, the white tiger."
Miranda tended to distrust that kind of talk, but there was something charming about it on that quiet night, with the warmth of summer in the air. "Ludu," she said over her shoulder, "come. It's all right." But the girl stayed in the shadows. Miranda put her hands out and allowed the monkey-faced woman to clasp hold of her thumbs and draw her to the threshold of the house. It was comfortable inside, Miranda saw. The woman's voice was small and soft.
"This was where your aunt lived in the last months of her life. She died in this room."
"Lovely," Miranda whispered. But the woman didn't hear the sarcasm in her voice, and Miranda hadn't wanted her to hear. There was something in the soft, warm air that was making her a little giddy.
"Mother Egypt was always kind to us, so you'll be kind. She told us to wait, and so we waited. When you wash in this water, all Romania will be clean."
Even allowing for the magic and enchantment of the night, this was too much. Miranda guessed it was only a matter of time before her nemesis and namesake would be mentioned.
"You'll be kind to us,"
the little woman repeated.
"Miranda Bronkovanu gave us this forest as our own. She came here when she marched on Bucharest. That night the world was changing."
"Well, what do you know?" Miranda murmured. She was in a mood where none of these serious things seemed serious. She stepped into the room, which was nevertheless extremely dirty. There were dirty sheets all over the furniture. But there was something familiar about the room, and she was trying to figure out what it was when the woman started to talk again.
"There is a poem about the statue Mother Egypt brought from Prague. This was when you were a child. She told us to touch nothing."
"What statue?"
"In the cave."
Miranda had been walking through the room while the woman spoke. She realized she'd been here before, but when? What had her aunt said? The last memory she'd been permitted to retain when she'd been sent to Massachusetts was Mogosoaia Station. It was the place where her aunt had pressed the book into her hand. Miranda stood in the doorway of the inner room. To her left was a cabinet against the wall, an armoire with the doors pulled open, and she imagined she might find the lamb's wool cap and fox fur stole that she'd last seen in the salt cave. Against the far wall was her aunt's big bed, and on the wall a rough-hewn crucifix, which she found herself examining as she listened to the poem. It took her a few words to realize that the woman had switched languages from Romanian to heavily accented English.
"Her eyes are shut, her breast is cold, her limbs are made of solid gold. Salamagundi. There is a lock, there is a key. Now you recite this back to me. Salamagundi."
Miranda was pleased by the badness of the poem, which suggested another facet to her aunt's character. She laughed. "Tell me again." Because there was something else. The second time around, she realized she had a picture of someone in her mind as she was listening. A woman stood naked, eyes shut, bending over from the waist, her left hand stretched behind her and to the side as if warding something away. No, not a woman, a statue of a woman. Was it possible she had seen a statue like that? Perhaps at the Scythian gold exhibition in the Smithsonian, where there had been a pair of tiger earrings like her tiger beads? No, but she'd imagined it before. She'd pictured it in her mind as she was doing now, and she was standing on the streets of New York City, looking at a sign on a house in Greenwich Village, asking her father the meaning of a word that was printed there. The woman continued in her droning sing-song.
"If you solve the mystery of these chopped meats, this cup of tea, then bring the answer back to me. Salamagundi."
Once Miranda had asked her father what the word meant, and he told her out of his store of useless knowledge. It was a salad of chopped meat and olives, oil and anchovies, and he'd repeated the word, and she'd imagined in her mind's eye the statue of Aphrodite in the cave, her hands stretched back, her fingers spread. Just for a moment, and it had gone away, but she remembered now. "It's the kind of thing people eat in Dickens novels," Stanley had said. Salamagundi. What was the phrase in her aunt's letter? She would find a key? A key to what? But now it was as if the word really was a long, strange key for a little lock, and all she had to do was hear it for her mind's eye to flutter open a bit more. And she remembered her aunt bringing her into this room. She didn't live here then. She lived in another cottage, but she'd brought Miranda here, and everything was different. There was no armoire and no bed. But one thing, Yes, the crucifix. 2 rough pieces of wood with the bark still on them. Miranda stepped across the room and pulled it from the wall. She pressed her thumb into the little groove her aunt had shown her, and twisted her thumbnail the way her aunt had shown her, and slipped out the whittled plug the way her aunt had shown her, and shook the key out into her hand. A long, flat strip of gold with complicated ridges on the upper side. Her aunt had planted the long word as a mnemonic key, and it had given her the actual key. Fingers trembling, she held up the golden strip. Paying no more attention to the little woman or her awful poem, she rushed through the house again and out into the air. Nor did she look for Ludo, but turned immediately to the cliff face. She stepped into the mouth of the cave, where she smelled a hot, sulphurous smell. The tunnel was lit with 2 flickering oil lamps set in niches in the rock. Ahead there was a brighter light that shone upon the troubled surface of the pool. And on a rock beside the water, on the far side of the cave, stood Venus Aphrodite. Even in this world it was ridiculous to think the statue represented Mary Magdalene, though a breastplate, a shield, and a helmet all were gathered at her feet. Mary Magdalene had never been so embarrassingly naked in her life. The goddess stretched out her golden arm. She looked terrified, and her eyes were shut. At first Miranda thought she'd have to step into the pool to reach her, but she didn't want to touch the water. The pool was in a raised rock basin, and the statue was on the far side. And there was a way of climbing into the niche that held her. Miranda climbed up the rough steps, and she could see the keyhole in the helmet's empty eye, and she slipped the gold rod into it. "Ludo!" she cried. "Ludo!" But she was alone. None of the strange women had followed her. The rod slid into the grooves of the lock, but nothing happened. Hot and out of breath, Miranda lay on the rough steps. Looking around, she could see she was in a circular chamber cut from the living rock. And though the brimming water was different, and the smell was different, and the grain and color of the stone was different, still she recalled with a kind of loathing the salt cave at Insulacalia. She recalled especially the greasy, knotted feeling in her stomach and the taste of salt in her throat. There was a whirring sound, and the statue started to move. There was a music box hidden in the base. It played a plinky little tune. The notes reverberated in the vault and on the surface of the pool. Miranda put her head down on the stones, trying to listen, trying to remember. A gypsy melody, she thought. She wished Ludo were here. Now she could see the clockwork joints, so cunningly made that they'd seemed solid. Aphrodite was moving now, making a little jerky dance in rhythm to the music. Her golden eyelids fluttered open, revealing eyes that had been crafted to look human, with a white circle around a gold iris, especially as the cave filled with a new roaring and a new wind, and the lamps glimmered out. Then there was darkness except for the dancing golden statue, which seemed to shine. Light flickered around her like the beads of light around a disco ball, an impression furthered by the music, louder now in the sudden dark. Miranda had her cheek pressed into the rough stone, and when she raised her head, she saw the cave had changed. Light seemed to come not from the statue, but from the pool, as if a cold blue lamp were burning underneath the water. And the dimensions of the place were different. Before, chunks of many-colored, pitted rock had swelled and jutted from the roof and walls. But now all that was smoothed away. The texture of the stone had changed. Looking up, Miranda could see now that the entire ceiling above her was covered with painted figures, and they bore no similarity to the crude, daubed images that had decorated the cave along the Hoosic River in the snow. Those were new, and these were ancient, cave paintings as beautiful and rich as those in Lascaux or Altamira, which she'd seen reproduced in National Geographic articles and in textbooks. There were the same burnt colors. There was the same use of contours in the rock to define flesh and muscle. There was the same riot of superimposed images, suggesting they'd been applied at different times over the course of centuries, perhaps millennia. There were no human figures, but only animals, horses, bison, cattle, elephants, and rhinoceroses, all pressing against each other in a crowd, except for one place in the vault of the roof where an animal sat on its haunches, a white tiger without a doubt. And while everything else was chaos and stumbling movement, the tiger itself was quiet, surrounded by a circle of blank space on which a circle of animals pressed in vain. It sat staring down in the center of the vault, its white coat striped with silver, its tail curled around its feet. Its mouth was closed, its massive paws relaxed. There were no teeth or claws. What had Ludo said? Bunny-sized. It was the biggest animal there. The music was gone now, but the statue still moved, still scattered beads of light that spread over the vault. Below, the surface of the pool glowed. No heat came from it, no sulfur smell, and the surface of the water was smooth and still. But Miranda could see movement in its depth. This was the true transforming water of Aphrodite. Like Insulacalia, this place was a point of contact between two worlds. If Miranda washed in this water, she would step out of the grotto's mouth and find the world had changed. This had been her aunt's plan all along. Nicola Ceausescu was a conjurer. The Elector of Ratisbon was a conjurer. If she was going to struggle with them to make something better out of the world, then guns and horses would not be her weapons. Not her father's pistol, and not broken-down old soldiers like Captain Dysart. Nor could she win by taking on the German army. But she would fight with her own weapons in the hidden world. And it was true, she did have weapons there. Insulacalia had proved that. Not just her aunt's weapons, but her own. It was she who had destroyed the vampire, a chain of events that she remembered now. After her book had been destroyed, and she had come into this world, and after she'd been dragged through time into Romania, and even after Insulacalia, she had tried to convince herself that all those magical, unexplainable events were aberrations. It was how she'd managed to stumble forward, first things first, step by step. The big picture was for morons, as her adoptive father had once said. It was a strategy that had kept her safe and brought her to this place. Every morning she had tried to wake up fresh, as if from a dream. The morning after she had seen her aunt in Insulacalia, she had tried to look forward and not back. Now she imagined she had come to the end of that kind of journey. She was looking at the big picture now. That was for sure, moron or not. If sometimes on the way she had resisted and refused, it was because it was too threatening to find another reason for the world. Another principle of experience that was not the same as Stanley's careful strategy. In this cave, as in the Salt Cave, was the access to that principle. Stiff and unsteady, she climbed from her perch next to the statue. She found she was peering over the edge of the stone basin into water that seemed impossibly deep. Fascinated, frightened, she reached out her hand. Every action now was irreversible. Behind her were the tunnel and the grotto's mouth leading out into the comfortable darkness. And because it is hard not to look back, she paused now to reconsider. Were these her own weapons after all, and her own choices? Certainly during the moments she had already spent in this new world, when she remembered them later, she had not felt her choices were her own. At Insulacalia, fighting with the vampire and his men, she had not felt she could stop or go the other way. But it was as if some animal nature was driving her forward, something she couldn't quite control. And maybe instead of learning to control it, she had confused this sensation with another, one that made more sense to resent. For at these uncontrolled moments, in another way she had felt just like this clockwork mannequin, moving to a tune she had not written and scarcely recognized, a tune her aunt had sung over her cradle, or else paid a servant to sing, maybe, years before. Now she examined her own feelings. For a long time it had been second nature to resist, but she'd always come to the brink eventually, and here she was. Oh, but this seemed different and irrevocable. She could drown in this pool and never find herself again. Maybe it was all right to take a step away and reassure herself. There was no urgency tonight, and maybe this was not even the right moment. She knew the cave was here. She knew how the key worked. That was the important thing. These decisions could never be made lightly. And so she turned away, stepped back toward the cave's mouth, where there were people waiting under torchlight. Familiar faces, though the small, misshapen women were all gone. But Captain Dysart was there, beckoning her into the night. As always, there was something ridiculous about him, his white hair and white mustache. Though just in the time she'd known him, he'd exchanged his ragged shirt for fashionable, expensive clothes. Her money had helped him with that. The light shone on his patent leather boots. She didn't look him in the face, didn't look into his single eye, because she knew he was angry.
"What? You must not go away like this. We have been searching and searching. You must understand, it is so dangerous."
He drew her out into the clearing by the grave. Miranda interrupted him. "Where are the women that were here? Where is Ludu Rattooth? Did you see her on the way?"
"Pah, that gypsy. No, there is someone else I think that you must meet."
Maybe a dozen men were in the clearing. They were dressed in policemen's uniforms. The torches shone on silver buttons and high helmets. Their leader stood with his hands behind his back. He was a small man in black street clothes. He didn't smile or acknowledge her. His gray hair was combed back from his forehead, and his mustache was luxuriant and black. Confused, Miranda looked for Ludu Rattooth. Who were these men? She could feel the expression on her face begin to change. And when they saw her new expression, they came forward, pretense abandoned. She forced herself to smile. Smiling, she ducked away from Ernest Dysart. Arm outstretched, fingers splayed, she ran back into the tunnel with the men behind her, knowing if the golden mannequin had come to the end of her dance, then she was trapped. If the cave had changed back, she was trapped. But there above her was the enormous painted tiger in the center of the vault, and there was the statue turning on its base, arm outstretched, fingers splayed. And there was the basin of blue water that Venus Aphrodite had touched, and Mary Magdalene had touched, and Miranda Brankovinu had touched during the siege of Bucharest, the night before she led her raid on Vulcan's Barbican. Good enough for them, good enough for her. Miranda put her hands into the pool and slopped the water on her arms and neck and face, and for good measure drank some. The water in the pool was bitter, acrid, sulphurous, disgusting, and it had no immediate effect. She could hear the racket the police made in the tunnel, the echo of their voices. So maybe she was mistaken after all. Help, she thought. Help me, she thought, and this time she meant it. 16. A derailment. At first light, the Hephaestion came steaming to the town of Kieselet on the edge of the marsh, 60 kilometers southeast of Bucharest. Andromeda woke in the baggage car at the front of the train. She had in her belly a dissatisfied feeling, a queasiness that had nothing to do with the cramped, damp space, the smell of tar and oil and hot metal from the square hole in the floor. For several minutes she lay curled up on her clothes, nor did she lift her heavy head from off her paws. But with new eyes and the gray light from the hole, she could see details of the compartment hidden from her the night before. With her new ears, she heard the same noises in a different way, softer, muted, and yet more complete. She lay listening to the scrape of the metal wheels, the shuddering rhythm of the ties, and yet she wasn't bothered and deafened by them as before. It was as if her hearing was less sensitive, but more acute, and in the space between the larger noises she could now perceive a range of others. The drip of the melting ice, the scurrying of some rodent, and Peter de Grotz's breath as he swayed above her, his hand in the leather strap. She stretched and yawned, and as soon as her mouth was open, she could smell a number of new smells: wax, fish eggs, and fruit preserves, sawdust, grease, and gunpowder, urine, sweat, and straw. There was a smell she couldn't identify, and she raised her head. She lay curled up in a corner between two vibrating blocks of merchandise, strapped down and covered with tarpaulins. Beside her head, wooden crate was packed with cylindrical containers. Their rounded edges, their smooth, mirrored metal skin seemed out of place. Carefully stenciled along its side were letters she couldn't read. Above her, de Groot said something, and she tried to understand his tone of voice. It had been a long time since she'd been able to interpret the words of men. When she first woke on Christmas Hill, when everything was new, then she'd understood. Especially she'd caught everything Miranda had said, perhaps because she knew her well. But steadily there'd been more guesswork and interpretation as her body changed and thickened, her hair grew coarse and dark along the spine, along the ears. But even now she thought she didn't miss much of importance. Peter de Groot grunted above her. Already she missed Peter Gross, whose body had always given out a light and pleasing odor, even when he hadn't washed for weeks. This new smell was rank and coarse. There was something ape-like in the way he smelled, something ape-like in the way he hung above her from the strap. Andromeda yawned, stuck out her tongue. Then she settled her head between her forelegs. She didn't have long to wait. She listened to the shudder of the train. They were moving fast, the straight track a blur beneath them. She heard the whistle, a high, screaming sound, and then the scrape of metal as the brake came on. The wheels locked, and the train slid forward. Andromeda started up, her claws uncertain on the metal floor. De Groot's already had his head out of the hole, and then half of his body. When he came up, there was a different tone to the language of his grunting. Andromeda could see the ladder of the track that had led them to Romania. At every instant, the rungs were more distinct. The rhythm of the ties was slower, though the screaming of the brake hadn't changed. Peter was hanging from the metal cage beneath the hole. Above him, Andromeda watched the rungs of the ladder, thicker and darker all the time. She could see the stretches of cinder between them. She'd heard in Adrianople that bandits sometimes stopped these trains. That's why the engineers put the baggage car in front, she now remembered. What an idiot, in case the train went over a mine. De Groot was crouching in the metal slot, and she imagined for the first time he was waiting to drop down onto the track. If so, he would be ripped apart. And what about her? What was she supposed to do? What a jerk he was. The whistle was still screaming, and the car lurched from side to side. But it was slower now, much slower, as she could tell from the rhythm and the solid ties. De Groot climbed out of the hole again, picked up a hammer from behind one of the bins. There were some ventilation windows on the side of the car, fastened on the inside. He undid the steel clasps, pressed the windows open, a half-dozen long rectangular holes on top of each other, set into a louvered wooden frame. This he attacked with the hammer and a crazy fury that she recognized. He threw the entire weight and strength of his body into each blow. Andromeda could see the trees rushing past outside, more and more now as the frame gave way. De Groot pounded out a ragged hole maybe 2 feet square, and now he was scrambling through it with the hammer in his hand. What was she supposed to do? But no, she heard him clambering on the outside of the car, and then the blows of his hammer on the padlocked door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a crash, and the door slid open. De Groot was nowhere to be seen. The train was still going about 5 miles an hour. She crawled to the open doorway and looked out. There was a path beside the track, and then a steep embankment, and then trees. But my God, to jump seemed crazy. She leaped forward, hit the ground, collapsed, and crumpled with a pain in her foreleg. She kept her head pressed down beside the rail. She remembered a fall from her mountain bike outside her mother's house on Syndicate Road. She pressed herself into the dirt and listened to the cars trundle past. First the screaming engine, and then the rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the gray sky above her, and some steaming rain and pebbles, and she raised her head to see the back of the train receding down the track. It seemed to go very slowly now, and other passengers were jumping from the rear platform onto the path, or rolling down the embankment on either side, still in their nightclothes. Then there was an explosion that Andromeda couldn't see, except as a flash of light. But she heard the roar, felt the concussion. Ears down, teeth bared, she watched the train come off the rails. Slowly, at just a few miles an hour, the front car hit an obstacle and couldn't proceed. But the back cars were still moving. One by one, they collapsed onto each other and continued down the embankment on the right-hand side, away from her in a relentless grind of metal. But the baggage car had blown up and had fallen to the left. As she watched, the steel skin of the compartment was ruptured and fire burst out of it, an immediate conflagration as the car broke apart. In front of it, the track was broken over a trestle bridge, and there was a pile of stacked timbers. The whistle blew once and was silent. Andromeda kept her head down. After a few minutes, there was a silence that washed over everything, washed over Andromeda as she lay in the dirt. In time, she was aware of some new sounds, birds and squirrels chattering and buzzing in the trees, and then people whimpering and calling out like weak young pups, over on the other side of the embankment. The train lay sprawled and wheezing there. No one was with her on the track itself, and no one had the vantage point to see, as she did when she pulled herself upright and hobbled forward, the different views on either side of the embankment. On Andromeda's left, men were coming out of the woods to stand around the broken baggage car, which was on fire. But after the first few explosions, everything was quiet there. The sun was coming out now from behind some clouds. The engineer must have disconnected the car before it went over the mine. On the right-hand side of the embankment, the passengers gathered in dispirited little groups, men with their hands in the pockets of their dressing gowns. Andromeda caught the odor of a cigarette. 2 cars stood almost upright down the slope, and 2 lay on their sides. Andromeda saw Peter de Gratz pulling himself out of one of the fallen cars, walking upright underneath the line of windows, carrying a child in his arms. He jumped down and laid her on the ripped-up grass, bent over her as others stood around. Then he pulled himself onto the train again and disappeared into a window. A few minutes later he poked up again, dragging up a woman who was bleeding from both legs. He laid her on the side of the car, where she cried out. Men came to help her as de Gratz lifted her down. He was the only moving part in that broken machine. Again he disappeared into the overturned train. On the other side of the embankment, bandits were in the baggage car, and in the distance beyond the trestle bridge, some people were hurrying through the fields along a dirt track. There was a town not far away. The church had a double onion dome. None of these 3 groups of people, separate and converging in a small space, was likely to have any use for Andromeda. A woman in her bathrobe shouted and pointed. A bandit raised his rifle. Favoring her left side, Andromeda jumped down the embankment into the long grass. Her paw wasn't broken, she decided, but her feet and legs were bruised, and she was bleeding from a gash along her ribs. The wood was full of briars and dead trees. Andromeda lay down several times and licked her feet. As she left the railway line, the ground got soft and wet. Soon she was wading through water between hummocks of dried grass. Crows flapped from tree to tree. During the night, the train had crossed into Romania. Curled up on the floor of the car, Andromeda had thought about the morning with anticipation and nostalgia. Prochenko was not sentimental about the beauty of his native land. It was Andromeda who longed to see the majestic rivers, the mountains, and the forests. In Prochenko, she felt as if she were discovering old parts of herself, relearning skills she'd always had. Her double memory had fused into a single impression of the past. High school and military school, California and New England, Romania and Ukraine. Prochenko's family was from Rimarivka, across the border. His father was gone, his family was busted up, his mother drank too much. But in her dog's shape, each part of her humanity seemed muffled and unreal. It was natural for her to leave de Gratz and wander out into the swamp. She felt no loyalty to him. She felt no dogged loyalty to Miranda, even though she'd laid on the cold floor of the baggage car the previous night, listening to the throbbing engine and the shudder of the rails. Find her. Find her. You must find her. But now she limped away. Her heart was full of feelings that had nothing to do with her hurt paws, or the swamp, or her arrival in Romania. Nor did she care that she'd escaped death. None of that held any interest. She squatted to piss and then went on through the dead trees, her nose crowded with signs and smells that made a map in front of her. She followed the tiny paths and came first to some woodlice in a rotted stump, which she scratched apart. Then there was the smell of otters, but she didn't see them. Bees flew among the wildflowers. The sun came out again. She lay down on her stomach and licked at the pads of her feet. She must have hurt herself worse than she thought, because she was conscious of a smell of blood that interfered with other smells. She spent the morning hunting for rodents and frogs. Then she lay licking her paws and the wound in her side. The ground was wet under her. When she heard men in the woods, she ran from them back toward the train track. Over the smell of her blood, she caught a peculiar scent of someone else's, mixed with gunpowder and grease and sweat, a trampled path through the undergrowth. Someone had pulled himself away from the wrecked train, maybe to escape the bandits. Someone had pulled himself into the small trees. There was a smell of feces now. There was a sound of shouting and pounding from the track. On 3 legs, 4-foot poised, Andromeda looked that way, then bent her nose into the trampled grass. The man had slid along here like a slug. When she found him, she did not recognize him. A black man in expensive clothes. He had dragged himself into a thicket of high briars and could go no farther. He sat holding his stomach, and when he saw her he started to cry and grunt and argue, not loudly because he hadn't the strength. He held on to his stomach, and she squatted in front of him under the thicket, waiting and watching, her head cocked to one side. He had nothing to fear from her. She wished him no harm. She herself was hurt and tired, yet still joyful, tongue lolling from her mouth. Maybe, in an ideal world, there could have been some communication of hurt spirits. But in that thicket, half a mile from that railway track, Andromeda listened to him groaning, watched his lips twist and falter, his chin tremble. He spoke words, but she couldn't understand them. Inside all the other stinks, there was the stink of fear, which was unnecessary. She was waiting for his clothes. She saw a silver cylinder lying in the mud. Andromeda touched the metal with her nose, but there was no smell. At least there was no smell that could compete with death. In time, toward evening, clutching his stomach, the African slumped onto his side. He didn't live to see the transformation. Andromeda got up and came to him and put her burning muzzle by his face. On the dirty leaves under his mouth, she saw a tiny salamander, newborn, struggling to lift its head, warmed and invigorated by the man's last breath. It was blue and red and yellow, lapidary in its nest of powdered leaves, and it had no scent at all. Where that jewel-like creature lived, she felt rather than thought, all creatures might lie down in harmony. And even the most elusive and beautiful, with her white-striped fur as delicate as gossamer or thistledown, and her white teeth as sharp as knives, might climb down from the trees and walk upon the ground. 17. Truth-telling. Several days later, in the evening, Radu Lukacs, surrounded by policemen, stood on the steps of District Police Station No. 3, trying to understand the crowd. More than 1,000 people had waited in the rain, newspapers and umbrellas above their heads, to watch the public exhibition of Count Svetku and the other conspirators. A scaffold had been erected in the center of the square, and the prisoners had been paraded briefly and then driven away. But in spite of the weather, the crowd did not disperse. What did that mean? Nor did the people sing, or chant revolutionary slogans, or raise their fists. But they stood glumly in their wet clothes. Radu Lukacs knocked his fists together behind his back. The problem was, he thought, that he had made no public statement, issued no proclamation, commissioned no editorial to tell the crowd what it should feel. It was because of his own ambivalence. On the stone steps below the mural of the martyrdom of Kevin Markasev, he stood as glumly as the rest. This event was regrettable and sad, he knew. That it was necessary, he wished he could be sure, though he had signed the order of arrest. At that moment he felt on his shoulders a burden of failure, and later in his car, as he was driven through the wet, dark streets to his evening meeting with the Baroness, he reflected on the sadness of the day. How hard it was, he thought, to keep one's own hands clean. At supper in his modest house, the police at watch outside, Radulucat sometimes felt an overwhelming desperation as he sat in silence with his wife and teenage daughter. How could he explain to them what he had done that day? How could he explain it to himself? Yet wasn't it a worthy goal, after all, to maintain a functioning Romanian state, a functioning parliament and post office and police force, even under foreign occupation? Wasn't it a worthy goal for a free thinker and a liberal to oppose the minions, as he might have described them in his unwritten editorial, of monarchy and superstition? Even if he was forced to make a bargain with a snake like Ernest Dysart, wasn't it still worth it after all? And the Baroness must be protected. In his mind she personified the spirit of great Romania. Her beauty, her artistic genius, her generous heart. The government could not exist without them. Now that she'd embarked upon the first of a new series of public performances, her people stood outside the theater in long lines. The house was limited, the audience kept small. Afterward, well-dressed men and women sobbed and whispered in the coffee houses and the streets, conscious they had burned their hands upon some spark, or else caught a glimpse of the white tiger, though Radulucats despised the manipulation of these empty and outdated myths. Deeds were better, like the new pediatric hospital the Baroness had opened and endowed with money from the German government. His car turned up the Calle Victoriae. At the end of the street, between the ornate stone facades, under the lights, he could see a shoulder of the People's Palace, a monument to the excesses of the old regime. The Baroness lived in part of the south wing, while the rest had been turned into a museum. In the wet dusk, Radulucat saw lights shining on the second floor. As usual, there were some people gathered at the fountain in the square, hoping to see the Baroness's shadow cross the blind. He hung up his own hat and coat in the vestibule, and then walked up the stairs. On the landing, a horse-faced woman waited to let him pass. Dressed for the opera, perhaps, she looked familiar, but she bowed and hid her face, and he continued on. He could hear the sound of the pianoforte in the small dressing room. It played a few notes, then stopped, then went on again. He knocked. Jean-Baptiste was there, dressed in his old-fashioned, threadbare livery. He shrugged his high, narrow shoulders, put his finger to his lips, guided Lucats in. A number of upholstered chairs were arranged in front of the piano, but they were empty. The Baroness herself sat at the keyboard. A candelabrum stood atop the instrument, though the rest of the room was dark. As always, when he saw the woman, lit as if with inner radiance, he felt a mixture of unpleasant feelings that he had learned to call love. There was vertigo and nausea, first of all. Then there was the desire to stumble forward, to grab hold of her and clutch her and rub his face against her bosom, though she was Baron Ceausescu's widow and he was a married man. But what wouldn't he give to go down on his knees and kiss the front of her dress? A cry came out of him, sublimated to a cough, and she started up. Then she stood away from the instrument and came toward him, smiling, holding out her hands. "My friend, I was expecting you." Jean-Baptiste had left the room. Lucat struggled forward, his desire to clutch her now transformed, as always, into harsh, officious speech, buzzing and rasping in his ears. He scarcely knew what he was saying. But she interrupted him, held up her bitten fingers. "Thank God you've come. I've been so frightened. Please forgive a woman's weakness, but I've made myself afraid." "Ma'am." "Oh, I've been foolish, and the night is so dark. Look what I have done." And she led him to a sideboard under the candlelight, where there were some plans laid out. A circular small building and a naked woman. He could make no sense of it. "It's my tomb," she said. "My mausoleum. I've had the artist draw it up." He didn't understand, said nothing, and in a moment she continued. "The statue is inside, lying on the lid of the sarcophagus. But there's no place where you can get a look, just perhaps a shoulder or an arm. The walls of the building hug so close. You can just see part of my body if you crane your neck.
What do you think? It's my own idea. The plan itself is like a birdcage. Oh, but my soul has been a prisoner.
He stood staring at the drawing, which he now saw was beautifully rendered in pen and ink. But he couldn't make out much of the detail. It was so small.
"Ma'am," he said, then swallowed. "Did you pose for this?"
She laughed, touched his arm.
"My friend, what do you take me for?"
Then she grew plaintive.
"I've been at my wit's end. Tell me some good news. Oh, I can see it in your face. You've come from the execution." He winced. "They haven't yet stood trial." "And do you blame me for my morbid thoughts? Did they curse me? Did they curse my name?"
"No," he said, which was the truth. She was distressed, and he yearned to comfort her, but it was hard for him to look her in the face, to tolerate her clear eyes and perfect skin, the bitter smell that clung to her. So he stood looking at the drawing of the naked woman until she turned away from him back to the piano, and he felt he had to speak again, grind forward in his nasty, nasal, Hungarian-accented voice.
"Madam, I am pleased to have good news for you. This is from several sources, including someone who has come recently to join us. It is news from Antonescu, who can't keep his men from running away. The so-called Empress is on her deathbed. Valeria Dragonisti, she will not last the week."
He couldn't look the Baroness in the face. She dropped the cover on the piano keys, which made the strings vibrate a little.
"What about the train?" she asked. "The Hephaestion. That was Antonescu's work. But they achieved no benefit. Obviously, there were armaments inside the baggage car. Whether they were meant for him or else for some other faction has yet to be determined. But they were detonated by the force of the explosion. The train was wrecked, but there were only several injuries because of the heroism of—"
She interrupted him.
"That's your news? A queen of great Romania is dying? My friend, I had hoped for better news than that. What about Miranda Popescu? Have you found her?" "No. There must have been another exit to the cave, though we have searched." "And how many of my citizens have gone to join her in Mogosoaia? Tell me." "Ma'am, there are always malcontents." "Tell me." "I don't know the number. It is troublesome. That's why I see the German ambassador." "Always it is you and your German ambassador. What does that say about my people's love, if I must call in the potato eaters to protect me? I must call in the soldiers of our enemy." "Ma'am, they are not—"
He couldn't finish, couldn't hear himself say the words. But she understood him.
"What do you say? Weren't they the enemy when they burned Budapest and drove your father from his house? When they marched into Transylvania? Haven't they stolen my son and kept him away from me?"
She'd come close to him, put out her hand to touch his sleeve. He was staring at the pen and ink drawing, the small breasts and narrow thighs.
"It's so cold in here," she complained, turning away. "I'll have Jean-Baptiste lay a fire." "What I say, ma'am, is there is a worse enemy than they." "Tell me about that." "Ma'am, I've already—" "Tell me!"
He ran his forefinger along the drawing of the woman, then put his whole hand over it and raised his chin. He turned to face her as she leaned over the sheet music, rubbing her arms. The music was handwritten. He could see that now. The light shone on her chestnut hair, tangled and unbrushed. He observed for the first time what she was wearing, a high-necked blouse, stiff and starched over a black wool skirt. She fumbled with a jeweled cigarette box, the property of the former Empress. She drew out a Sobrani cigarette and held it under her nose.
"I must give these up," she said. "They're hurting me." "What does your doctor say?"
She shivered.
"I will not let him touch me." "What does it matter?"
She flicked her jeweled lighter, lit the cigarette and sucked on it.
"Tell me about this enemy who comes to fight me from another world." "Ma'am, I've already—" "Tell me again."
She turned to face him, blowing smoke in a long stream, and he could see her violet eyes. As always, when she looked at him, he took a refuge in lame-footed pedantry.
I believe the Germans can help us because of what they have achieved in their own country. This is in spite of their arrogance and the misery they have brought to weaker nations. Perhaps because of it, they are entirely modern in their own affairs. If there still remains some religious activity, it takes the form of nationalistic celebrations, public prayers to Odin, harvest festivals, occasions of that nature. It hurts me to say it, because of the harm they have done you and the contempt with which they treat you. But we can learn something.
He let his voice trail away. Blue smoke coiled above her in the darkness above the candle flame. He could see now there were dark shadows under her eyes. Had she been weeping? She stood hugging herself, and perhaps it was just an irritation from the smoke, but her eyes were full of tears.
"Tell me about Miranda Popescu," she whispered. "Well, as you know, we'd been alerted by the mercenary Dysart. We surrounded the place with 20 men, 21, myself included. You know the place. It was the Aphrodite fountain where Egypta Schenk was killed. A painful circumstance, although because of it I was able to introduce myself and offer you my services. I tell you only what I saw. The place was kept by that degenerate race of aboriginals that so disgusted your late husband, though I am a liberal in this matter, I assure you. We must build our nation out of whatever lumber—"
A tear dropped down the Baroness's cheek.
"Miranda Popescu,"
she whispered. What would he have given to have taken out his handkerchief and wiped that tear away?
"Ma'am, I'm coming to that. Believe me when I say I have no explanation. She came out of the mouth of the cave, and I saw her. There was light from the doorway and the cave itself, lanterns on her aunt's tomb. I saw her clearly. She is as I told you. It doesn't help to tell these things again. It helps me. Very well. Only it reminds me of my failure. She is medium height and dark. She was dressed in riding clothes. When she saw me, she slipped from Dysart and ran back into the cave. My men were after her, except at that moment, how can I explain it? This was an illusion that came out of the ground. It rose out of the tomb, some miserable piece of prestidigitation, I can assure you. Something a magician might perform upon the stage. Smoke, colored lights, perhaps, and I am ashamed to say my men would not go forward past the entrance of the cave. There was darkness, and some kind of electricity or thunder in the air. I am ashamed to say I cannot explain. For this reason, if for no other, I wish I had a consultation with the German scientists, or else the extracts from the meetings of the scientific conference in Basel." "Please," whispered the Baroness Ceausescu. "As you know, I went in by myself, and she had disappeared. There was no crevice in the rock where she could hide. Of course, when daylight came, we searched the complete locality. Of course."
Lukács had stopped speaking, and for a moment all was quiet in the little room. Nicola Ceausescu ground out her cigarette in the gilt ashtray. But her hands couldn't be still. She picked a fleck of tobacco from her tooth, and then gnawed briefly on a hangnail while she watched him. She rubbed her hands together, put them behind her back while she stood watching his starved, diminished face, his long gray hair combed back, his glossy black mustache. Next to the German ambassador, he was the most powerful man in Bucharest, she had to remind herself, now that he'd allied himself with German interests. Then why was it that every day he looked more crow-like and unkempt in his rusty suit of gabardine?
"What would you suggest?" she asked. "Ma'am, since the day you moved into this building, there have been no German soldiers here in Bucharest or Taro-Romaniasa out of respect for you. Now I think that is unwise. Mogosoaia is 2 stops on the train."
How was it possible, the Baroness thought, that in so short a time she could have lost her people's love? Everything had changed since Miranda Popescu had come, since Kevin Markasev had left the house on Spatarul, and most particularly since she had thrown away the Tourmaline. But no, it was a fake. It was quite obviously a fake. Unless, and this would be a bitter injustice, Mademoiselle Corelli had lied to her. How horrifying it would be, she thought now, as she'd lain awake thinking the previous night, to have thrown away the real stone, thinking it was false. How much worse than her reliance on a false stone, thinking it was real. But no, the girl was too stupid for such a trick. And what would be the point? She had come during the day, and the Baroness had fed her and given her money, spoken to her kindly in this room, though with an anxious heart. And the girl had told her about the safe where her father kept his jewels and curiosities, the secret place she'd mentioned in the street. Unless the girl was a spy, a creature of some foreign power, or else Radu Lukacs's creature, or else the Elector of Ratisbon's. Tears in her eyes, the Baroness imagined what would happen if Lukacs turned against her, because without the stone she had no hold on him. He easily might slip away once she had lost the secret of his affections. Tears in her eyes, she examined the roots of his black mustache. Without the stone, there was nothing to keep him here, certainly not the charms of a defenseless, guilty woman in her 39th year.
I won't allow it. Ma'am, I won't allow it. You must not suggest it to me. Go. You have upset me now. Do you really think I would consent to this? That I need foreign soldiers to protect me in my own city? Or is this just a plan to make me more unpopular? I notice you have tried to keep me shut up here. I notice the piazza and the park are full of your men. I won't have it. Let my doors be open. I have no secrets. I'm an artist. Yes, ma'am.
Artist she might have been, famous throughout Europe at one time, but this was not her most effective speech, the Baroness decided. She needed Lukacs to come toward her, sighing, wringing his hands or holding his hands out. She needed to feel some heat from him, because the room was cold. Instead, he scratched his ear, scratched his jaw, and looked down at the drawing of the mausoleum that she'd planned for Bellu Cemetery.
Go, she said. You must not keep me like a prisoner. You have hurt me and disappointed me and kept me from my work tonight. My life's work. Though whether it's a comedy or tragedy is not so plain.
Why was he so stubborn? Why did he cock his head and peer at her, curious as a crow? This much was clear. She'd lost his love for her, and she'd lost Kevin Markasev's love, and she had lost her people's love. And now Antonescu had robbed her of the weapon she had bought from the Abyssinian colonels. Broken the treasury to buy them, or at least she'd emptied the discretionary account the Germans permitted her, except for the money Jean-Baptiste had secreted away. That weapon had figured in the third act of her play, when she decided to become the White Tiger in more than name alone. She decided to throw out the potato eaters and redeem her country. Now that option was closed to her. Or was this just another obstacle to overcome? She picked up the sheet music from the piano stand. She made a show of studying it as Lukacs bowed, let himself out. There was another reason why she'd chased him away, why she'd wanted him gone. She looked at the square clock on the sideboard. It was almost 8 o'clock. She had prepared something for this night, a conjuring. If she'd managed to receive the weapon, it would not have been necessary. But without the weapon, she felt she must know something, or else what? She'd go mad. No, that was not true. That was the kind of sentimentality she'd always tried to avoid in her work. But she had lain awake the previous night, and she had thought of it like this. There were things she wanted to know, and felt she must know if her life was going to achieve the shape of a great piece of art. If she was to overcome the obstacle of the derailment, she must find out the truth about Johannes Kepler's eye. Had she been blessed by the great sorcerer, or stumbled forward on her own? Who could tell her now but her own husband, the Red Pig of Cluj, dead for 13 years? He was the one who'd given her the secret, spelled it out on the Ouija board in her house on Saltpeter Street. That had been a long time before, and already his soul was in the circle of brass. It would require a great conjuring to reach him now. That afternoon she'd given a matinee, but cancelled her evening's performance. At 19 minutes after 8, the god Saturn, caught in his dark, frozen round, would pass over the point of Cleopatra's spire near her temple in the old court. Things were possible at that moment. A word in the proper place might brush against his cloak, might catch there like a burr, might travel far. It was a chance, but it wouldn't do to prepare for it. No rehearsal was the best rehearsal, as she'd learned from her years on the stage. So she studied her sheet music a little bit more, calming herself, waiting for the chimes of the small clock. They didn't come. She looked again. The gold hands hadn't moved. Still marked 3 minutes to the hour. The clock had stopped. Then all her calmness left her in a moment, and she fled the room, calling for Jean-Baptiste, hurrying up the stairs. The clock on the first landing told her it was 20 minutes past, but when she was running down the hall toward her personal apartment, she saw an ormolu timepiece on a small table. 10 minutes after 8. It wasn't until she'd crossed the threshold of her bedchamber, pushed aside the rice paper screen that hid her secret alcove, that she saw she still had time. Her absolute chronometer stood on a lacquer table, a gift to the former empress from the Maharaja of Singapore. The spears were turning. She had 90 seconds left. "What do you want?" called Jean-Baptiste, rude as always, from the hall outside her room.
"I have a headache. I must not be disturbed."
"I don't believe you. Who'd come see you anyway on such a night? Go." While she spoke, she'd been commencing an internal prayer, the kind that an experienced practitioner can set revolving among the lobes of the mind, a perpetual machine, and sometimes it took hours for it to slow and stop. It was a prayer to the goddess. At the same time she was fussing with Cleopatra's altar, a small brass statue she'd erected on an inlaid bench. The statue was a clockwork one, and she wound it and got it moving with 4 seconds to spare. Now she was chanting out loud, a different prayer in contradiction to the first. For though the silent words were full of self-abasement, "Have mercy on me, forgive me, I am mud under your shoes," the spoken words sounded presumptuous and proud. "I am the best loved of your servants. Here I command you to help me to this terrible—" For it was only in the frictionless space between the prayers that the goddess's arrow might fly. The brass statue, which now was turning on its base, showed Cleopatra in the shape of the great huntress of the Nile on the day when she had overcome the crocodile. Dressed in padded armor, her beautiful head encased in a padded helm, she drew her bow and tilted backward as the crocodile swam through the arc of the heavens. It would become the brightest constellation of the summer months. It was not figured in the statue, though the goddess stood on a trampled nest of eggs. But on the tiny brass arrow that would shoot a meter or so toward the ceiling, the Baroness had affixed a tiny scroll. She had curled it and tied it around the shaft. It was not true she'd not prepared. On the scroll she had inscribed these words in minute letters: "My dear husband, please, we must adapt to the new times." It was the message that the goddess had dispatched to Julius Caesar after his death, begging him not to punish her for taking Marcus Antony for her second husband. But he did punish her. That day the Baroness had sent her steward, Jean-Baptiste, to Cleopatra's spire in the city, and in the secret top compartment she had asked him to deposit a small bucket. On the handle of the bucket was the burr that she'd prepared, a sphere of wire hooks. In the bucket was the small silk nightgown she had worn throughout the previous week until it smelled of her, and pinned to a rosette of folded fabric in the center of the bodice there was a piece of paper torn from the corner of an envelope, and one word in purple ink. Jean-Baptiste had unhatched the section of the roof over the compartment. That evening, at 8:19 and 20 seconds precisely, watchers in the square below might have observed a small, unsteady beacon rise into the sky. But in that spitting rain there were no watchers. In any case, the beacon was soon lost among the clouds. Even the Baroness, peering south through her bedroom window, saw nothing. Alternately gnawing on her cuticles and smoking her sobranis, She settled on her iron bedstead and commenced to wait. Past 11, she undressed and went to bed, but she left a single lantern burning on her nightstand. When she awoke, disoriented in the middle of the night, she lay quiet for a moment, watching the shadows turn and dance over the ceiling. At first she thought they came from outside her window, lights from the traffic in the Piazza Vittorie, although she couldn't hear anything. No, the lights from the carriages and trams had never reached into her room. But perhaps there was some new brightness in the square. She remembered the bonfire lit by students on the night Empress Valeria had left the city, while train after train of German soldiers unloaded in the Gare du Nord. Was it possible that she had seen the shadows dance across her ceiling from the light of that big fire? No, the window was dark, and when she raised herself onto her elbow, she could see the source of movement. The brass statue of the goddess was turning on its base, tilting backward as if shooting at the ceiling, though the quiver was empty and no shaft flew. Now the Baroness could hear the trigger in the statue's outstretched arm snap uselessly, over and over. She sat up in bed.
"Are you there?"
she called out. She had left the window open a small crack, and now she felt the narrow wind that had managed to squeeze through. It troubled the flame of her lantern.
"Are you there?"
she cried out, already a little bit impatient at these histrionics, even more so when she smelled the barnyard odor that had always clung to the red pig, the smell of mud and food, excrement and death, that now was unmistakable. What form would he take after so long? Surely he was trying to frighten her. It was intolerable. She slipped out of bed and ran to the window, closed the casement, turned the latch. The window sill was wet. Below her the piazza was deserted in the rain. So she was not prepared to see him as she most remembered him, dressed in his velvet smoking jacket and his old-fashioned trousers and stockings, curled up in a corner of the big leather armchair she had brought from his laboratory in Saltpeter Street. His linen was white, and he had shaved. His eyebrows were thick as always, and his forehead shone. His long, sensitive fingers played always and forever with the medal pinned to his lapel, the 8-pointed star of Romania that Valeria IX, who now lay dying, had given him for his testimony against Prince Frederick. His face was covered with fine wrinkles, and his large ears were as delicate as bats' wings. But his eyes were, as always, generous, calculating, kind.
"My dear," he murmured, "it has been so long. You startled me." "Did I? I beg your pardon. But you should not be surprised."
On the rough matting, her bare feet were cold.
"And not because you sent for me," he said. "These tricks," he gestured toward the statue, quiet now, "would not have hurt the slumber of a mouse. I must insist you should be studying my work more closely, though I've often come to help you too, if you must know. That business with Monsieur Spitz and Livia Herscher."
Always she had found his condescension irritating, but she was surprised to discover she was glad to see him. With the lantern light behind his head, he seemed to glow around the thin, flushed ridges of his ears. There was a time when she'd respected him, even perhaps loved him a little bit. He'd been the deputy prime minister, after all, and some of those feelings still persisted after her marriage. Now suddenly she remembered the first time she had run her hands under his shirt, touching the puckered scars where he'd been wounded in the Turkish wars. He'd been a hero and Prince Frederick's friend until he turned on him.
"What brought you then?" "My dear, I never go where I'm not wanted. I'd see you every night if you would let me. Sometimes I have spied. I'm glad to see you're still wearing my ring."
She drew it off, clenched it in her hand, surprised by her own pettiness. In some ways he had been an impressive man. In other ways he had been disgusting.
"Let me tell you why you're here," she said. "I'm glad you remember Monsieur Spitz."
He smiled, showing his false teeth. Sometimes they had given him pain. It irritated her to have to remember, but then suddenly he closed his mouth. When she said nothing more, he spoke.
"My dear, I was proud of you. That night you took the first 2 steps. Now you have much more than I gave you. I regret that.
How odd this seemed after so long. It was almost as if he'd never died. He seemed so lifelike sitting in his chair.
Tell me about Kepler's eye, she said.
He yawned, covered his mouth with his long hand.
You know everything you need to know. Johannes Kepler had 1,000 lovers. Once I thought I had 1,000,000. But the girl tells me the jewel is false.
Now in death, she found him easy to read, easier than when he'd been alive. There was a sadness in his pink and wrinkled face, and also some impatience.
I am not a jeweler. It was good enough to fool Claude Spitz. That should be enough for you, I think.
But it wasn't enough for her. Honesty had always been her power and her strength.
Please, I must know.
Again a small, impatient look.
Here you are living in the Winter Keep. Surely you have won the game. Why trouble yourself now about the rules?
But she must trouble herself. This was the night of Saturn's festival, a night for uncomfortable truth. In the countryside, among the common people, no one would tell lies on such a night.
What about the white tiger?
She asked.
I saw it in the pyramid one time and never again, although I looked and looked. I see you are an idealist, he said after a moment. This is true. I wanted to help you. Perhaps you remember how unhappy you were.
She remembered.
I tried to give you things, he said. The stone, the boy.
What boy? But she knew.
I was happy to see you,
the ghost continued.
Was I wrong to let you see yourself as others see you? Love yourself as others? I thought you were the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. I still think so.
In a moment he went on.
It was confidence you lacked. Faith in your own power. Was it so terrible to lie to you?
The Baroness felt tears come to her eyes.
What about the boy?
Sadness and impatience.
Dear, it does no good. I want to know.
Uncomfortable truths are told on the night Saturn crosses over the city. Perhaps a sense of that tradition lingered in the ghost. He smiled and sighed.
He was my gift. A prisoner for you to make you strong, to help you in your conjuring.
When she said nothing, he went on.
Let me tell you, when our son Felix was born, I resented the time you spent. I was angry at night because your door was closed to me. So I took him away and I regretted it. Later, in the power that comes from death, I wanted to replace the son I took. I wanted to give you someone to love you every day, someone to do everything you needed. It was my way also to be close to you and see you through his eyes. Please don't look so horrified. I think my 2 gifts made you what you are.
He was talking about the false stone and the false sun, Kepler's eye and Kevin Markosov. After a moment, he went on again.
Did you think it strange he had no past, or that his past was whatever you suggested? Or he did everything you asked? I put him in your hands in Cluj. He was like a puppet that I made and gave to you, though I kept hold of the strings. Dear, you look so angry. Don't tell me you never guessed. What is a child, except something you create through miracles?
The Baroness turned away to hide her face. She glanced out of the window. If she'd been able to concentrate, she might have seen a moving shadow between 2 government buildings on the other side of the piazza. But she couldn't see farther than the window pane. The reflection cast her back into the room.
How do you think a man can make a child?
The Baron continued.
No, that is true alchemy. After Felix was sent away, I had no opportunity, I mean in the normal way. I had some of your blood, some of your hair, some part of myself and a connection to me. Then I put him with a farmer in the country, but I almost lost him several times. Always I could see you through his eyes. Do you want to know where he is standing now? Right now?"
She closed her eyes.
"Why did you?"
she asked.
"My dear," murmured the ghost, "you must know the reason."
It was because he loved her. She knew from the peculiar simper in his voice that he was primed to talk about how much he loved her. Every day the subject had dripped out of him the last months of his life. Death had not, apparently, exhausted it. But she couldn't feel anything but anger, a sudden rage. It burned away all caution. High up in her palace room, she made one of the unbalanced, daring leaps that were the secret of her creative art.
"A miracle? It didn't feel that way. You must know Felix was not your son."
This was a lie. Now she opened her eyes, saw her reflection. Was it possible for a ghost to feel pain? She thought if he could love, then maybe he could feel some jealousy. Oh, he had robbed her, and she would rob him too.
"Do you remember there was a Danish ballet company at the Dynamo that spring? Do you remember the lead dancer, Königslander? We had fun, I tell you."
This was a double lie on a night of truth. Never with anyone had she found pleasure of that kind. Miserably, she stared at the glass pane. If she'd been able to look past the reflection in the window, she might have seen a moving figure under the streetlight. It was Kevin Markasev in the rain, looking up at her window. She couldn't see him, even though she was thinking about him at that moment. How could she have treated him so cruelly for so long? But instead she saw her sour, small-featured, beautiful face as if in a mirror. She couldn't see the ghost in back of her beyond the armchair's studded wing. As she stood at the window examining her expression, she smelled the odor of the pig again, redoubled. A hot smell of garbage. She didn't want to turn and look. She saw fear in her own face. She imagined the ghost was changing, and she didn't want to see the pig itself, or some devil, or some rotted corpse. She thought if she didn't look, then she'd protect herself. She was waiting for the ghost to speak.
"Turn around and look at me,"
he said, and his voice was not the grunting of a pig, the wheezing of a corpse. But it was soft, sweet, and hesitant, a young girl's voice, and maybe that was worst of all. The Baroness squeezed her eyelids shut. She dropped the golden ring and put her hands over her ears, but still could hear the words.
"Dear, you were always crude, a country girl, a peasant from the mountains. The white tiger? No. Turn around and tell me to my face."
In a moment he went on.
"But if you could have seen yourself on the stage of the ambassadors in that performance of Klaus Israel's Cleopatra, do you remember? And the last moment with the snake in your hand, your bosom was entirely uncovered. I went 3 times a week, and von Schenk laughed at me. He said you'd never look twice, a broken-down old soldier. Tonight is the night to confess these things. I admire your bravery, as I admired it then. I proved him wrong. I thought you'd look at the Deputy Prime Minister, and better things to come. I thought, you see. The court-martial, the testimony against my friend. It was the price I paid. It made a beggar out of me. Look behind you."
She didn't turn around, didn't open her eyes. But she could hear the soft, breathy voice again.
"Dear, you have climbed a long stair to this room. But I think there's a short way down."
The lantern blew out, and when she opened her eyes she was in darkness. Save for herself, the room was empty. That night the cloak of Saturn, god of death, passed over Germany as well. In the countryside there were some hidden celebrations, seances, and family gatherings behind locked doors. As on most of the feast days of the old calendars, the police were in the streets, watching for any public demonstration. In years past, the peasants and the townspeople had painted their faces to look like skulls, but this could not be tolerated in wartime. News had just arrived of a bloody battle near the city of Pskov. It was one car and a baggage train of victories, but many men had died. In Ratisbon, 2 men drank a toast of Romanian brandy. They were not believers in the ordinary way. They approached these mysteries with the coldness of scientists, and the service that they paid was an ironic one. Arslan Lubomir, glass in hand, recited a few lines of an old monastic chant, praising the wines at Saturn's wedding feast. In the gaslit chamber at the top of the high house, perched on a cedar bench next to an inlaid table, the elector was in an anxious mood. All evening they had been discussing politics and the elections to the Reichstag.
"Humor me tonight," he said. "Let me ask you, why do nations go to war?"
Then, after a pause,
"What is there in Russia that is worth these miseries? Already oil and sugar are rationed in the Kirchenstrasse market."
As usual, he was dressed in evening clothes. He said,
"My friend, I'm glad you've come to visit me at last. Now I can look into your face when I talk to you. It is easier to see if you are telling me the truth. Do you believe the justifications of the foreign minister? I read the transcript of his speech in the Gazette. Do you think we have a duty to take over the affairs of these corrupt and backward governments? A moral duty, whatever the cost, as he explains it."
The lieutenant major was a handsome man with dark, thin, Asiatic features. He was in uniform, brass buttons, silver braid. He sat in a stuffed armchair, his boots stretched out.
"Humor me," his host continued. "Is there no room in Europe to contain some backwardness? Perhaps the mark of a great nation is to leave others in peace."
Fascinated by the ugliness of his host, Lubomir sipped the liquor in his glass. He looked away, then back again, studying for an instant the elector's nose. He had his own political opinions, his own fears that Germany's success in battle could be stolen away by cowardly politicians. The war coalition was a fragile one, and it depressed him to think about it. Instead, he saw a way to introduce a subject to the conversation. He'd been looking for the chance since his arrival the night before.
"I think those countries have a clear duty to resist," he said. "I mean, whatever the benefit."
It was hard for Lubomir to judge expressions on his host's ruined face, though he now saw the elector was peering at him keenly.
"My friend, I think so too. So the force comes from our side. Why is it, do you think?"
Lubomir brought his hand up to hide his eyes. He was irritated by these constant declarations of friendship, the use of the familiar forms of speech. Irritated and obscurely touched. Once again he made a motion toward his subject.
"I think all nations are like animals. Some are sheep and some are wolves."
He crossed his legs, and the elector shook his head.
"I have a sympathy for sheep. It's all right for a handsome fellow like yourself, but I've spent a long time in this room. These things are revealed at death and not before. They say Alexander of Macedon was a pronghorned snail, and I believe I have discovered some sheep-like characteristics."
Around them at the borders of the room stood several of the elector's simulacra. They came and went, engaged in unknown tasks. Lubomir was used to them by now. They were blonde, mustached, identical.
"My friend, I see you are surprised. It's because I have depended on the courage of others. Yourself, for instance."
Lubomir shook his head.
"You have defied conventions. That takes bravery. Ah, my friend, that is only because I had no choice. Without choices, we are old champions."
Lubomir took another sip of brandy. His subject was close at hand.
"I can see you're in a melancholy mood," he said, "and I don't understand. I came here to offer our congratulations, unofficially, of course. You had your part in our success on June the 7th. There are people on the staff who understand our debt to you, and in the highest reaches of the government. I am sure that when the war is over, unofficially, of course."
The Elector sighed. He put his small, elegant hand out to the table in front of them and almost touched a bronze statue of Tsongkhapa, the Buddhist deity. Several small objects were scattered over the complicated surface.
"It's a delusion," he continued. "The cowards have a lot to lose. But I will miss my beautiful things." "Your Grace, this is morbid."
Rathusbone smiled.
"It is the night for truth-telling. And you have made me drunk. I feel it suddenly. But I'm talking about something else. A danger."
There was an empty vase on the table, and he reached for it. His expression was difficult to interpret, but his small grasping hands were eloquent.
"There's always danger," said Lubomir tolerantly. "Our own politicians are a venal lot. If it wasn't for von Stoessel and the ministers, 3 men, and the Russians, no, not from that side, but from underneath. You understand?"
He had scarcely tasted from his glass, which he now placed clumsily in the center of the table. He did seem drunk all of a sudden, Lubomir thought. Perhaps it was for the best, but perhaps it was a complication.
"Underneath? My friend, this brandy you have brought has poisoned me. It is too sweet. From Romania, I think."
Baffled, Lubomir nodded.
"They have signed the Treaty of Alliance, as you know. They are fighting beside us in the Ukraine."
He took an ostentatious sip from his own glass and then continued.
"But your patriotism is to be commended. As I say, these things have not escaped the notice of the General Staff. Let me tell you, I am here to welcome you to Berlin, or wherever you wish to go. You must keep appearances, of course." "Of course."
"There is one thing," continued Lubomir, and now he had arrived.
"I don't know how to put it. The office of the foreign minister has given me a message. There is a story that you might be keeping 2 Romanian subjects here for patriotic reasons. One is the child of Madame Ceausescu."
Now he sat forward in his armchair, glanced into the Elector's face.
"The minister believes the time has come to reward her for her change in attitude. He wants to invite her to Berlin and reunite them publicly. You understand. We are signatory to provisions for the ethical treatment of prisoners. With your new passport, I have a letter in my bag that explains the particulars," he said. "Tomorrow—"
He let his voice trail away. He found himself watching the Elector's hands. There was a bowl of nuts on the Chinese bench next to the man's knee. Lubomir watched him pick up a macadamia nut covered with white dust.
"And Clara Bronkovenu?" "Her too."
Still chewing on the nut, the Elector put his forefinger onto the surface of the table. He stared down at the assortment of objects for a moment, as if contemplating a problem on an invisible chessboard. But when he raised his head, Lubomir could see the ridges of his smallpox-ravaged face were tinged with sudden color, white and red. His lips were twisted back to reveal pearl-like teeth. Only his large eyes were calm, expressionless. He cleared his throat.
"Weren't you listening to me? Are you all fools? Romania, that's where the danger is. Romania!"
When he was talking about cowardice and sheep, Lubomir had not imagined what a frightening figure the man could make when he was angry, as now.
"You make me want to puke," he said.
Around them in the darkened room, 4 blonde-mustached, identical servants paused to listen. Only the Elector's brown eyes were calm, while the rest of him twitched and fidgeted. He held his hands above the inlaid surface of the table, which now seemed to reveal a kind of pattern in the marquetry.
"Look," he said. "Are you insane? Do you think you have the knowledge to protect yourselves without my help?"
He was referring, Lubomir knew, to the hidden world. This kind of talk was rare in Germany, a shared interest that had brought the men together. After the elector's expulsion from Romania, Lubomir had written him a letter from the university. In 5 years of correspondence, he had learned much, benefited much.
"Look around you. Don't you see the beauty of my collection? But you want to take away the prize. You must know how those two wronged me, and wronged all of us. Nicolae Ceausescu robbed me of the most valuable jewel in Europe, a German national treasure. Clara Bronkovenu betrayed me when she was my guest, when she was 23 years old and pregnant too. There were anti-German riots all over Transylvania, Bukovina, Bucharest itself after the Empress had her husband murdered. I offered that girl the hospitality of my house, for her sake and for Schenk von Schenk. I didn't turn her away when she was pregnant and without funds, and I thought she'd be happy to learn that we were marching on Romania to protect her interests and our people. We were going to avenge her husband, but she betrayed us. 6 kilometers.
"And the boy?" asked Lubomir. He was looking at the man's fingers, which had selected another nut.
Kepler's eye. I wanted Kepler's eye. Is that too much? Isn't that what every man wants? To try to change things for the better? Do you think there'd be a need for all this fighting? Without the stone, what am I? A national scandal and a joke. Well, Nicolae Ceausescu uses it for her own vanity, a mirror for herself. I have heard she gives theatrical performances, and the people cheer her idiotic self-indulgence. If there was any doubt of the stone's effect, then that should settle it. But what do you suppose that power would be worth in the hands of a dedicated and serious man?"
Nicolae Ceausescu had already been a subject of conversation earlier that night. The two men had already discussed her thwarted attempt to smuggle radium from Abyssinia. They had discussed the Tourmaline, and in that context conversed easily and pleasurably about land reform, new rights for citizens, the abolition of hereditary privilege. But the elector was an unstable fellow after all, and with a growing sense of anxiousness, Lubomir watched the movements of his hands. In his patent leather case, as he had said, Lubomir had brought an offer from the government, a possibility of rehabilitation. Now he wondered why he'd bothered to mention it. Arriving in Ratisbon the day before by train, he had not been prepared for the elector's ugliness. Now, glancing up at the elector's seared and puckered face, he thought 1,000 tourmalines, a bath of tourmalines, a purple shower of tourmalines, would yield only a minimal effect.
"We are thankful for your patriotism," he repeated blandly.
When he had spoken to his contacts in Berlin, he had not understood how isolated the elector had become, how solitary, how irrelevant. A rich man who lived by himself in a big house on a hill above the old part of the town. Daily, his servant, Dr. Theodore, came shopping at the Kirchenstrasse market. From the squares and street corners, you could see the overgrown terraces of the park. The gates were open to the lower garden. Children played and were not chased away. In the afternoon, Arslan Lubomir had climbed the cobbled drive. The house was not an ancient one. It had a stucco facade. Dr. Theodore had brought him up after he'd rung the bell, the first of many Dr. Theodores. Now, in the dark chamber at the top of the house, they clustered around him as the elector raised his hand. Unhinged by loneliness, sucking on a macadamia nut, he gestured over the tabletop.
"My friend, this is not your fault, I know. But you must not allow yourself to be the errand boy for fools. If I have taught you anything in these 5 years, it is to look beneath the surface of the world. You can't doubt the reality of what I say, that after all this time I've still kept watch over my country. For years I have accustomed myself to only a few hours of sleep, so that the shield I have in place cannot be broken or disturbed. I have received no thanks for this, but only ridicule and abuse from those who have no understanding of the world. And now you've come to rob me and insult me at the time when I'm most needed. Do you believe your bombs and guns and your new tanks will be enough to protect you? All these things can be blown away like spider webs. Now in the Reichstag, they are working to undo all that. And I tell you now, I made a terrible mistake when I allowed you to let Miranda Popescu escape that day in the Dobrija forest. You should have shot her through the skull. I was in love with a sense of symmetry, that she would take our forged letter to the Russians. I thought she was a defenseless girl. But now she rises again to challenge us in the heart of Europe. This is the moment you have chosen to insult me. What if I refuse? Are you authorized to have me arrested? Take these things of mine away by force? My friend, I wish you luck.
Lubomir couldn't look at the man's face. He found himself disgusted and repulsed by this long speech, angered by the suggestion that he might have been capable of murdering a beautiful young woman, a civilian, or not beautiful particularly, as he now remembered her, but fresh and alive. It didn't matter. He passed his hand over his eyes, staring instead at the surface of the table in front of him. Now he saw a change in it, a pattern in the marquetry he'd not observed before, and the objects he had thought were placed at random, the bud vase, the incense burner, the small statues of Tsongkhapa and Kuan Yin, the ashtray and the brandy glass, now appeared like the counters in a game. And the board they sat on now revealed itself in alternating blocks of color and stylized patterns that suggested rivers, rocks, mountains, seas. The continent of Europe, Lubomir now saw. There were the Thousand Islands and the wreck of Britain. There was the submerged coast of France. There was the enormous white mass of the Pyrenees, 6,000 meters tall, and then the verdant alpine hills. There stood the abandoned ruins of Rome. There were the great capitals, Warsaw, Prague, Bucharest, Berlin, and Petersburg. Fascinated in spite of himself, Lubomir leaned forward to look. Was this a pattern that had been there all the time, and now he was only just seeing it? Or was the Elector showing him some aspect of the hidden world? As the gaslight dimmed along the sconces in the wall, Lubomir saw more and more. A new light seemed to rise out of the brandy glass, set in the Hungarian forest.
These are the powers that protect the world, came the Elector's voice. It doesn't matter that the armies fight. We have achieved an equilibrium, though we struggle for advantage. There in Krakow is a professor of philology. There in Bratislava is a milkmaid in a barn. Her name is Susanna, and she sits upon her stool, smiling and laughing to herself. I have seen her in my glass. There in Mogosoaia is the ghost of Egyptishenk. Old enemies, she and I. For a long time I had her bottled up, but now she has escaped.
Uncertain, feeling the alcohol that he had drunk, Lubomir glanced up at the Elector's ruined face. He tried to follow the gestures of the man's clean little hands, looking for the conjuring trick. His host was pointing toward the statue of Kuan Yin, slightly to the north and west of the Romanian capital. The token of Egyptishenk, Lubomir supposed. And now he looked for other tokens. Near at hand, in Germany, on a hill outside of Ratisbon, there was a pebble he hadn't seen until that moment. Now it glinted in the light thrown by the brandy glass, diffused through the red dregs of the wine.
And I will tell you a secret that in time you'd have to know, said the Elector. Each one of us requires a prisoner. For the Baron Ceausescu it was his own son, and when he surrendered his son, he lost his power. The milkmaid has a lover whom she tortures. Each of us in different ways has interpreted the texts of Hermes Trismegistus in his lessons to a young conjurer, and you see how effective they have been, at least in my case. We feed on our prisoners in ways you cannot guess, and I think I am the honest one, because I hold them under lock and key. Do you want to take away my strength, now of all times? You see there is no one to the west, said the Elector, gesturing. You see, there is a wave of darkness rising from the west across the sea."
His face, disfigured, hard to read, nevertheless showed traces of a new anxiety, a new weakness.
"I need them," he went on. "Egypta held her own niece in the palm of her hand. But when she let her go, when she let her escape into the real world, then she was defeated and killed by a minor adept almost the same day. It was because she was a woman, and she did not have the firmness to be cruel."
All this time, Arslan Lubomir had felt a mix of competing sensations: curiosity, drunkenness, anxiety, disappointment. This last reaction now was uppermost as he leaned back in his chair. He didn't know whether to interrupt. So that's why the Elector had kept his prisoners all these years. For nothing. Lubomir had read the new edition of the Letters to a Young Conjurer, the annotations that explained the errors in all previous translations. Was it possible the Elector was not aware of the ambiguities in the ancient text? Was it possible he had never read the letters in the original hieroglyphs? Or was he using Trismegistus as a screen to hide some other, more malevolent motive? Revenge, perhaps? Or sadism? If so, it was a horrifying disappointment, and Lubomir would put some version of it in his report when he left for Berlin the following morning. As if he sensed some of Lubomir's disgust, the Elector of Ratisbon paused and stared at him before he continued with his rant.
"My friend, was it foolish for me to think you could learn some of my skills? Can you guess how you have disappointed me? I tell you, we are in a delicate position in this country, and everything we've worked for can be stripped away. Yes, we've won a victory, but you must know this war is not popular. Bodies are returning on every train. Many are asking these same questions. Now the Tsar has offered peace. Should we press forward? Should we retreat? These things are in a subtle balance in the middle of a parliamentary election. But if von Stossel fails, or one or two men are defeated, what will happen then?"
Lubomir stared at the Elector's hands. On the smallest finger of his left hand, the man wore a signet with an intricate seal. Between the forefinger and thumb of his right hand he held a nut. It was odd, strange, almost spherical, covered with white dust. Then it disappeared into his mouth. The Elector coughed and wheezed.
"It is up to me to protect these men. If—"
And he was silent. There was a flicker in the lights, a strangled groan. Arslan Lubomir glanced up, and for a long minute he couldn't guess what had happened. The strangeness of the Elector's face made all expressions difficult to interpret. But then he saw the man was choking, gasping for air. His hands rose to his neck, clutched at his throat. As the light spread out of the inlaid map, Lubomir had been conscious of the servants gathering around to watch. Now he sat, horrified in his chair, his hands squeezing its carved arms, hoping for them to intervene, until he saw they couldn't. They were also stricken. Two collapsed onto their knees on the carpet. They were not groaning or scratching at their necks. Instead, they settled onto their hands and knees, and as Lubomir watched, they seemed to shrink into themselves, dissolve as the gaslight dimmed, and the darkness grew opaque around him. Still the red light spilled out of the brandy glass, and Lubomir could see his host, see the left hand gesturing, "Help me, oh my God." But nauseated by fear, he found he could do nothing except rub the arms of his chair with his greasy palms, while at the same time staring into the Elector's limpid eyes, which now were saying, "You are a dead man. I will not forgive you." But the Elector of Ratisbon was so ugly. How could Lubomir touch him, touch his flesh? How could he touch this mad, dangerous, misguided man, who had half stood from his chair, and who was rocking back and forth, clutching at his throat? The light flickered and dimmed. The room grew dark. And at the last instant, Lubomir flung himself from his chair and grabbed hold of the man, forcing his face down onto the darkened table. Now it was possible to touch him. Now he could no longer see. The servants had been swallowed up in darkness. The room was completely dark. Lubomir felt his fear rise up. He could not help himself. In any case, the nut wouldn't budge out of the elector's throat. As he squeezed and pressed and flailed, Lubomir could feel the man's heart racing under his hands. It seemed to shudder in every part of him. The table was broken, overturned, and the young man staggered up. Stumbling and panicked, he groped his way across the floor, banging into furniture until he reached the stairs. Several floors below, at close to the same moment, Clara Brankovinu was thinking about cucumber sandwiches, sardines, and a bottle of Riesling, the luncheon she had mentioned to the heir that morning, as she imagined it was. She stood in the parlor, waiting for the dumbwaiter's second bell. Already she had drunk a quantity of tea. She leafed impatiently through the afternoon papers. An afternoon 5 years before. Still, she called out brightly, "I see there is a surge upon the stock exchange." This kind of joke had become a ritual. Melancholy in her middle age, crazy with fear that she would meet her death in those comfortable rooms, nevertheless, she almost missed the opportunity to escape. It was Felix who first noticed the flickering of the lights. It was Felix who first heard the click of the dumbwaiter's lock. He ran to the double doors and opened them. The bell had not rung, and there was no food inside, nor was the box there. But he could see the double rope and the empty shaft. "Mother," he said. He reached in and pulled on the counterweight, and the box came up from underneath. Never before had he been able to control it. "Come," he said. He was a sensitive boy, and in the prickling of his skin he could feel a change, just a small thing as the lights dimmed and then extinguished themselves one by one. He knew something must be done. The roof of the box was below him. "Come," he said to the princess, and when she made a motion to resist, he grabbed hold of her arm and bundled her through the doors, onto the top of the dumbwaiter's box. "What are you doing? Please let go of me." Felix Ceausescu had never touched her before. He held the double rope in his other hand, bracing it against her weight. "Didn't you ask for this one chance?" he said. And the box sagged down to the floor below, as far as he would risk. "Kick open the door. The locks have gone." What was this energy that possessed him? He was not a powerful boy, but he hung on to the rope as she pushed through into the room below. Then he surrendered it and climbed down, hanging by his fingers from the sill as the light failed completely. Above him on the staircase, Arslan Lubomir clattered down the 5 flights to the entrance hall and groped his way across the marble floor. He was terrified of the pitch darkness, but even more terrified after a few moments when the lights began to glow again, weakly, fitfully at first. He ran to the great door and fumbled with the bolts and pounded on the oak beams until they surrendered, and he pushed out into the night. But in the yellow gaslight that shone from the pediment, he saw the smiling and officious face of Dr. Theodore, a pair of Dr. Theodores, who took him by the arms and brought him back into the hall. Nor did he struggle when they pulled him up the stairs. If he had struggled, if he had taken up any of their time, perhaps Felix Ceausescu and the princess would not have found the front door open and unguarded when they peeked out from the servants' hallway underneath the stairs. At first they hesitated on the threshold, astonished by the darkness and the open air. Felix wondered if a thunderstorm had come. Princess Clara imagined for a moment that the world had been transformed during her long captivity. The sun darkened in the sky. But when they recognized the night for what it was, they staggered out into the park and hurried down the cobblestones into the town. 18. Reunions. Andromeda, in her dog shape, had disappeared after the derailment, nor had de Gratz bothered to look for her. He'd come to Bucharest, riding in the special horse-drawn coaches sent for passengers of the Hephaestion. He'd been taken to the Bureau of Railroads to receive a commendation. Later there was a memorial for the mysterious commercial traveler from Abyssinia, the sole casualty from the wreck. There was a reception given by the police commissioner of Bucharest. By that time Peter had already left the hall. Pleading tiredness, he'd gone to his hotel, paid for by the grateful bureau. And at first, in the beautiful summer weather, he had thought he would be happy to explore the streets of Bucharest and see what had changed after so long. But after 2 nights he slipped away to Mogosoaia. his heart in a chaos that he didn't understand. Peter Gross had understood. Now it was as if his conscious and subconscious selves had been reversed, and de Gratz had little interest in self-examination. It was true he'd given his oath to protect Miranda Popescu. He'd promised her father on his deathbed, and there was a cold self-satisfaction in thinking that his word of honor was still good after these years, these complications. But why did his heart thump in his chest as he approached Mogosoaia on the train? Why did stanzas of English poetry come unbidden to his mind? Why did he think often of the girl's face? Or a woman now, of course, grown up from the days he'd taken care of her at Mogosoaia Castle on the beach. Less of her father in her looks now, more of her mother. Why did he drum his fingers on the leather seats and on his pants? Though he'd refused all money, he'd allowed some passengers from the Hephaestion to buy him a suit of clothes. The train emptied at his stop. The platform was full of people. Since the events at the Venus Shrine, many had come out to pledge their loyalty, though to whom or what it was not clear. Miranda Popescu had disappeared. Her followers had been arrested. The shrine itself was occupied by the police, and there were soldiers in the woods. But curious people came and went. Some had packed chicken or ham sandwiches and come out with their families for the day. The weather had turned after a cold spring, and it was summer after all. Young men slept out in the fallow fields around the Brankovinu Palace, hoping to be part of something. But de Gratz was not like that. He had a plan, or else it was half a plan and half a memory. When Frederick Schenk von Schenk had been denounced and arrested, he was staying in the Brankovinu guest house with his pregnant wife. And he was already sick. That was the ironic part. Or not so much ironic. De Gratz was an uncomplicated man, but sad. He had a cancer in his bowels. He'd said nothing to the princess for fear of alarming her, but he was already making his arrangements. Later, when the news came that he'd been shot in an escape attempt, people said he had been murdered. De Gratz himself had thought so, but Prochenko disagreed. The prince would have had no wish to die in prison. Peter thought about these things as he walked up the cinder roadway from the station. The soldiers in the crowd were dressed in green uniforms, and they wore on their shapeless wool berets the insignia of a Turgoviste sappers regiment that had fought well at Havsa. At the stone gate of the park, they leaned dispiritedly on their rifles, unchanged since the Turkish wars. The guns were older than they were. Though they had mounted their long bayonets, they made no attempt to stop the people streaming through the gate, even to check their papers, which was a relief. Peter had none, either in his own name or in the name of his alias, Peter Gross. Andromeda, Prochenko, had purchased a false set in Adrianople, but Peter hadn't seen her since the wreck. It was a lovely summer morning, bright and sunny after an intermittent rain. Shrubs and briars had been allowed to grow under the oak trees, though the paths were clear. Though he was not a romantic person, Peter rejoiced in the smell of the earth, and he found himself paying attention to the birds and squirrels, even the insects as he walked. And when the great bulk of the Brankovinu Palace came into view, he felt suddenly giddy, not because it was a beautiful building. No one had ever claimed that, nor had he himself ever been inside it. Already, during his service to the prince, it had been abandoned, boarded up. But in distance, in a grove of pines, he saw the tiled roof of Sophie's guest house, built for the prince's grandmother in an oriental style. There he had stayed once, and there he had promised to defend the prince's child. That promise, sworn on his honor as a patriot, had taken him a long and weary way, first to Mogosoaia Castle and to Massachusetts, where he'd gone through school and high school in the body of a crippled boy. Later he had come to Heliopolis with Prochenko. He had lived through many follies and stupidities. But now here he was again, standing in his flesh, the road now looped together under his feet, tied into a knot. His trail had come full circle here, but where was hers, Miranda's? Days before, she'd been here. It was the talk of Bucharest. Even the director of railroads had mentioned it half wistfully, as if he too had been tempted to give up everything to march under her banner, white-haired and portly as he was, and dressed in a cream-colored waistcoat.
If I didn't have responsibilities, Domnall Gross, he'd said, as they stood together looking at the woodblock caricature that was posted on the wall of his office, as on every wall in Bucharest. 1,000 marks reward for news leading to capture of the woman who called herself Miranda Popescu. Even then, reading the text, de Gratz had imagined that Miranda's army would contain a great many poets, lovers, women, and old men, but few professional soldiers beside himself. It didn't matter. He was enough, if he could only find her. Some lines of English poetry came into his mind. Let us be true to one another, for the world which seems what? What indeed? But she was here somewhere in the forest. He walked through the overgrown gardens, following his nose, understanding only where he would not go. Not to the guest house where the path would be muddied with sad memories. Not to the Venus shrine where Radu Lukacs was searching with his men. Peter de Gratz was a man of impulse. Always he was searching for a sense of rightness that went beyond words. How could that be accomplished except through faith and trust in his own destiny? God spoke to men who did not contradict. Always he had been unpopular in the army, though he'd won more ribbons and medals than he could wear. Now in his brown coat and trousers, his laced-up leather shoes, he stood at the border of the forest next to the old barn. Though there was a path under the trees, he didn't take it. Instead, he struck immediately into the woods, pushing through the undergrowth, stepping over the dead leaves, and sometimes finding cart tracks and stone walls. This had been agricultural land 200 years before. He pushed northeast through the brambles for many hours. He had no weapons or water or supplies. But in other ways he was prepared. His trail was as straight as if drawn with a rule. In time he came into the older forest, never cut. Toward evening he crossed some rotten strands of barbed wire and stood beside the ruins of an old tower. Baron Ceausescu had sequestered the entire area in the old days, a circle of ancient trees held in the long curve of the river. Now those laws had been relaxed, more through inattention than design. There were still some notice boards nailed to the trees, but Peter didn't read them. Instead, he peered up at the body of a rat, tacked to the bark of an enormous oak. Its belly had been split and stuffed with fetish objects to guard against bad luck. There were beads, medallions, coins, and other objects wrapped in cloth. He had stumbled out of the prickers now, his coat covered with green burrs. He plucked them off, looking in both directions down a muddy leaf-meal path. For the first time he was unsure now how to go. The orientation of the path to the notice boards and tower was unclear. But one way led deeper into the old forest. Choosing it, Peter walked for several kilometers without seeing anyone. Moving through his thoughts as if through a sequence of empty rooms, he took a long time to become aware of a creature beside him in the undergrowth. Longer still to realize that the creature was staying with him parallel to the path. He heard a crashing in the brambles, stopping when he stopped to look. Nothing was distinct in the low light, but there was some lurking movement that soon disappeared until he saw a figure up ahead. Something or someone was on the path in front of him, and without thinking, Peter thought that if he just broke forward in a run, shouting, shaking his fist, then the animal would blunder away. It seemed timid enough. But when it started coming toward him, he found his pretended anger swelling into something real. He paused to pick up a broken stick, and when the creature leaped at him, he jammed the stick into its ribs and twisted it. At first he thought it was a monkey or an ape. It leaped on him and locked its legs around his waist, its arms around his neck. He felt in his body an immediate reaction, as if a child had reached up to hug him. So he dropped the stick and put his hands around the creature's knees, supporting it against his body. It was a female, he imagined. There still persisted in the Romanian forest the remnants of an older race of human beings, the original inhabitants of Europe. Displaced in Neolithic times by waves of immigrants from Africa, they had retreated to the lonely corners of the continent, where they lived on government preserves. The Chevalier de Gratz had not paid much attention to his education, but he remembered a few things. Now he stood with his legs spread, supporting the woman with his hands under her rear.
He had stabbed her with a stick, and he could feel the warm blood, but she showed no reaction. Suddenly he felt the heat of the afternoon, and a small sensation on his neck where she was kissing him maybe, or maybe licking at the sweat under his ear. He glanced sidelong at her face and got a brief impression of long eyelashes and pale, hairy skin. But he couldn't get much of a sense of her because she was dressed in strips of cloth wound around her arms and legs and body. The hair was clipped short on the back of her head. A female, he thought, because he knew the males were shy and large, much stronger than a man. Driven out from the Carpathians, some family groups had been resettled by the Brankovenus on their private land. The air was hot and still. Peter felt the tickling under his ear and listened also to small murmured words in a language he didn't know. The woman was talking to him. Or else she carried on a laughing, whispered, sing-song conversation with herself. She couldn't have expected him to understand. She didn't seem embarrassed. In time she released her grip and climbed down, and he could see where she was wounded in the side, though she paid no attention. She took him by the hand and pulled him off the track into the undergrowth, finding a deer path through the brambles, and he followed her. Peter de Gratz felt none of the aggression that comes from curiosity. As always, the part of him that thought about things was separate from the part that acted. Without thinking, he imagined that the woman was taking him to Miranda Popescu. Perhaps she had found refuge in the dangerous small villages of these creatures, or in the caves they once had decorated with painted animals, where the Romanian police would search for her last of all. The woman was laughing and chattering as she dragged him along, and in the speckled sunlight it was hard to see her face. This was partly because she was in front of him, and partly because he found himself glancing away when she turned back, made uncomfortable by her big eye ridges and sloping forehead, her big jaw and teeth. In the woods in front of them, he heard a gunshot. The woman's skin was pale. Her hair was gray, not thick enough to be called fur. The most of her was covered in dirty strips of cloth. Her forearms were bare past the elbow. And though she was smiling, Peter sensed from her an impression of urgency and danger. She had let go of his hand as the land started to rise, and she moved quietly and quickly through the undergrowth, bent almost double. Quietly and quickly, Peter followed her. It was a skill he had from Berkshire County. Was Miranda hurt? Then suddenly they came onto an outcropping of rocks above a clearing of felled trees. There were thatch-roofed wooden huts below them. Miranda Popescu lay in a circle of trampled earth on a tarpaulin or stretcher. He could just make it out. Dressed in the silver uniforms of the German military police, 2 men stood upright on either side of her. 2 others were kneeling. Peter took his jacket off and dropped it on the rocks. The woman who had led him sat and hugged her legs. There was blood on her side, but she took no notice. For a moment, dully, Peter wondered what Sasha Prochenko might do now. Perhaps he would call out, wave, climb down slowly through the rocks, approach the policeman smiling with his hands open. Whatever he did, it would involve a lot of talking. Peter crouched behind a rock as one of the kneeling men looked up, stood up, pointed at the woman sitting cross-legged. One of the soldiers raised his rifle, but he didn't fire and the woman didn't move. Peter recognized the man who had pointed, though he was older and white-haired now, a one-eyed man named Ernest Dysert, who had fought with Schenk von Schenk. Prochenko would have definitely called out to him. They were old comrades, after all. But de Gratz slipped back out of sight over the lip of the hill, then climbed down through the rocks. After circling through the trees, he came to the back of one of the small houses. In the village, he could slip from house to house. Some of these places were ruined or abandoned, and some were simple dirt-floored huts. There were about 15 houses in all, arranged in 2 rough circles around the trampled clearing. One was larger than the rest, and its back door was open. Through it, he stepped into a room with woven matting on the floor. There was a fireplace, a wood stove, a spinning wheel and treadle loom, some metal pots, and even a few books. The house was neat as any peasant's cottage, with its high shelf of painted crockery. Peter de Gratz saw none of these things. He was looking for the mark of a struggle, but he didn't find it. though the front door was ajar, and he was looking for a weapon, which he discovered near the household altar of Diana the Huntress. It was a thin-bladed knife stuck into the timbers of the wall. The shutters were closed on the glassless front windows. Peter looked out through the slits into the trampled yard. The soldiers were close by, and he heard them talking. But it was hard to listen, hard to concentrate. They had put their hands upon the general's daughter. He couldn't see her face, but he could recognize her hair and legs. He found a noise of protest coming out of him, a low coughing noise. At the same time, he started to pound his fist against the window frame. He wanted Miranda Popescu to wake up, and he thought surely the soldiers would be frightened of the creatures who lived in these houses. They were fierce, crazy creatures, as the world knew. Then he went and stood next to the door jamb, next to the wooden lock plate, so that he could meet them as they came to look. This was so easy. A child could have done it. He saw the muzzle of the rifle poking open the door, and he studied it as it came through, a fine light weapon from Abyssinia, perhaps. He kicked the door, and the man in the silver uniform staggered forward. He had a big, fleshy nose, and Peter grabbed hold of it. With his knife, he sawed off a piece of it, then kicked the gun loose as he jumped across the open doorway, and the second soldier fired his gun, fired it again. A high, odd, muffled sound. Peter imagined he was safe for several seconds at least. The door was flat against the wall, and he had the double thickness of the door and wall. It didn't matter, though. He didn't need the time. The first soldier blocked the threshold. He was rolling on the ground and screaming, his hands over his face. The second soldier must have realized how exposed he was. He scuttled backward when Peter looked out through the slits of the second window, and Dysart had disappeared. It was time for talking now, or else pretending to talk. Peter dropped the knife and ripped away the bloody cuff of his sleeve, then pulled out his pocket handkerchief and wiped his hands as he ran through the cottage, slipped out the rear door. The wounded soldier was still screaming. It was the end of the afternoon, and the sun hung low over the ragged cliffs. Rubbing his hands, Peter moved away from the sun around the circle of huts. Between two of them, he found the body of a little hairy woman dressed in a blue dress and white apron. She was curled up like a dog. Peter's right hand wouldn't come clean, and he now saw that he was wounded. A bullet had passed through the middle of his palm. Now, when he saw the hole, it started to throb, and he tied the handkerchief around it as he left the woman and went on. He flexed his fingers, and his hand hurt, and he wondered if he would meet Dysart circling around, or the German soldier, or the other man he'd scarcely seen, except for an impression of drab black clothes and a slouch hat. He was the one, as it turned out. De Groot saw him lurking by the inner house, and so he changed directions and came up behind him, making no effort to be quiet. The man turned back when he saw him, came toward him with his hands out.
"Donald Gross, where did you come from?"
he whispered.
"From the reception. Heaven be praised. I am happy to see another citizen of Romania. You are Romanian?"
he asked, speaking in that language but with a harsh Hungarian accent.
"Oui." "I am so glad to hear it. Did you see one of those savage men? Are you here for the reward? I am asking you to help me, the hero of the Hevestian. I am so glad. The Germans have her now."
"Oui." He was a gaunt little man with a luxurious black mustache. He studied Peter keenly without seeing him.
"We saw him through the door. He bit Lieutenant Schneider's nose completely. Come with me."
Grabbing Peter's arm, he led him back the way he'd come. When they passed the curled-up body in its apron and bonnet, he groaned.
"But this is terrible. These Germans have no affection for life except their own. Heaven forgive me for coming out with them. And that coward Dysart, where is he?"
He seemed anxious to talk. He kept a long whispered commentary as he led Peter back to the big cottage, and the sound of muffled screams.
"I must tell you, this is an enormous creature. I think 2 meters tall. Did you see him run away? You must be careful."
But Peter was a brave man, the hero of the Hephaestion disaster. Without hesitation, he stepped through the back door of the cottage where the soldier was laid out. The knife he saw had fallen behind a chair. In the shadows of the room it was invisible, but it was too close to the severed nose. A gobbet of raw flesh. If the Germans looked for it, then they would find it. Peter wondered if he should seize it up and attack the second soldier who now crouched over his comrade, bandaging his head. He spoke to him in German, a language Peter didn't know, and he had managed to cover his entire face above his mouth with blood-soaked bandages. Even his eyes were covered over. Peter's hand throbbed, and the bandage was soaked through. The little man was behind him again and led him through the front door into the yard. There lay the general's daughter on her stretcher. It was put together, Peter saw, out of a broken canvas cot.
"Dysart!"
called the man behind him.
"Dysart!"
Then, in a lower tone,
"Where is that illegitimate fool?"
Peter had gone down on his knees beside the cot. He couldn't see the girl's face, but only her black hair and the ridge of her ear poking through. He put his left hand out to touch her, and then hesitated, and then moved his opened hand above her body, stroking the air a few inches above her flank, cupping her shoulder, her elbow, and her hip. He listened to her breathing and imagined the warmth of her. The sun was down behind the cliff. He smelled the fragrance of dirt and dust, and his mind was full of English words. "Ah, love," he thought, "let us be true to one another." Which was stupid nonsense. This was the daughter of General Schenk von Schenk. He had known her since she was in diapers.
1,000 marks reward is a beautiful sight,"
said the drab man with the absurd black mustache.
"How did you hurt your hand? You must have hurt it in the wreck."
Then the soldier came to the doorway and called out in German. The man listened, and then whispered to Peter,
"These men are potato eaters. He wants us to carry back his friend. It is always the same with him. Heaven forbid that one of them should be getting hurt. In Russia I have heard it is always the Romanians, always the Hungarians while they hang back. It is because they think we are like nothing, or like dirt perhaps. I tell you, my friend, I am glad to see you. Listen to him. He says Lieutenant Schneider cannot walk. He cares more for his comfort than for our success."
All this time the soldier had been calling out in German, and now he walked over toward them. He had both Abyssinian rifles slung over his back. Without ceremony, with bloody hands, he lifted up one side of the canvas stretcher and dumped out Miranda Popescu. She groaned and rolled over onto her back. Peter reached his hands out, but he couldn't touch her.
"Qu'est-ce qu'elle a?"
he asked. The little man squatted down and fanned himself with his soft hat. His long gray hair was combed back from his forehead.
"No, she's not sick. We found her in the house like this. Wake her up. Make her walk, I beg you. Try. Otherwise we cannot leave one man to guard her. Where is Dysart? I tell you we must not stay here after dark."
Miranda Popescu was wearing a loose cotton shirt and undershirt, a leather belt and riding pants, although her boots were gone. Now he could see her face, her pale cheeks chafed and roughened by the sun. He could see her small chin and dark, heavy eyebrows, her beautiful hair. Around her neck was a silver locket, and around her left wrist was the bracelet of the Broncovanus.
"I could carry her,"
he said in ordinary peasant's language for the first time.
"Yes, you are a powerful man. On your back, perhaps? I think she is drugged or in a trance."
All this time the soldier had been speaking. He had dragged the stretcher closer to the house, and now came back to stand above their heads, cursing and gesturing. He was a big man with a big, fleshy face. The man with the black mustache got up to talk to him, and whatever he had said about potato eaters, now he seemed anxious to please. Together they went to the house and let out poor Lieutenant Schneider. All his bandages were soaked with blood, as well as the front of his fine uniform. He staggered and fell down. They laid him on the cot. And he was lucky he was not particularly heavy. Otherwise they'd not have managed it. Even so, they had to rest often as they carried the man away, following Peter under the cliffs and down the track. And at first he would wait for them, perhaps leaning with his back against a tree. But he never put the girl down because of the promise he had made to her father. Nor did he carry her on his back, but in his arms, her cheek against his shoulder. She was hot, and he was sweating in the cooling dusk, and as the shadows lengthened, he walked faster, out of sight of the other two, nor did he pay attention to the drab little man when he cried out, begging, then commanding him to wait. Already they were behind him, and he was thinking about Captain Dysart, Ernest Dysart, who had fought with the general and was a different and more dangerous kind of man. When he got to the deer path that the woman had showed him earlier that day, he ducked down under the brambles and followed it with Miranda Popescu in his arms. As silently as he knew how, he circled back toward the village and the cliff. About dark, he reached where he had left his jacket, and the woman was still sitting, waiting. She was wounded in the side, and his hand bothered him. Now all Peter's life, all his experiences, seemed like a dream to him, a strange, chaotic rush. But because he was a man who'd never fed his own imagination, it was hard for him to understand how powerful a dream could be, how it could form a tunnel to a hidden world, a hole to crawl out through. Once you were out, your life inside seemed fragmentary and confused, remembered only vaguely or in the middle of the night. This was Miranda's experience when she had drunk the water from the pool and then pushed through the cave's new rocky egress into the bright sun. Now, days later, slumbering in Peter de Graatz's arms, her cheek against his shoulder, or else her long neck hanging back, she was alive and wakeful elsewhere. Vaguely and intermittently, she was aware of being carried and supported as Peter stumbled up the deer path to the ragged cliff top above the town. There the woman was still waiting, and she led him onward into the dark woods until they found a place of shelter in a cottage in the woods. There was Ludu Rattooth, who helped him put her down onto a bed of pine needles and old quilts, and took her temperature with a mercury thermometer. She had a fever. The gypsy girl in de Graat sat down over her head, and when she struggled sometimes and cried out, the girl said, "Rest now, hush," and other small things. Intermittently she was aware of them as figures in a dream, but in the secret world she saw she'd fallen into a trap. And the floor of the pit had wooden tiger stakes protruding from the mud, their points reinforced with metal. She had fallen between them and was not hurt, but the pit was a deep one, and she couldn't climb up the steep sides. She clawed down dirt upon herself whenever she tried. Above the circle of the hole it was bright day, a cloudless sky like a disk of painted tin. In her little prison she paced back and forth, angry and coughing deep in her chest. How much time did she have? The men would come soon, and they would shoot her. Above her in the side of the pit there protruded the bend of a tree root, and she wondered if she could climb that far, or if she could scrape down enough dirt to fill the pit entirely. If she undercut the sides, there might be some kind of mudslide and something might change, and so she set to work digging at the soft earth and digging at the rocks. Then she heard a noise, and when she looked up there were other animals, the ones that sometimes followed her. Grass hung down over the lip of the pit, and she could see the little rat nosing around and hear it screaming. And she could hear the chattering of monkeys in the trees outside the hole. They were excited about something, a new creature who now climbed down onto the exposed root. At first the tiger thought it was a man, but the smell was wrong, and she could recognize it now, a larger kind of ape, and tailless. It had brown hair, and it perched above her looking down, not chattering like the others, but staring at her until she stopped her pacing and stretched her body up the pit's steep side, reaching out with her big claws. The ape had brown eyes, curly fur, and he wasn't telling her to rest quiet and do nothing. Instead, wordlessly, he begged her to exert herself, and he had help for her too, some tangled strands of vines and creepers that he was bundling over the edge, a net with one edge still caught in tree branches, because she tore at it and found it firm. but she was too heavy to drag herself up, though she was a good climber, lighter and more agile than her Asian cousins, and she would often sleep in trees or drag a meal up there. But in the pit she struggled and fell until another mass of knotted vines came over the edge, a mass that now filled much of the hole, and she pulled herself up a few feet at a time. And when finally she had dragged herself onto the grass, she saw the trees were empty and the ape was gone, and everything was still. Around a tiger in the forest there is always a circle of quiet, and even the birds stop squawking and calling. When she was safe in the long marshy grass, she pondered what she would do. Because her thoughts were slow and deliberate, she lay until evening in her nest of grass, licking herself and smelling the warm wind. She wasn't hungry, nor did she have an instinct for revenge. But this was her forest, or it had been until men and women had come and settled here in the richest valleys, people with no animal nature, or so they tried to persuade themselves. They had villages now everywhere, even in the forest itself, and more were coming every day. Toward dusk she got up, stretched, and shook herself, and when the moon came over the hill, she started away down the valley over the wet ground. Always she was surrounded by a circle of silence, as if she were the only living creature in this teeming swamp. Only once she heard the high, nervous bark of a dog, one of several that followed her at a respectful distance when she was hunting, as now. The men had a city. For a long time they had not budged from it because they were afraid. But now they were sustained by a new kind of arrogance that allowed them to move freely. For many years they had built up the walls of their city so they couldn't be attacked. But the white tiger wondered if they still protected the old wall, or if the thinking that allowed them to venture out had also allowed them to neglect it. She wondered if there was some hole or broken slide of rubble or unguarded watchtower. Past midnight she came onto the plain, and in the distance she saw the place lit up. Now this was dangerous, and she slunk from rock to rock beside the road. But in the silver moonlight she was hard to see, and so she continued mile after mile until she saw the gate of the city in front of her. 4 roads came together there, and she had seen no traffic along any of them. But now suddenly she heard a clamor of movement and the blaring of horns, and the gates ground open, and a crowd of men and cars came out, an army of soldiers, tanks, and weapons of all sorts, regiment after regiment, all carrying the eagle flag of Germany, and they marched off to the east. Curled up behind a boulder on a low ridge 1/2 mile from the road, the tiger watched them for several hours. When the last men were gone, she climbed around the ridge to the west side, and there she saw a different army coming home. Ambulance cars, mule-drawn carts, wounded men, an intermittent oozing stream that trickled through a smaller barbican. The tiger was able to cross the road quietly, unperceived. Near the junction with the south road, she saw a teenage boy and a gray-haired woman cowering at the bottom of a small ravine. Had she seen the woman before? They were not worth her notice as she circled the walls, and they were gone when she passed the place again. She was looking for weakness, and she found it in a tiny portal near the ravine. Perhaps the woman and the boy had escaped that way. The old stones had tumbled down and had not been repaired. The wooden door was split in half, and in the guardhouse the tiger could see a man sitting in the shadows, staring at the lantern on his desk. He had black hair and a bald spot, and the hair combed over. When he looked up, she saw his face had been much ravaged by disease. The window was unbarred, and he saw her, but he raised no alarm when she slunk past him through the broken door. And maybe the city had been emptied by the emigrants who had left it to settle elsewhere in the tiger's home. Or else it had been emptied by the rush of the departing army. But she saw no one in the darkened street that curled upward in a mounting circle. From the wall, searchlights had shone out in all directions, casting garish shadows on the plain. But once inside the walls, everything was dark and quiet, and the tiger walked along the gutter, up and up into the summit of the town. There she found a little building separate from the rest, an altar or a shrine, she thought, made of white marble, The door was open, and everything was dark. And when she stepped across the threshold, she knew she had come into a place of secret power, and she could smell men sleeping in the little room, a family of brothers, perhaps, drugged and unconscious in the hot, stinking dark. There were 3 of them, and one was a little man, a soldier. And there were 2 others. Dysart had told her about these 3 men, when he was talking about the new elections in Germany. And as she moved among them, she mauled them and bit them, and they never cried out.
In her bed of quilts and pine needles, in an abandoned and overgrown log cottage in the Mogosoaia woods, Miranda turned and struggled throughout the night.
In the morning, in her shelter in the mountains, Valeria Dragonesti awoke for the last time. She'd rested badly, and her nurse had despaired of her. Sometimes she had not been able to find a pulse or hear a breath. Toward dawn, she'd sent for General Antonescu, but he didn't arrive until after 9 o'clock. That year the weather had been cold. Summer had come late to the high mountains. But at dawn there were already swarms of mosquitoes in the meadows. Antonescu had grunted and slapped as he stood watching the sky grow pale. And when he climbed down the rock slope into the valley, he could see butterflies among the empty tents, and he was sweating. His boots were muddy, and one leaked. So in the antechamber of the little hut he drew them off, rubbed his bare feet, warmed his toes in the sunlight from the open door. From his pocket he pulled out the long silver canister that he'd received from the wreck of the Hephaestion. It was blackened and burned from the ordnance that had blown up in the fire. The top of it was gone. He had been wrong not to go himself and take charge of the assault on the train, whatever the risks. Stefan had obviously made a balls of it. All he had brought back was this one empty canister. He heard the nurse call and went in, ducking his head. He sat down on a stool, prepared, as he'd been for weeks, to know the worst. He sat looking at the wasted face, reduced to its essentials, all puffiness gone. He reached his enormous hand, then hesitated as she woke. Her eyes were watery and blue, her eyelids tinged with red. She smiled at him.
"I had such a dream,"
she murmured, her voice indistinct and hoarse. Later he would punish himself by remembering these words. The last she ever spoke to him. Knowing she was near death, still he could not gather his attention sufficiently to listen, because he had no interest in dreams. Instead he watched her as she prattled on. Her cheeks were flushed.
"And then," she said, "and then."
During his influential days in Bucharest and abroad, it had been the vogue for ladies to write down their dreams and then discuss them in the frankest language, as if they held the key to everything, as if their waking lives had no importance. And maybe he was just a coarse old bumpkin that he couldn't listen to these fairy stories, even when he tried to be polite, even when, as now, he realized he would look back later and reproach himself. For a moment he forced himself to pay attention. He was glad to hear that she was saying something hopeful, enumerating a list of things that God would say to her, or she to God. Her blue eyes shone.
"That's good,"
he murmured, tapping his bare foot on the raw wooden boards. He couldn't stand it. It disgusted him to think of her dying in this humble shed, her only company, a rough, uncultured soldier and an idiotic nurse who should have called him sooner. He'd been up waiting the entire night, or only dozed off in his armchair once or twice. He'd had no dreams. Now he allowed his anger to grow strong. He would not weep like a girl. He found himself turning over in his hands the silver canister from Abyssinia, blackened from the explosion, lead-lined, he could see. What had Nicola Ceausescu wanted it for? Was this the terrible weapon that could make Europe tremble? More than ever, he regretted leaving the derailment to Stefan, who had blown up the baggage car. What did he think was going to happen? Along with these canisters, were there any that had not burst open? The car was packed with ammunition, guns. Maybe, if he'd managed to salvage this mysterious weapon, he could have made Romania regret the day they'd driven their rightful empress into exile. No, it was too late for that. In his indignation and grief, General Antonescu didn't notice the exact moment when Valeria Dragonesti stopped speaking, when she closed her eyes, and when her breathing faltered, then subsided. Nor did he notice a little creature at the corner of her mouth, a silverfish or else a worm. By himself in the hut, he could not keep from weeping. Grief shook him and then left him, as the wind might shake the branches of a tree. He squeezed his eyes closed, put his fist against his mouth, and tears would still come out. How repulsive it was for a strong man to sit bawling like a child, his eyes red and his nose running. Surely something could be done. He would ask for a meeting with the German governor. He would ask for his men to be released to their own homes.
"Go away," he would tell them. "Get married. Go on home."
Maybe the Germans would permit it if he surrendered to stand trial. Maybe they would permit it if he brought them the canister. Evidence of what? Some plan of Nicolae Ceausescu's? The ordnance in the baggage car was nothing. A diversion or a ruse. That much was clear. These canisters, Stefan had seen dozens of them scattered about. They were the important cargo. Whatever they contained, it was obvious, wasn't it, that Ceausescu planned to use it against Germany. Otherwise, why all the secrecy? No doubt she had already cleaned up the site of the accident. Perhaps this was the last canister left. But Ceausescu was nothing without the Germans. In which case, had she gone mad? It didn't matter. What was important was what the German governor might believe. Antonescu turned the silver tube between his hands. He rubbed away some of the black ash. There were markings on the base, hieroglyphs, and then some European translations. Nepenthe. He could just make out the letters. Vaguely, he remembered something from his school days, a classical reference. Nepenthe, a medicine administered by gods, a cure for all unhappiness. If the canister had been intact, maybe now he would have broken it open in his hands, sprayed it around the room where the Empress lay dead. But no, he thought as he sat blowing his nose. My miseries are too precious to give up. Miranda started awake. She was lying in a tangle of quilts and blankets in a corner of the floor. Around her stood 3 sides of a log cabin, and the 4th side was broken in. Most of the roof was still intact above her. There was the ape lying in a corner. There was the rat curled up in its armpit. The ape was moaning in its sleep, and Miranda could see why. It had hurt its paw, wrapped in a bloody bandage. "Wake up," Miranda said. "Wake up!" And she clapped her hands. She could tell they were in danger. There was a scent of urine around the place. A fox, she thought. It wasn't safe to sleep like that. She picked a stick from the ground and climbed out through the broken wall into the forest light. Above her in the trees, some monkeys screamed. They knew a fox had come. They knew he'd walked around the cabin once. With the stick in her hand, she followed it, hoping she'd find nothing. The fox might have been scared away by her human smell. The woods were beautiful in the bright summer sunlight. It was a pine forest. Light sifted through black needles onto the thick ground. Her feet made no noise. In front of her on a fallen log, she saw a little bird whose feathers glistened in the sun. When she came close, she saw the bird was made of precious stones. Diamonds glinted on its breast, rubies and sapphires on its wings. Its beak was made of gold. As soon as she had seen this bird, Miranda wanted to touch it and capture it. She thought she'd weave a cage out of willow branches and carry it away. So she came up behind it with the stick. But at the last moment the bird hopped a few feet farther along the fallen trunk, and turned back as if to say, "I know what you are doing." So Miranda slipped into the shadow at the other side of the tree, and with all her strength and swiftness, leaped onto the little creature. But when she held it cupped between her fingers, she could feel its jeweled heartbeat. And when it opened its golden beak, she was astonished to find that it could speak. In a soft, small voice, it begged her to let it go. And it had guessed Miranda's plan. "If you put me in a cage, I'll die, it said. So Miranda opened her hands and let the bird fly away. It rose above her to the bough of a tree. There it perched with the sunlight on its throat, whispering and singing, cocking its head, winking its pretty emerald eye. "You are a soft-hearted girl," it said. "I'll give you anything you want. So have a care." Miranda didn't need to think. But when she opened her mouth to say she wanted to go home to her own house in Berkshire County, she saw the bird wink once, and she couldn't make a sound. And when she thought of the two friends she hadn't seen in a long time, she saw the little bird wink 2 times with its emerald eye, and for the second time she could say nothing. Furious and impatient, she tried to ask for humbler things, a meat sandwich and a ginger ale. Even this was too much for the bird, who winked at her. Miranda shook her fist, picked up a stone, and only then did she find her mouth unsealed. Only then could she stammer out a wish. "Tell me what to do." Then the bird said, "For the sake of your kindness, I will grant your wish. You must go straight on through this wood, not turning to the right or left. In the evening, you'll find what you are looking for." Even from the inside, Miranda could recognize the language of fairy stories. Stanley had read her fairy stories, and Rachel, too. Naturally, when she looked around, the 3-walled cabin was no longer there. The woods had darkened into evening already. The animals had fled away. Because this was a dream and not real life, everything was different in a moment. The trees had lost their leaves. Nor was there a mulch of fallen leaves and needles, but just the hard gray ground. The trees were rootless, angular, and dead, dry sticks pressed into dirt. The air was cold. Miranda looked at her hands and saw they were chapped and red. And because this was a dream, she had no choice where she went, but found herself walking in the direction the bird had indicated before it flew away. There was a gap in the trees that way. Miranda walked over the level ground and soon noticed a gray expanse of gravel underfoot. In the failing light she came to a small town, a double row of tiny clapboard houses, and she walked between them on a duckboard made of gray planks. The houses were identical small cubes with high-pitched roofs. No doors were visible, but there was a 4-paned window in the narrow wall of each, set so that Miranda could see into each interior. Stripes of colored light shone from the windows, merged on the surface of the duckboard. There were 8 houses on Miranda's left hand, 8 on her right. Ahead of her was some kind of broken, indeterminate structure, different from this orderly double row. Standing on the rough planks, Miranda chose the second house on the left. She stepped down onto the gravel and walked over to the windowsill, following a path of amber light. She put her hands on the painted wood, noticing as she did so that there was no glass in the mullioned window. And inside the house, in a single light-filled room, someone was sitting at a wooden table. It and the chair the only pieces of furniture. The table and she took up most of the space, so the room was like a cage. There was no ceiling above her, but just the open roof where the light was shining. All lines and contours were lost. She seemed to sit under the open sky. The woman had brown hair streaked with gray. Her hands were clenched into fists on the surface of the table. Her hands and face were molded out of the same chalky substance. Miranda recognized her by her sweater and jeans and hair. Her American mother. "Rachel," she said, or tried to say. In that airless, sterile place, no sound came out of her. But in the little cottage where Ludu Rattooth sat with the Chevalier de Gratz, she was able to blurt out a groan, and she rolled onto her side. She was lying in a nest of quilts. The gypsy girl, Ludu Rattooth, was by the fire, heating a basin of water. Once again she was describing to Peter how she'd found Miranda in the woods above the cavern of Mary Magdalene. Maybe she'd climbed up through one of the small fissures in the rock. The strain had been too much for her. She hadn't regained consciousness. Then the ape women had carried her into the village under the cliff where the soldiers had come. "Hush," said Peter, raising his bandaged hand. Night was drawing in. The fire burned on a low stone hearth, shedding more comfort than warmth. Already the air was hot and stagnant. But the fire was the source of light in the little room. Ludu Rattooth sat beside it, stirring it with an iron poker, making the sparks crackle and dance. She had a spotted, lumpy face, but she was skillful with her hands and careful with Miranda. She was the one who'd bandaged Peter's gunshot wound, although it wasn't much. The ball had passed through the center of his palm, and he could bend each finger. But it was sore, infected, he guessed, and she had put some stuff on it and bound it up, for which he was grateful. Now she looked up, and he could see her narrow eyes. She didn't like the forest people. Who could blame her? But once again she told him how she had found this place and fixed it up, and the forest woman had led him there. Why was she talking about this over and over? It was because she had to talk to cover her anxiety. She knew Radu Lukacs would come after them again. "Quiet," he said, more urgently, and she was quiet. The sparks crackled in the chimney and on the hearth. Peter had heard a noise, a breaking stick. He stood up and took the poker from her. It was time to fight again, and he squeezed the iron bar in his right hand, feeling the protest of the infected flesh. Then he slipped out through the window into the dark. The cottage was an old wooden structure, long abandoned. Parts of the roof, parts of the wall had fallen in. The forest had grown up around it. Thickets and brambles grew against the outer walls. Crouching underneath their leaves and tangled branches, Peter moved among the stems, quiet as he could through the dead mulch. The ground was damp. Below the house, there was a small crease in the land, a tiny brook. There was a clearing, too, in a small dell. Some saplings had been cut down. As quietly as he could manage, Peter circled round until he crossed the stream. There in the mud, he found the heavy hoofprints of the horse, the boot prints of the man. That old fox Dysart was hampered, Peter guessed, because he needed to bring Miranda out alive. The notice board had specified that she be brought to justice. The reward was offered for her person, not her corpse. He'd have no scruples about the gypsy, but he didn't want to share 1,000 marks with a lot of policemen. He wanted to bring out the white tiger by himself. And so he'd leave the horse in a clearing out of earshot from the cottage on the hill. Peter found it there, a beautiful black gelding, standing absolutely quiet in the dark. For a few moments Peter kept to the shelter of the large trees. He wanted to lead the gelding away to a different place, so Dysart would have to look for it. He must move quickly for Ludu Rattooth's sake. Although he didn't think Dysart would shoot her through the window as she sat beside the hearth, he'd want to question her, to find out where the man had gone. Doubtless Lukacs had told him about Peter Gross. He watched the horse let its head sink down. It was absolutely calm, although it must have known Peter was there. He squeezed the poker, feeling the hot flesh of his wounded hand under the bandage, and then stepped into the clearing. A mistake. Dysart was there, waiting. "Stop," he said in English. Peter stopped. "Put it down," he said, and Peter let the poker drop. "Come here," he said, and stepped out from behind a tree. In the half-moonlight, in the clearing, Peter saw a small bow-legged man with long white hair and a broad-brimmed hat. He was dressed in pale pants and a white shirt. He had a pistol in his left hand. "Come here," he said again, but Peter didn't move. He thought if Dysart were going to shoot him, he would shoot him. So he stepped backward toward the horse, who raised its head. Dysart came toward him. In the moonlight now, his features became clearer, his seamed, scarred face, his single eye, his white mustache. He had been wounded at Havza, Peter had heard. His right eye had been cut out from his head. No trace of it remained. Past 50, he was stylishly, even foppishly dressed, Peter saw when the man paused to light a small cigar. With his right hand, he had drawn it from an inside pocket and placed it between his lips. Then, from another pocket, he had taken his lighter and flicked it open, and had lit the cigar without ever taking his eye from Peter's face. Nor did the gun in his hand move a millimeter. It was a revolver, and in the small flame Peter recognized the inlaid metalwork. Once it had belonged to Frederick Schenk von Schenk. One step, Peter knew, was all he was allowed. Now he stood still and let the man come closer. Dysart kept the cigar in the corner of his mouth, away from his good eye, so the smoke wouldn't bother it. He kept his lighter in his right hand, the gun in his left. Peter smelled the burning tobacco as he came close. And as he stepped forward over the uneven ground, the horse grew restive and unquiet. It jerked sideways suddenly and laid its ears back. The reins, which had been looped around a broken branch, came free. At 2 meters distance, Dysart paused again. He held up the lighter, flicked the flame alive. "I'm a dead man," thought Peter, and he wondered what his old friend Sasha Porchenko might have accomplished at that moment, what words he'd have spoken, because this was the time for words. But he said nothing. If Dysart was surprised to see him, he gave no sign. "The Chevalier de Gratz," he said, "still at his post." Doubtless some words could be spoken. They were old comrades, after all. At that moment it was a liability. Porchenko would have said something. "I'm a dead man," Peter thought again. When Dysart fired the gun, Peter leaped backward and to the right, away from the man's good eye. He tripped and sprawled over the ground. His head fell back, and he felt rather than saw what happened next. The horse surged forward into the line of the second shot, blocking the way. Then, without thinking, Peter struggled backward, scuttling like a crab through the sapling stumps until he flopped over in the tall weeds and scrambled up the slope. Behind him there were shots and the horse screaming. When Peter looked back through the trees, he saw the horse was down, kicking and screaming. A terrible sound that Peter suddenly remembered in his guts from Nova Zagora and many other places long ago. A circle of furious movement in the high weeds. He hoped Dysart had the decency to put the beast out of its pain. The man stood below him with his feet apart, and a shot rattled through the trees near Peter's head. In the secret world, Miranda heard the crack of the gun. She thought a branch had snapped in the sterile wood behind her. She didn't turn around. She stood on the duckboard between the rows of little houses, peering in again at Rachel's image. The creature inside the house was lifeless, motionless, grotesque. Yet, even so, Miranda felt a surge of nostalgic yearning that was like nausea. Was this her private hidden world, populated with cold, chalk-white figures from her vanished life? Or else some kind of obstacle or test, a scrim she had to tear through to proceed? Or were these warehouse sheds where Aunt Aegypta kept her broken puppets? She'd come back here after glancing into each small house. Each had contained a frozen figure from Miranda's life. Teachers, people she had known. She couldn't stand it. Turning away, she hurried down the long duckboard, desperate to see a living creature. At the end, she paused. The trees were broken around a strange ruined structure that seemed to have been excavated from the stony ground. An archaeological dig, perhaps. More lifeless ruins. She put her fist against her chest, against her beating heart. But then, with a spasm of relief, she saw her horse, her own horse, Telamonian Ajax, whom she'd ridden to Brailia and across the plain. He pricked his ears forward as he came toward her out of the wood, moving with a smooth, silky gait that was not like him. He made no noise in the undergrowth among those cold trees. But he was happy to see her, she could tell, although he didn't neigh or nicker. He reached out his big head as he walked toward her, and she ran to meet him and put her arms around his neck. "Good boy," she said. "Good boy," and wished there was something to give him, some piece of sugar or an apple in this terrible place. In the real world, she wondered, who was caring for him now? Who was currying him down and combing out his tail? Not that pig Dysart, or the man with the black mustache. She had left Ajax in a stable by the Brunkovenu place, his first night in a stall. She burrowed her face into his black coat, hoping to liberate some smell, some rough stink of sweat, but there was nothing. nor did he make a sound. Miranda knew there was something wrong, knew that the real horse was elsewhere. But even so, she took a comfort from his black, cold mass, and he was moving forward, urging her forward. So she swung herself up bareback, holding onto his mane.
His steps were smooth and noiseless as he carried her up out of that place, and up a long hill in the blue, strange twilight.
And she felt she was ascending out of the low, stale air into a more rarefied place. Surely this was the glass hill from the fairy tale. Without the black horse, she would never have been able to climb so high. She would have slid down over and over. Surely sparks rang from his hooves. And at the top stood the castle of the princess in the fairy tale. It was the little town in Massachusetts where the princess had once lived. And she rode silently down Main Street under a black summer sky. And she saw no one, and there were no lights in the windows until she reached the castle walls and dismounted in the front yard of her old house near the college green, with gray clapboards and high dormers and bright windows and red shutters, or raspberry as her mother had called them. She slid down off the horse, walked forward a few steps, and when she turned around, Ajax was gone. He had moved away under the trees. Miranda climbed up the porch steps, and the door was open. "Rachel!" she cried out. "Stanley?" Every light was on, but no one was home, and the house was a terrible mess, she saw as she moved from room to room downstairs. More than any other single thing, this was upsetting, because Rachel had always been so fastidious a housekeeper. But maybe no one had lived here for many years. The rugs were stiff with muddy footprints, the upholstery streaked with grime. Windows were broken, and there were vermin in the house, fleas hopping on the cushions, roaches burrowing in the breakfast cereal that was spilled over the kitchen floor. In every corner there were corpses of dead roaches and ladybugs. Rachel always had had a peculiar horror of roaches, which were rare in Berkshire County. Rats and squirrels scuttled in the walls. Everywhere there were the droppings of small animals. Mice had chewed the old newspapers into shreds. All the kitchen cabinets were open. The cleaning cabinet was open, and Miranda seized one of the brooms. "Rachel!" she cried. "Stanley!" No one was home. Overcome with tears, she started to sweep all the spilled food into the center of the kitchen floor. If Rachel could see me, she thought, but where could she start? Pursued by a sudden loneliness, she ran up the stairs to the third floor, to her room, which was completely trashed. Never had it ever looked like this, Miranda thought, standing on the threshold, even when she'd been trying to piss Rachel off. All her clothes were pulled out, flung around. The bed was ripped down to the springs. The books were pulled out of their shelves. They lay in a heap in the middle of the floor. Miranda bent down to pick up one broken-backed volume, The Essential History. Some of the pages were ripped out. But how was it that the book still existed? Kevin Markosov had destroyed it in a fire on Christmas Hill, had burned it up and brought her into the real world. Her and Peter and Andromeda. The book had contained a whole false life. And now here it was again, or some version of it. Still, it cheered her to hold it in her hand. She slid it into her pants pocket. Then, with the broom held like a weapon, she descended the stairs again, because she'd heard some movement in the dining room. And on the middle of the table, on a filthy doily, sat a cat, a big, ripped-up orange marmalade. Furious suddenly, because she remembered the campaigns Rachel had conducted against her own kitten, Frosty, before she was hit by a car, Miranda struck out with the broom. But the cat raised up its paw to show its claws. It bared its teeth. One incisor had been broken off. Angry beyond reason, Miranda grabbed the creature up with her bare hands. Its coat was greasy and matted, and it was hard for her to keep her grip because it twisted and scratched and bit. But Miranda had it by the ribs, and she took it to the front door and threw it down the steps. Then she went back to the cleaning cabinet to find some hydrogen peroxide to wash out her cuts. Her hands were all scratched up. But when she disturbed the bottles and spray cans at the back of the cabinet, the roaches crawled out and she had to back away. There, next to the peroxide, was a silver canister. Once they'd rented out their house one summer and gone to Colorado. When they returned, they found the place infested with fleas, and Rachel had set off some bombs, one in each room on the first floor. That had done the trick. Now there was one left at least. Miranda pulled it out and set it upright on the linoleum. The spray nozzle was still intact. In her garret in the People's Palace, the Baroness Ceausescu was brushing her hair. She was humming softly to herself. For the moment there was nothing to be done. Radu Lukacs would bring the girl to her. He would bring her Miranda Popescu. She glanced into her handheld mirror, frowned, made a face, and put it down. She put down the brush and comb and climbed onto her iron bed where she lay looking up at the ceiling, arms stretched to each side. She turned over and was instantly asleep. In Ratisbon, the elector was sitting by the window, rubbing at an itch in his sore and swollen throat. He sat looking out over his garden where policemen were digging by torchlight in the rhododendron bed. He had almost choked to death, but the poisoned nut in his throat had come dislodged when he fell. Or else, pounding on his back, Lieutenant Major Lubomir had managed to dislodge it. Since yesterday, they had been searching for his body. Soon they would find it, the elector had no doubt. In the meantime, there was no reason to be impolite. With him were 2 detectives from the military police. He had served them coffee with his own hands and talked to them about political developments as they unfolded. That day the government had suffered losses, preparatory to the general election. There was talk of a vote of no confidence, as several smaller parties were abandoning the coalition. Worst of all, 3 ministries had been compromised. The Foreign Secretary had been struck by an automobile while he was crossing the street, and was thought unlikely to recover. The Minister for War had shot himself while cleaning his own gun, after a public accusation of corruption, all on the same night. Worst of all, General von Stossel's body had been discovered in a homosexual brothel in Kaunas, 500 kilometers from the front line.
"Tell me,"
murmured the elector,
"in what condition was the body found? Had he been mauled or attacked in any way? Perhaps by a wild animal? Were there tooth marks or claw marks in his flesh?" "Please?" They thought he was insane. How could such fools call themselves detectives? They were handsome, dark young men, and they stood in their overcoats sipping coffee from his beautiful Limoges cups. They had not taken their gloves off. In the afternoon he'd shown them through the house, the princess's apartments, empty now. "You see, I have nothing to hide." "So you live here by yourself?" "As you see. We had reports of a servant. He has left me."
Ah. They were idiots, and soon they would be dead. They stood behind him, looking out into the garden where it had started to rain. The diggers were close now. Lubomir was under the pear tree in a dignified spot. The elector leaned forward, and with his thumb and forefinger, he plucked a powdered ball from the bowl on the table. For the 10th time he examined it. He had thought it was a macadamia nut, and almost choked on it. But it was larger than a nut, and covered with an anesthetic powder that had numbed his throat. In other words, a piece of sorcery. Who was responsible? He asked himself for the 10th time. Lubomir himself, he'd thought as he was gasping for breath, but now he wasn't sure. More likely the ball had come out of Romania, from one of the 3 women there who had destroyed his life. Now he regretted his impulsiveness. But in one way, things were better and clearer since Lubomir's death. His prisoners were gone, and there was nothing now to keep him here where he was not appreciated, where his patriotic contributions were ignored. Behind him, the men were discussing the possible ceasefire.
"Why not?" one asked. "Now the Tsar will give us what we want. We were fighting for the German citizens of Lithuania. Is it not so?"
They disgusted him, their smooth faces and dark sideburns. Doubtless they took him for some strange variety of circus freak. A sick, demented man in an old house, a murderer perhaps.
Well, they would see. Dr. Theodore had done for Lubomir, but Dr. Theodore had gone away. They'd find the Elector was not yet too frail to do his own work. Near him in the shadows stood a suit of armor. It had belonged to the first Elector of Ratisbon, who had worn it at the siege of Bern. The shield was decorated with the symbol of his house, a coiled serpent. Inlaid in Damascus steel, the figure seemed more like a dragon or a centipede in this incarnation, with numerous small feet and hands. It had a human face. The policeman had started underneath the pear tree, where the dirt had been disturbed. The Elector squeezed the soft white ball between his fingers. It had a poison on it, a salted dust that had numbed his throat and made it impossible for him to swallow, a dust that had almost killed him. Surely it had been reasonable at that moment to convince himself that Lubomir was an assassin, had been directed by the Office of Domestic Security to dispose of him. And even if before he died, Lubomir had made a case for his own innocence, still the Elector, stung by the ingratitude of his own government, had made no effort to fight against the enemies of Germany as they'd come thieving in the night. Now he was recovered, though. But he would miss this room. Everything here, every piece of furniture or art he had chosen for its healing or restorative properties. Each object was a treasure, a source of ongoing delight. But they would be hard to carry with him, impossible to find again. Under his stool he'd put his small valise, packed the night before. Some money, a change of clothes, some books, and, of course, the passport he had taken from Lubomir's baggage, filled out in his name and signed by the Foreign Secretary, now in a coma in a Berlin hospital. It didn't matter. By dawn he'd be across the border, one way or the other. The war was ending here, but he would bring it to Romania. One of the policemen in the garden now stood up and laid aside his spade. He turned toward the window, made a sign, and it was time. The Elector of Ratisbon picked up his demitasse, sipped from it, and laid it down. At the same time he placed the poisoned nut in the pocket of his vest, removing the silver derringer he ordinarily kept there. Peter de Groot stood under a beech tree, his hand against its silver trunk. Below him in the dell, Captain Dysart stood over the body of the black horse, quiet now at last. He was reloading his revolver. Now he snapped it shut. For a while he stood peering into the darkness, listening for movement, but Peter didn't move. He supposed he could have run away into the deeper woods, and Dysart wouldn't even have bothered to shoot. But Peter wanted to keep the man in the open, where he could see him in the half-light, in his white shirt, pale pants. He wanted to be the one who chased him as he moved. And so he waited for Dysart to turn around and climb out of the dell, up the west side toward the cottage in the pine trees where Miranda lay. Now immediately Peter realized his mistake. He should have run into the trees, drawn the man away. Once at the cottage, there was no predicting what he'd do. He wasn't strong enough to carry Miranda out, not with Peter waiting. Surely the horse had been valuable to him, vital to his plan. Ludu Rat-Tooth's life was not as valuable, nor Miranda's either. Lukatz would pay 1,000 marks if she wasn't harmed, but doubtless he'd pay something for her corpse. Fearing the worst, Peter blundered through the trees. But as he moved, he remembered some of the habits he had learned in Berkshire County when he was a boy. Soon he was on all fours, pulling himself along under the briars. He could move quicker that way. He climbed over the brook and paused to drink. In 3 minutes he was at the cottage, but Dysart had preceded him. He hadn't heard any shots, but as he came to the window, Peter could see that Ludu Rat-Tooth had run away. Dysart was alone in the little house, bending over Miranda where she lay near the hearth. He had the pistol in his left hand. Its octagonal barrel was pointed to the ceiling. The light shone on the intricate pattern of gold and silver briars, chasing each other over the dull blue-tempered steel. When de Gratz had made his oath to Friedrich Schenk von Schenk, that same long-barreled revolver had lain on his bedside table. With his right hand, Captain Dysart was searching in Miranda's shirt, causing her to groan and move. In the darkness outside the hut, Peter squeezed his wounded hand into a fist, feeling the inflamed flesh under the bandage. What was the man doing? No, he was searching for something.
"Come inside," he said in English. "I know you're there."
Peter stood outside the wooden wall 20 feet away, near the broken corner of the roof.
"Don't worry," Dysart said. "I give you my word. I've never broken it."
In a niche of the stone chimney, serving as a mantel, Peter saw the gypsies' images of King Jesus and Queen Mary Magdalene. Traces of oatmeal clung to their painted faces.
"She had 2 purses," Dysart went on. "One was a drawstring leather bag or cloth, I think. The other was a beaded purse for ladies. One was full of Moldovan double eagles, the other with 1,000 drachma pieces. She didn't even know how much money she had."
He pulled the quilt from Miranda's body.
"Damn it, where is it? Have you seen it?"
"No," Peter said, and took a step beside the wall.
"I looked for it before. Then I found the general's gun. Isn't it a beauty? Don't worry, I give my word."
He had risen now and turned to stand facing the window. Peter stepped away out of sight and put his back to the bark-covered planks. There was a knothole that gleamed red and yellow near his hand, and he wondered whether it was visible from the inside. He didn't want to get drilled through the eye as he stooped to take a peek.
"See, I'll put it down."
But Peter couldn't see. He stood beside the knothole with his back against the wall.
"Ah," Dysart continued. "Of course. The gypsy must have taken the money. How stupid of me. She's probably halfway to the coast."
"Probably," Peter said, and took another step. There were 2 windows in the wall, 2 meters or so apart. Peter stood between them, his shoulders pressed against the dark, rough surface.
"So we're back to the reward," Dysart said. "Lookouts will be here soon. You don't have much luck, I think. Not without a gun. I'll make a bargain. Help me take her out. I'll give you half. And I promise she won't get hurt."
Peter wondered about this and turned to press his cheek against the wall.
"For old time's sake," said Captain Dysart. "You remember that time in Thessalonica? 2 men with guns and just a handkerchief between them. You know how hard it is to shoot a man."
Peter had no memory of this, thank God. He listened for Dysart's step on the floorboards. He listened for the movement of his voice. So far as he could tell, the man hadn't budged.
"She'll be all right. They always are." "What did you get out of the Habza campaign?" "I got 75 piastres a month with 1 eye and a ruptured ear. It took years for me to learn to shoot again." "I think a change is coming," Dysart went on. "What do you think?" "Something has got to break. I think it's time we went beyond these princes and princesses. That's all in the past."
"Yes," Peter said in spite of himself. He took a step toward the far window.
"So, what do you think? Do we have a bargain?"
Peter wondered what Prochenko would have done. His own mind was empty, save for physical sensations. His cheek against the bark, the pain in his right hand, a bird call in the dark summer woods.
"You can't save her," continued Dysart. "So we might as well."
The important thing, Peter thought, was to get into the room.
"All right,"
he said, and pounded his fist against the wall. Then he stepped back to the knothole. Peering through, he saw Captain Dysart near the opposite wall. He had indeed put up the gun. The plain bone handle stuck out from his belt. Crouching down, Peter could see better. The man had his hands held out. In the firelight, Peter could see his fawn-colored trousers and white shirt, smeared now with mud. A twig was tangled in his long white hair, and behind his head there was a hint of motion. Squinting, Peter could see Ludu Rat-Tooth with a piece of firewood above her head. Maybe she had crept over the windowsill. There was a window in the far wall.
"All right," he said again, and pounded on the bark next to the knothole. Making as much noise as he could, he ran to the door, in time to see Dysart pluck the gun out of his belt and turn. But the girl managed to club him with the stick over his head, and then grab hold of him as he shot once, twice, 3, 4 times. The explosions were deafening in that little space. Peter leaped in over the threshold just as it seemed Miranda came awake. Her body shook and spasmed, and he jumped past her to where the man was struggling with the girl. Peter jumped over the uneven boards, some of which had broken to show the black dirt beneath. Dysart was clumsy, slow. The gypsy had broken the skin on his pale forehead. Peter grabbed him by the arm and twisted his arm up. But there were no more shots. The gun fell to the floor. The girl was free and had collapsed onto Miranda's quilts, while Peter staggered and almost fell. The man had kicked him on the inside of the knee, stomped on his foot. But he pulled Dysart down and fell on top of him. The white shirt had some perfume in the cloth. Dysart's body was slippery with sweat and slipped away from him. Peter had him by the shirt, though, and with his left hand he was reaching for the gun, fallen in a gap between the floorboards. He could feel the metal underneath his fingers, and he thought he was going to let go of the shirt as it was ripping now, as Dysart pulled away. Peter felt a pain in his right hand as he reached out with his left, intent on the gun. And unaware of Dysart's knife until that moment, he'd flailed backward at Peter but couldn't reach him. But he could reach the hand clutching his shirt, and he slid the blade between Peter's middle and fourth fingers. He was cutting down between the bones toward the hole in Peter's palm, and the bandage was giving way. But Peter had the gun by the barrel. His arm moved slowly, gathering the strength of his body as he rolled back, as he pulled Dysart down. He hadn't let go with his right hand, and with his left he swung the gun as if through layers of interference, and caught Dysart on his forehead once again, next to the row of tiny blood drops where the girl had marked him. Then he let go with his maimed hand and rolled onto his stomach, holding the gun out in his weak left hand, where it felt oddly comfortable. It was a 6-shooter. He had 2 shots left with any luck. But, as Dysart said, it's hard to kill a man. Maybe with his right hand Peter could have managed it, but not his left. He lay on his stomach, watching the blood pulse from between his fingers, and the long, smooth cut. Behind him, curled up with Miranda, the girl wept. Leaving his red knife on the floor, Dysart rose from his hands and knees until he stood upright, and Peter rose with him. Bleeding from his forehead, the man staggered backward toward the door, while Peter put his right hand into his left armpit. The pain was very bad when he pressed down. He closed his eyes for a moment, hardly more than a blink, and when he opened them, Dysart was gone. That night also, at 11:29, the Bavarian Hydra Express left Ratisbon station en route to Vienna, Belgrade, Bucharest. On it, in an ordinary third-class compartment in the middle of the train, Clara Brankovinu and the boy sat side by side. On their laps they held some paper boxes of sandwiches and fruit. They planned to sit up all night, playing cards and reading. They had not been able to afford a private compartment, certainly not the luxurious first-class sleeper behind the engine, where the elector sat at his table. Keeping inside his hired cab till the last instant, he had not seen them board the train. In front of him on the small table lay some papers and notebooks, some letters and his letter opener. He had washed his hands before he handled them. But soon he was distracted. Now he lay back in his photo and closed his eyes. His thoughts were far away. It was only with his eyes closed that he could catch a glimpse of the dark town in the hidden world. And even when he stood, as if above it on the slopes of Christmas Hill, he did not recognize the place. Nor could he see Miranda sitting on the porch of her parents' house after she'd put down the silver canister. She sat in the front doorway, watching the moon above the mountain peaks. On the surface of the threshold lay the book, The Essential History. Closed inside of it was the small silver letter opener that Stanley had given her one Christmas. When she opened the book to the page that was indicated by the blade, she was discouraged to find there was some damage to it, a place where the onion skin paper had been dug away. No, that wasn't it.
There was a bug living in it that had dug a long, meandering wormhole. When she opened the last part of the book, she could see the bug itself, a worm or a centipede that now surged out onto the page. It was fully 2 inches long. "Ugh!" said Miranda, and she pressed the point of the letter opener into its thin body, crushing it rather than stabbing it, so that its small guts left a smear. Disgusted, she threw down the book, threw down the flat silver blade, and then she got up and walked down the porch steps, deciding to take a walk downtown while she waited for the pesticide to work. She knew the houses were all empty. She didn't have to look, nor were the streetlights on. The whole town was deserted, and she walked down the concrete sidewalks across Main Street to Water Street, and down to the Fieldstone Gate. Without asking herself why, she wanted to visit once more the places she had visited with Peter Gross. More than that, she wanted to get away from the abandoned buildings. She wanted to walk instead among the maples, birches, and conifers that led down to the little cottage by the brook, the ice house with its broken roof and floor. But in the darkness she couldn't find the path, or else she found a path, but it wasn't the right one. It led her west and uphill toward the museum, until she stood in a small grove of birches, their trunks gleaming in the moonlight. This was the place where she had found the woodchuck, or whatever it was, nailed to the tree. There was no sign of it now. But then a little way farther was the skull. A skull of a big animal, and there were some bones, too. This was the lair of the white tiger. Miranda turned around. She felt calm, sleek, satisfied. There was a glint of metal under her feet, and she bent down to draw out of the moss, as if out of a scabbard, a small sword. The knob of the pommel was a curled-up snake. Inlaid snakes chased each other down the blade, which was short and heavy with a single edge. Turning into the forest again, she saw a cat on a broken log, the same cat that had followed her from her house, mangy and unkempt, but with gleaming eyes, a big, baggy orange marmalade with a broken incisor. As Miranda watched, it jumped down from the log and disappeared. Miranda was sweating, and the wind moved through the trees. She could feel it in her hair. She was in danger, she knew, not from the marmalade cat, but from something else, some colder and more subtle thing. As she searched for the trail again back toward the ice house, she was aware of other animals fleeing and scampering away. Not from her, she thought. She pushed her way uphill through a tangle of brambles. No one had kept up the trail, she thought. Peter hadn't kept up the trail. All the undergrowth was higher, and she had to hack at it with the sharp sword. Then, for a while, it was easier going. The ground was bare. Ahead of her there was an animal that turned now and dragged itself toward her on its bottom, a little naked ape she saw, wounded in the belly. It sat hugging itself with long, hairless arms. "Go on, get," she said, but it didn't move. With lidless eyes it stared past her, and she turned to see the land had changed again, opened out, and above her she could see the treeless slope of Christmas Hill. There was a half-moon in the starless sky, and on the crest of the hill, a half-mile away, she could see something coiling and unwinding down the pasture, while the wind brought to her a small burning stink. It was some kind of a colossal beast, a worm or a snake or a centipede that wound down through the pasture side to side, a shallow zigzag, and the moon shone on its back. And its eyes were big and shone not with reflected light, like the cat's or the little monkey's, but they were globes like an insect's eyes, and lit with the same fire that was burning the grass behind it as it moved. At that same moment, in the third-class compartment of the Bavarian Hydra Express, a celebration was in progress. Unorganized, spontaneous, it had ignited out of the high spirits of the car, which was full of people, soldiers, tradesmen, and old women. Here, as everywhere in Germany, there were rumors of a ceasefire after the sudden, astonishing victories of the Lithuanian campaign. The war was scarcely 2 weeks old, but already, it was reported, the Duma had delivered an ultimatum to the Tsar. With the vote of no confidence and the deaths of von Stoessel and the ministers, everything had changed. Already, it was reported, The young Tsarevich had been released as a gesture of good faith. In return, Kaliningrad was to be re-annexed. Two men in the corner of the car were playing the accordion and fiddle. People stood around them and grabbed hold of each other as the train went round a curve. Men embraced, laughed, slapped each other on the back. They pulled out bottles of schnapps and hard cider. They ate sausage sandwiches. The air was full of tobacco smoke and patriotic songs. The musicians were at the front next to the washroom, where there was an open space for luggage and freight. Down the center of the car was a wide aisle, crammed now with people. Princess Clara, keeping to herself, conversing softly with the boy, didn't see Dr. Theodore until he was hanging by the strap above them. This is how they'd come to occupy their seats. They had escaped from the elector's house with their clothes and nothing else. Frightened, terrified by freedom, they'd staggered down into the town. There they'd accosted a professor of religion at the university, walking with his wife, a doctor, and their dogs. These people had taken them in, given them a place to stay, and notified the police who, as it turned out, were already pursuing an investigation. Herr Professor Vobaheck had urged them to stay, but they'd been too frightened. He had sent telegrams on their behalf to Helena Lupescu, Madame Sebastian, and others, the princess's old friends. He'd bought them a ticket. They had no papers, but Clara Brankovanu hardly expected to be stopped at the border. Her companion was the son of the White Tiger, after all. Now, sitting on the train 2 days from their escape, the princess was able to breathe freely. Still, she was terrified by the commotion and loud noises. But in the crowded car, as they climbed up the grade into the mountains, she'd experienced a new kind of sensation: timid hope. As the train had gathered speed, she'd lost some of her worst fears. Though the pressure of the crowd was painful, anonymity was a delight. Herr Professor Vobaheck had told her of the stories in the press, now several weeks old. Miranda Popescu was alive.
I wonder if it can be so,
she asked herself now. Felix heard her as he shuffled the cards, though she'd been talking to herself. He looked up with a worried face, which made her smile.
My boy, I'll always care for you, she said. And did you tell my mother I was coming?
No. He shuddered.
I scarcely remember her. Oh, my boy, don't worry. She'll be glad to see you. And for your sake, I'll forgive her, though her husband...
The terror on his face had touched her heart. But now she followed his staring eyes and looked up to see Dr. Theodore hanging by the strap, looming over them as the train went around a curve. For a moment she didn't recognize him. It had been years, after all, since he had brought her meals with his own hands, ushered in her guests. But now here he was again, unaged, a handsome man with a yellow mustache and blue eyes, a strong, brutal face that was softened now with several days' growth upon his cheeks. But what was wrong with him? He wasn't wearing a necktie, and his shirt collar was open. When he started to speak, she knew he had been drinking.
Don't be alarmed, he said.
Petrified, she grabbed hold of the arms of her seat. She couldn't speak, though what was there to say? Now she remembered all too well the metallic rasp of the doctor's voice. Though it was softened now by alcohol, she had to admit. Oh, but he'd been cruel to her, unfeeling.
Ma'am, it will be all right,
he stammered now.
Today is a great day. You know there are changes. Every one of us. Don't tax yourself unnecessarily. This train is headed to Romania. You understand?
Perhaps she had misjudged him. Certainly in the past he'd brought her medicine for her neuralgia and Epsom salts. She had to be fair. But always there had been a hard, inhuman, ageless way with him, which had not disappeared. Through his fumbling reassurances, it was still there. He dropped his right hand from the strap to try to touch Felix's hair, except he shied away.
I'm sorry, murmured Dr. Theodore. Don't be afraid.
But every time he said that, she felt more of a threat.
Where is your master?
She asked now.
Is he on this train?" "I have no master," the fellow answered drunkenly. She could scarcely hear him above the music and the shouting in the car. Then he turned and staggered into the crowded aisle again, and she lost sight of him. She didn't see him cross into the second-class compartment on his way up to the private first-class carriages, at the door of one of which he stopped to knock. As the train approached the Austrian frontier, it blew its whistle and slowed down. The Elector was in his photel, looking over the notebooks he had taken from his house. Each one was stamped on its leather cover with the token of his family, the silver snake of Ratisbon, with its exaggerated eyes. Each page displayed the token of the snake, whose ribs at times resembled the legs of a centipede. In these notebooks his simulacra had compiled their observations of the princess and the boy, or so he'd thought. But he'd been mistaken. So it was with a kind of bemused trepidation that he watched the man come in, watched him lock the door behind him, watched him stagger drunkenly into the compartment. The train whistled and the brake came on. The Elector was suffering from one of his migraines. He had been reading. May the 17th. Not left his room all day. He has scarcely eaten, only lemon punch and oatmeal bread. I have experimented with different substances without result. He eats nuts, though. These are rare nuts from the Spice Islands that must be specially ordered. A shipment is due in the Kirchenstrasse, and I think something might be done. The entry was in his own minute handwriting, beautiful but difficult to make out. Some lines were illegible. Here was an entry for the first week in June. He makes the lemon punch himself, but he has asked me to bring from the cellar a bottle of Romanian brandy. I have heard the cork may be penetrated with a hypodermic syringe. There is at the same time some success with the macadamia nuts. I must be careful, though. I have no wish to harm Lieutenant Major Lubomir when he arrives. As he read, the Elector had been playing with his paper knife, a piece of iron ornamented with the snake of Ratisbon. He pricked the point against his wrist. It was still sharp. Always he had loved the look and feel of polished iron. Now he rubbed along his sleeve, momentarily wiping away fingerprints. "So," he said, "my suspicions were misplaced." "Yes. Often one imagines powerful enemies from far away. One imagines the governments and sorcerers of the world. Sometimes the truth is more pedestrian. Yes. Sometimes there's a traitor close at hand. Yes. Tell me, are we coming to the border now? I'm afraid someone has telegraphed ahead. It is possible. Please, just one more question. What is the mood of the people on the train? I believe I can hear music playing." Dr. Theodore grabbed hold of the brass rail that closed in the ornate upper bunk. He rubbed his mouth. "They are happy that a larger war has been averted. Our victory came so rapidly because of the attack on June the 7th. We have you to thank." They were coming into the station. The half-moon was behind the mountain peaks, but in the secret world it shone in the cloudless sky above Christmas Hill. The snake was coming, winding down the pasture. Then it slowed as it reached the bottom and moved toward her. Miranda could see the burning fire, smell the stink of it, and she could hear the scream. She stood in the open with her sword, moonlight glinting on the snake's silver back. Close at hand, though, she could see it wasn't as big as she had feared. But it was breathing fire from its terrible mouth, and she found herself surrounded by a cloud of burning steam. Its eyes shone out of the fire, but she stood her ground. In front of her it slowed now, stopped, raised itself up. She felt the burning on her skin. But as the head came swinging toward her, as the beast reached out to touch her with its claws, she saw the unprotected place on its pale belly. As it came down, she struck the blade into its flesh, then jumped aside.
It wasn't finished. With a shrill whistle of rage, it raised itself up. So she hacked at it again and again, while it poured out its smoke and steam. Blinded, she stabbed at it until the sword fell from her hand. Then she was alone in the dark wood. The cold silver body lay inert. But she was burned and bleeding. She scarcely had the strength to limp away. Now more than ever it was important to find the ice house where Peter used to wait for her after school. Sometimes she stumbled on the rocks, scratched herself as she pressed through the brambles. But she recognized the contour of the ground, heard the murmur of the stream. She could see the little cottage up ahead, its windows glowing among the pine trees. How comfortable it looked as she crept toward it, holding her side. She felt drained and weak after the long dreaming, but as she came close, she could see the glowing of the fire. And Ludu Rattooth was there, and Peter Gross, her friend. How strange he looked! How he had changed! He was a man now. Peeking over the sill, she could just see the bed of quilts and blankets near the fire. She could scarcely hear the gypsy's voice. "Shh, she's waking up." But she had one more task before she rested. Inside the cottage, in the glow of the fire, they were trying to rouse her. They didn't know the danger. And so, in the gray light of dawn, she put out her claws. She moved down the slope toward the little stream. She jumped onto a log. She could still smell the blood of the hurt monkey, and she knew the fox could smell it too. And so she slipped into a cleft between the branches and waited for him to come. With his bottle-brush tail and his curious, stiff-legged gait, he ran up from the stream. His legs were black. He was a fast, vicious little creature, but even hurt, she was still faster. She took him behind the head. The fox was Ernest Dysart. Later, the police would find him in the woods, mauled as if by an enormous animal. By that time, hours later, the cottage would be empty. Miranda Popescu and the others would have escaped into the safety of the deeper woods. But with the sunlight streaking through the straight trunks of the pines, the white tiger crept up toward the house again. For a while she stood guard under the windowsill, hearing the gypsy girl inside. Ludu Rattooth. The little rat wouldn't dare show her nose over the threshold. But the ape was there, lying on its back in a pile of black needles, its big eyes closed. It was de Graz's animal, the symbol of his house. Miranda didn't recognize it, but now she found herself overjoyed to see an insect on the monkey's long, pale lip. The prettiest bug in all the universe, she thought. Once she'd had him in a little box in Tara Mortilor. Now here he was again, with his flame-colored carapace and long head. She put out her hand. The bug crept into her palm. Never had she felt so pleased to see a bug of any kind. It opened up its wings, revealing the blue shell underneath. She brought it closer to her face. She yawned, then lay down in the underbrush below the sill. Hurt and exhausted, she closed her eyes, and then she was waking with a pain in her side. And Peter was there with her, grown into a man. Had it been 5 years for him? She was astonished by how happy she felt to find him sitting next to her among the quilts. Happy, shy, and awkward, because he looked so grown up, and because there was something in his face she didn't recognize. Doubtless he had lived through an ordeal, as she had. He would tell her about all of it. He would have stories to braid together with her story, and braiding them would make them stronger. He and she had come a long way from the woods along the Hoosic River, where she'd last seen him in the snow. Oh, but she was glad to see him, and she scrambled up to put her arms around his neck and hug him. He was about to say something, and she put her fingers to his lips, and at the same time she was squeezing him to see if he was real, squeezing his shoulder and arm until he winced. "Cela fait mal," he said. His right hand was covered in a mass of bandages, which nevertheless were crusted and leaking. Ludu Rattooth was standing in the broken corner where the logs and shakes had fallen in, looking out at the sun in the long trees, the mist rising through the branches. "Where have you been?" Peter asked in French. and again she put her fingers to his lips. She wanted him to talk to her in English. She wanted to touch him and squeeze him, though she was exhausted, weak, with scratches and burns on her arms and hands. She pulled herself up so she could whisper in his ear, "I'm glad to see you." He frowned. "You know," she said, "it's not what it's cracked up to be, this princess thing." She said this to let him know nothing had changed, at least as far as she was concerned. "It's amazing what you can tolerate," she said. "It's amazing what you can put up with." "Especially with friends," she said when he said nothing, to let him know they could continue as before, because nothing had changed. But he frowned and pulled his head away. He wasn't happy she had hugged him. He wasn't happy she was touching him now. And so she took her hand away. "How are you feeling?" He shrugged. "Where's Andromeda?" she asked. He shrugged. And she knew suddenly, and with foreboding, that it was stupid to imagine even for a moment nothing had changed. Later, when she'd had time to think, she realized it was stupid to console yourself, because nothing ever stays the same, and everything is always different, and Peter was different, and she herself was different, and everyone is simultaneously rushing towards someone and rushing away, especially people who care about each other, after all. And the past drops away and has no meaning for the future, except for moments we look back and say, "Yes, I remember that," or "Yes, I felt that," or "I believed that." And those images of ourselves are bound to us as if through secret threads of glass. But if we could forget our disappointment, and if there was something to shatter those tough, sharp threads, sever them, how happy we would be! And the past would recede from us, and we would turn from the people we have known and stumble forward, and meet them coming the other way. 19. The Tourmaline. In Bucharest at twilight on the day Miranda woke, the Baroness Ceausescu read this opinion column in the Evenimentul Zilei. Tragedy aboard the Hydra. The mystery has deepened surrounding the death of Theodor von Geiss und Ratisbon, the hereditary elector of that town. The facts are not an issue. He was found in his first-class sitting room, and the door was locked on the inside. Rather, it is the mystery of what pushed this man, a rising star in German politics at one time, to suicide and despair. Doubtless he was aware that a warrant had been issued for his arrest, and the police were prepared to take him into custody at the frontier. When discovered, he had opened his veins with a brass paper knife, and could not be revived. But the deeper mystery remains. What is the identity of the corpse that was discovered in his garden in a shallow grave? And how was he able to slip away from the police, leaving two of them mortally wounded? And, most of all, what of the presence of Princess Clara Brankovinu on the same train, traveling with young Felix Ceausescu? They are expected to be met by cheering crowds when the train crosses the Hungarian border as early as today. Since the night when she had seen her husband's ghost, the Baroness imagined she had felt the unmediated pressure of the world. She imagined she had made decisions, put in motion chains of consequence, whose effects now she was powerless to resist. She had scarcely left the People's Palace except to travel under guard to the National Theatre, where before small audiences she had sung a few songs, practiced a few moments, muttered a few spells. And if she had left her people delirious with rapture, she had not been satisfied. She was too old, too brittle to achieve what she most craved. It is difficult for any artist to survive an absence of 20 years, my dear. But in her private struggle with the third act of the Tourmaline, or the White Tiger as she sometimes called it, the Baroness imagined she'd achieved a breakthrough. Of course, it is when times are blackest that true worth shines through. Everyone knows that. And if after years of trying she had finally broken her husband's heart, what could it mean? Except that she was able to stand on her own feet for the first time since she'd been a child. She stood in her husband's laboratory. No, he wouldn't be with her anymore. strengthening her hand, showing her what to do. She had lit the lamp on Cleopatra's altar, and by its light she examined the newspaper article where it continued, as early as today. What official reception they can expect from the German authority, or from the White Tiger of Pietrasol, fresh from her triumph on the boards of the National, is unclear. In the meantime, there are rumored sightings near the capital of the woman who calls herself Miranda Popescu, and whose claims, or pretended claims, this paper continues to regard with grave suspicion. It was the Baroness's intention, of course, to meet the train at the station as it steamed in from Germany. Yes, she would see her son again. She burned with anticipation. And she would see Clara Brankovinu once again. And she would offer her shelter in the palace. A penniless refugee, it was an act of simple charity, and it would give a secret pleasure when the Baroness was a child, homeless in the streets of Bucharest. Once she had been taken in by the Brankovinu orphanage. What had her dead husband said? For the sake of her own power and strength, it was important to find someone to replace Kevin Markusev. Her husband had always kept her from her own accomplishments, but he was not a fool. It was for this reason, she realized now, that she was attempting to revive her career upon the stage. The Baron had stripped her of everything when he had forced her to give that up, as had been doubtless his intention. Now she would take that power back, and she would hold her son Felix and Princess Clara, and maybe even Miranda Popescu too, in time, under her roof. What had Hermes Trismegistus said about the need for hostages? But it was not enough. Now more than ever she needed Kepler's eye to see her way forward in the struggle against Germany. This was the crisis of the last act of the play. To resolve it, she needed the Tourmaline, the real one, not the fake. Mademoiselle Corelli had told her where to look. All that day she had been reading in her husband's books, trying to find out about the jewel. The language had been difficult, abstruse, and she'd lacked the patience to decipher it entirely. Even so, she had come to the conclusion that the Baron hadn't really understood the power of the stone. In love himself, he had thought only about love. Kepler, too, and that fool of an elector. The sentimentality of these men had blinded them. It took a woman to use power wisely, not in a frivolous manner, not for the sake of her own vanity. She had only a few hours before the train arrived at midnight at the Gare du Nord. She had Captain Corelli's address. Now he was a professor at the university. How had he enjoyed his treasure all these years? Was he a fool like these others? Had he used it to lure prostitutes into his room? Now she heard the ringing of the bell, which Jean-Baptiste employed to summon her. A guest had come. No, 3 rings and then silence. It was Radu Lukacs, doubtless with news about the Popescu girl. She had dressed modestly for her interview with the professor, a wasteless gray smock with a Parisian hemline at mid-calf. It was a cool night, and she wrapped a gray fringed shawl around her shoulders as she left the room. She passed through her bedchamber and then into the more public apartments, until she found at last the little sitting room where Radu Lukacs waited for her. She opened her shawl so he could see the fine bones of her neck. She came close to him so he could smell the fragrance of her perfume, mixed always with her own body's smell. She was careful not to cover it completely. He stood with his hat in his hands, looking more than ever like a rusty old crow. "Madam," he insisted after an agonized silence, "I have good news. We have surrounded Miranda Popescu in the forest above Mogosoaia. You understand, it is in the old preserve where those monkey-faced barbarians are living. You know they were protected by Egypt's Shank, and then forgotten by us, neglected for too long. I have spoken to the German ambassador, who agrees it might be time to harvest those old trees. They will bring a good price in Germany." "Surrounded?" murmured the Baroness Ceausescu. "Yes, ma'am," Lukacs persisted in his shrill, nasal, Hungarian-accented voice. Too loud for the little room. "We have her in a circle. She has left all human habitation, and there is only one more place to look. We will take them at Constantine's fort. She is with that fellow only,
and one gypsy servant. She is not to be harmed," murmured the Baroness. "Ma'am, your compassion is well known." She put her hand out toward him, pausing a few centimeters from his coat. The lamps were low. Shadows flickered around them. "I will bring her here. I will reunite her with her mother. Perhaps she and Felix—" "Ma'am, she is a murderess."
Ah, and is that really such a bar? The Baroness thought. Then she spoke wistfully, sadly.
"Please, I want you to bring an honor guard to the station. And a brass band. Could you manage a brass band?"
For a moment she felt overcome with sadness, imagining herself in Clara Brankovenu's place.
"My friend, you've helped me," she whispered to Radu Lukacs. "And one more thing. Have you found Markasev, the boy who escaped from us? You remember I asked you?" "Yes. So far I have discovered nothing. We must be discreet. I have people in the hospices and shelters. You know the German government has opened up some houses for the indigent."
The Baroness shrugged her shoulders, wrinkled her nose.
"Thank you, my old friend."
She could not bear to think of Kevin Markasev in any of those places. Since her husband had told her how the boy was made, she had felt the attachment even more strongly. Now she regretted her rashness in the house on Spatarul, mourned her lack of foresight. But what use were any of these regrets? Egyptoshenk's murder, or the lies she had told her husband? Looking backward, you assumed a burden that you couldn't carry, that you must dispose of if you wanted to move forward, because in another sense these mistakes were part of what made her strong, her passionate, impulsive nature. She could not help herself. And she need not have worried, because Kevin Markasev was not at that moment in some dismal dormitory for the homeless. As she came out of one of the side doors of the palace under the porte cochere, Kevin Markasev was waiting by the gate. He was in a crowd of people waiting in the cold, misty evening to catch a glimpse of her. As her footman handed her into the carriage, he was one of only a few who did not wave or cry out. Only he stood with his hands in his pockets, a woolen cap pulled low over his forehead. As she scanned the faces of crowd under the streetlight, Nicolae Ceausescu didn't recognize him. Nor was he in her thoughts as she sat back against the leather seats. She was thinking of her interview with Professor Corelli. Maybe she should have walked along the Strada Floriasca in disguise, knocked on his door. Maybe she should have summoned him. No, the jewel was in his secret place. And from his house she had to go directly to the station to meet Radu Lukacs and the train. So she had decided to pay an official visit, unannounced, in her coach and four. At a corner of the street she pounded on the window with her gloved hand. The footman saw her and called to the postilion up ahead. The coach slowed, stopped, and at the entrance to an alley between two brick buildings, a woman stepped from the shadows. A hooded cloak obscured her face. In the deserted street, she stepped over the coach and stepped onto the rung. The Baroness opened the door for her, and she slipped inside. "Oof," she said, and giggled, turning down her hood to reveal her long nose and big mouth, big teeth. She smelled of liquor. "Ma'am, are you sure this is a good idea?" At twilight, Peter led the general's daughter into the old-growth section of the Mogosoaia woods, enormous oaks and beeches that had never been timbered, and they crunched through layers of acorns and beechnuts underfoot. Often he found signs of bears, scratches in the tree bark at about eye level. But of the forest people there was no longer any trace. "Nous ne pouvons pas rester ici," said de Gratz. "Il faut que nous." They were crossing a little stream. Miranda Popescu sat down to take her boots off. "Mademoiselle," he said, "je vous en prie." "Oh, Peter, I'm so tired. Complètement fatiguée. Let's just sit here for 5 minutes." "Mademoiselle." "Don't call me that. Don't be so formal. Please, there's no need." The gypsy who had been walking behind them now came up. She spoke the language of the country people. "We can't go on. We'll stop here for the night." De Gratz muttered a curse.
Bitterly, as if they were children, he explained the facts to them. Their only chance was to slip over the river in the darkness, the Colentina River, where it broke at Constantine's ford. If soldiers and policemen had not already secured it. The light was fading from the trees.
"Well, then let's wait for darkness," argued the gypsy. "Can't you see how tired she is? We'll rest here for a few hours."
How could these women be so headstrong? How could he help them if they would not help themselves? Frustrated, he made his right hand into a fist inside his bandage, squeezing it to feel the puffed-up wound. That was real, at least. He would need a surgeon soon. "It's all right," said Mademoiselle Popescu. She had stood again to cross the brook. Now she turned around to face them with the water around her bare ankles. "Ludu, he's right. The quicker we are, the more we'll have a chance. Besides, if we reach the river, we will have to wait till darkness then. We'll have an hour at least." This surprised de Gratz. He had made the same calculation, more or less. Now on the far bank she was rubbing her feet before she slipped into her socks again. That had to stop. It was nonsense for her to think she could keep her feet dry. So once the stream was passed, he turned north onto swampier ground just to teach her a lesson. And, of course, the way was more direct. The gypsy cursed him. But now Mademoiselle Popescu was following him through grim stubbornness as they splashed over the uneven hummocks and through the dead trees. There were mosquitoes. He caught at them with his left hand as he stamped a path through the undergrowth. Sometimes he held aside the brambles for her, turning to watch her flushed, angry face. At Mamaya Castle, he had not known much about children, and she had not taught him much. She'd been too proud and too precocious. But he remembered this way of goading her. Now she was a woman. And it was true, she must be tired. 2 days of wandering in the hidden world. He knew about that. He had been lost in an American boy's body, and he still had dreams. But he had woken up, and now she was awake, and he would bring her across the river at Constantine's ford, the only possibility on foot. Bucharest on the north side had spread beyond its walls, which had been torn down in many places. But his mother had a house near Lake Herastrau. There was a fig tree in the courtyard, he remembered. 7 steps led to the door, which was painted red. It was strange, he thought, how you could give your life over to other people. But that's what a soldier did, and that's what a soldier's glory meant. Dysart had forgotten that, had gone out for himself. Now he was worse than dead. Peter's hand ached where Dysart had cut him. It throbbed and ached. In half an hour they left the wet ground behind. They hadn't lost any time, and might even have gained something. And he could smell the river. In a thicket of pine trees, they sat down and waited for the moon to rise. Businesslike, Miranda Popescu stripped off her wet boots. Then she brushed her teeth, wrapped herself up, and in the last light she sat down to read once more the letter that she carried with her money in the beaded purse. The gypsy had kept it for her after all. "What is that?" he asked. Mademoiselle Popescu looked up at him, and she actually smiled. In her expression there was no trace of any anger. When she was a child, sometimes she'd been cross with him for days. "Do you remember?" she said. "Please correct me. But was there a time, I must have been about 7, when my aunt and I sat on camp stools in a farmer's field? There was a tent and lots of food and bottles of wine in copper tubs on ice. Some officers gave an exhibition of trick riding and dressage. And I remember you on a big gray horse. Prochenko was there with us in his uniform. I saw him under the torchlight. He promised me a sip of wine. Curse his handsome face."
"He had hurt himself," murmured de Gratz. "Otherwise he would have won as always."
"You see, I remember him saying that. If I read this letter before I fall asleep, then in the morning I remember something like that, some small thing. And of course it's looking at your face that brings it back, hearing your voice, I think we were friends before. That's not too much to ask." Later, he went down to the riverbank to reconnoiter. He came out from the trees. Crouching down among some cattails, he surveyed the broad, shallow reach of the Colentina, slow and noiseless here. There were no lights anywhere that he could see, no sign of life on either bank, which proved nothing, obviously. When he came back, Miranda Popescu was alone. Doubtless the gypsy had gone out to squat somewhere. Curled up on a bed of pine needles, wrapped in a grey shawl, the general's daughter had fallen asleep. De Groot sat watching her. There was a mist above the trees, and beads of moisture on the surface of the shawl. Restless, she murmured and rolled over. The letter had fallen from her hand. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of it as he bent over her. The light was almost gone. "If you are, as I think, a princess of Romania," he read. Perhaps. He'd sworn his parole to Frederick Schenk von Schenk, and to his sister, too, whose handwriting it was. But there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip, as his old nurse used to say in English, he remembered suddenly. Mrs. Abigail, she'd had a wart on her cheek. The wart had had a hair in the middle of it. The moon was up now, though it was hidden in the mist, but the sky was brighter in the east. Soon he'd wake her, Miranda Popescu, who now turned onto her back. He could see her cheeks and long neck. Her face was beautiful in the soft light. Drops of mist were in her hair. Nurse Abigail must have taught him some English doggerel, which he now remembered. "They flee from me that sometime did me seek, with naked foot stalking within my chamber. Once I have seen them gentle, tame, and meek, that now are wild, and do not once remember." What if she was the general's daughter? A man could look, couldn't he? He stood over her as she awoke and stretched, opened her eyes. He had not been alone with her before. Too soon there was some noise from beyond the thicket, but it was only the gypsy coming back. She was excited, laughing, and she bent down to grasp Miranda's hands.
"Oh, miss, you won't believe it."
And as Miranda Popescu turned her head, the girl went on.
"I saw one. Oh, I'm sure I saw one.
What?
And it was huge. A white tiger, miss. I saw it underneath a tree."
Having reached the university district in the eastern part of Bucharest, the Baroness's horses slowed to a walk. The Baroness sat forward on the seat. Mademoiselle Corelli was beside her. A creature of impulse, Nicola Ceausescu had not planned carefully what she would say or do. But when the carriage stopped outside the narrow stone house, she pushed open the door and stepped onto the rung. She had posted one of Lukacs's men at the corner of the road, who now touched his cap. "He's still inside." "Thank you." Standing in the unpaved street, looking up at the dark, elegant facade, Professor Corelli, historian and antiquarian, was nevertheless from an important family. The Baroness now understood why she had brought the girl, and it was not, as she had first supposed, because she needed her to show her the location of the jewel. But the Baroness wanted something to trade. Years before, the Elector of Ratisbon, now deceased, had proposed a trade, her son for Kepler's eye. "Come, my dear," she said to Mademoiselle Corelli, holding up a gloved hand to help her from the coach. Oh, but she had been a fool, the Baroness thought, not to trade the false stone for the boy. Her only son. But how could she have known? It didn't matter. In 2 hours, she would embrace her darling Felix on the station platform in front of the assembled dignitaries, the real jewel in her pocket. That would be the moment of her victory, and the band would play the appropriate motif, mixed inevitably with other, darker themes. She had given Lukacs some sheet music from the third act of her drama to pass on to the musicians. Oh, but her husband had been right. Trismegistus was right. The Elector had given up his prisoners. Now he was dead, She felt a thrill of triumph.
"Come on, my dear,"
she repeated, her fingers clamped around the girl's elbow.
"Please don't, Doro. Your father is expecting us."
This was untrue. It was not the Baroness's habit to come unannounced, but even in the dark street she thought she could detect a wistful kind of apprehension in Mademoiselle Corelli's painted face.
"Ma'am, what did he say?"
"Hush, child. He will be glad to see you."
This proved to be an exaggeration. Fingers clamped under her elbow, she led the girl up the stone steps while one of the footmen rang the bell. Gaslight flickered in the portico. In time they heard the sound of the bolt pulled back. New light spilled out from the hall, and a servant stood with his hand on the doorknob. In back of him a big man with a loud, jovial voice.
"Who is it, Gaston? Please."
The servant, who couldn't have been more than 20, peered out doubtfully. He said nothing, but in time he pulled the door back to reveal his master, a big man dressed in slippers and a smoking jacket.
"You!" he said.
Then Gaston was gone, and the man stood alone on the threshold, barring their way. He was clean-shaven, with a high, pale face, good features, and gold-rimmed spectacles.
"You are not welcome here," he said.
The Baroness felt the girl cringe under her hand. In what spirit of bravado had she painted her lips and eyes?
"Please, father,"
she said. Now her cloak had parted, and the Baroness could see also that her clothes underneath were far from modest. A low-cut shirt, silk stockings above her knees. And it was just those small, defiant, self-defeating details that touched the Baroness in an obscure section of her heart. Mademoiselle Corelli had prepared herself with some carefulness, and at that moment she reminded the Baroness of herself, of errors she had made. She dismissed her own footman with a nod, a gesture of her head.
"Please, sir," she said, "do you recognize me?"
At receptions and official functions, at all social gatherings, Nicola Ceausescu felt a constant tremor of pride and shame, wondering if each old middle-aged man remembered seeing her as she'd appeared as Ariadne, or Medea, or Mary Magdalene, or St. Joan, or Miranda Brankovinu, or Cleopatra, with her breasts uncovered at the end of the last act. As they bent to kiss her hand, she wondered if they were, at that moment, imagining her in grease paint as she stood upon the boards of the ambassadors in Bucharest, or on similar stages in many foreign capitals. Perhaps that was why she felt such sympathy now for Mademoiselle Corelli, a tiresome girl in many respects, why she felt tears now on her own unpowdered cheek.
"You would not turn your own daughter away?"
In spite of the professor's pale complexion, she could tell his nature was choleric. She could see the blood rise to his face, and in spite of his good looks, there was something in him that recalled a gnawing, biting animal, a marmot or a squirrel perhaps. She could see his long fingernails and big front teeth.
"Yes, I recognize you," he cried. "You're the start of this."
He had his fingernails on the doorpost, and with his other hand he held on to the knob so that the way was blocked.
"That night she sneaked away from home to one of your performances," he chattered angrily. "She came back telling me she'd be an actress, which meant a whore in your case, as the old Baron found out soon enough. A whore in her case, too. The whole city knows it. Not that I blame her. A nation of whores now, and Germany has hired us by the hour."
On and on. At every repetition of this ugly word, she felt Mademoiselle Corelli cringe, as if she had been slapped. And the Baroness felt also the force of what he said. Was it true she had destroyed this family? She'd heard Corelli's wife had died, though she was not yet old, and the son was now a soldier in the Ukraine. But surely the professor could have used the power of the Tourmaline to save himself, protect his home. So he was a coward after all, without the strength to do what's necessary. In her heart the Baroness felt a surge of music, and she imagined momentarily how various themes from the overture of the first act would repeat in the third. She had risen from the streets to the top of her profession, And yes, she had betrayed her country to the Germans. But she would rise above them too, and all Romania would profit, and all its citizens would thank her finally. Now, more than ever, she had need of the jewel, useless in this coward's hands.
"Please," she murmured, "everything you say is true."
As she spoke, she put a spell into the words, a small piece of conjuring she had learned out of her husband's books. She knew the spell was powerful because of what she was, a beautiful woman who now pulled her gray shawl from her neck. And Corelli was silent, his voice extinguished as she reached out and put her gloved finger to his lips, while at the same time she pushed him back with the weight of her gloved forefinger. She tightened her grip on the daughter's arm and pushed her father back against the door.
"Please," she said, "may we come in?"
"No," said Mademoiselle Corelli. "He doesn't want me here."
But she also was powerless to resist as Nicola Ceausescu pushed her way into the hall. It was a comfortable old place, smelling of smoke, lined with red wallpaper and glass-fronted cabinets. And on the left-hand side a mirror in which she caught a glimpse of herself, her helmet of copper-colored hair, her unlined, small-featured face. A beautiful woman, as all the world agreed. And if she couldn't see it, if even momentary, sidelong glances were enough to shake her confidence, that was a tragedy to be explored in the first act of her drama, and then again in closing scenes. Now there was no time for it, as she felt the small effects of her conjuring begin to dissipate and drift away. Corelli struggled to speak. The girl twisted her arm away and pulled it free. The Baroness slammed the door behind them, and they all stood together in the narrow hall. There were doors with velvet curtains on the right-hand side, a staircase up ahead. On her right, a row of cabinets displaying Roman glassware and ceramics and other curiosities, all painstakingly labeled, and among which she searched in vain for mineral samples or uncut jewels. She needed the Tourmaline, needed to find it, if only to defeat the self-doubt that now assailed her.
"Gaston! Gaston!"
Corelli managed to say, and for a moment the Baroness felt a thrill of fear. What would he do? Call the police? But the police were already outside, would arrest him and burn down the house if she gave the order. No, that wasn't the reason she had come. Now she knew. She had come here to rectify the damage she had done to this family, to earn the trust her people had in her, to demonstrate she was the White Tiger in more than just a name. What had Corelli called her? The Germans' hired servant? Something uglier than that. And if she needed a reward for her efforts, a small but valuable token that nevertheless would enable her to achieve more, heal more broken families, who would deny her? Not some nervous professor with a face like a rodent's, who had made no use of it himself.
"Come,"
she said, muttering another small curse under her breath, and turning fiercely on the girl, who cowered against the closed door. In order to heal them, first she must cause pain.
"Tell me where it is."
"Ma'am,
Where does he keep it? Tell me quick."
But the fool wasn't paying enough attention. Instead, she was looking toward her father, even reaching out to touch him in spite of the cruel thing he'd said. And she was right to be concerned. The man was flushed and stammering. Still impeded by the fading spell, he touched his throat, and with his other hand gestured toward his servant on the stairs. There the door led to the servants' quarters. When the Baroness glanced that way again, the door stood open and the boy had disappeared. It didn't matter. If he left the house by the back door, then her policeman would pick him up. She'd given orders to arrest anyone who tried to leave.
"The Tourmaline! Tell me now," she said,
while at the same time she repeated in her mind the formula for squeezing and tightening, which she'd learned in her husband's book. And it was having a renewed effect. Corelli staggered back against one of his cabinets, hands at his throat. He was a coward and a weakling, and the girl, too. "Please, ma'am," she begged, holding her hands out beseechingly. Her cloak had slid aside, revealing her whore's clothes, the dark material cut low over her breasts. Still, she could not keep herself from looking toward the second pair of velvet curtains, and then looking away. It was enough. And once they had surrendered, father and daughter both, then the Baroness could afford to be generous again. Corelli could breathe easier again as the Baroness reconsidered. Not cowards, but lost sheep from a dispersed flock, now reunited at long last.
"Ma'am, he has a weak heart," protested the girl.
Nicola Ceausescu seized her by the elbow. Then she was shepherding them both through the curtains, and they came into a drawing-room and study. There were bookcases, dark furniture, leather chairs. On the side away from the street, Corelli kept his chamber of curiosities, a small area like a stage that was lined with cabinets and shelves. Light came from sconces set into the walls, chimneys of frosted glass with the flames turned low. The Baroness had a vague impression of apothecary jars and bones, animal skeletons, and stuffed hunting trophies, as she surmised. But on the floor beside an armchair was the safe.
"Tell me,"
she said to Mademoiselle Corelli. But the girl was useless now, in tears. Her cloak had fallen back from her shoulders, exposing her bare arms. Her father stood in the light, and any suggestion of a squirrel or a mouse had vanished from his face, ennobled now with suffering and concern.
"Natalie,"
he murmured, wringing his hands, though still he did not dare to approach the girl.
"Open it,"
said Nicola Ceausescu. But Corelli had recovered his capacity for speech.
"You have no right to come in here," he protested. "We are private citizens in our own house. Gaston will tell them at the station house that you are trying to rob us. There are policemen in the next road."
So it was already our house, his and the girls'. In 5 minutes the Baroness had brought them together under one roof. But she could do more. She still had Mademoiselle Corelli by the arm. She could twist her arm and hurt her, or else more than that. Delighting in the moment, the Baroness closed her eyes, and she imagined reaching out with some small spell or conjuring, something that would mar the girl in subtle ways and punish her inside, damage her so that her own father would no longer feel his heart touched in her presence. It wouldn't take much. The girl was already so close. Smiling, cocking her head, the Baroness opened her eyes. Always her power as an actress, supernatural some people said, was in the way she could allow her intentions to be read in her expressions and the language of her body. Groaning and defeated now, Corelli went down on his knees to fumble with the combination of the safe. With her hand around his daughter's elbow, the Baroness listened to her own harsh, even breath, listened to the sobbing of the girl. What contempt she had for this man, who now knelt at her feet, and who all these years had kept in a steel box one of the wonders of the world, a jewel that had grown inside the skull of Johannes Kepler, the alchemist, a symbol of his entry into a mystic brotherhood of conjurers. Click, 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 went the combination dials spinning under Corelli's thin fingers. No doubt he was a scientist who neither respected nor believed the power of Kepler's eye. No doubt he conceived of it as just another object in his collection of historical and natural oddities, one with a greater than average intrinsic value perhaps, and certainly a romantic provenance. A blinkered academician, he could not have been expected to understand. With his belief in rational categories, he would have had no mental compartment for an object that was described in different documents as a mineral, a bodily organ, and even sometimes as a piece of fruit. A grape, as the Baroness had read in one possibly metaphorical poem, or a berry, as she had read it described in one of Kepler's own journal entries. A pitted fruit that had improved his vision, made him what he was. It had grown inside him from a seed. Now the door of the safe stood open. Nicola Ceausescu let go of the girl's arm. Hoisting up her skirt, she squatted beside the fumbling Corelli, and with her own hands she drew out the wooden tray of jewels. But there was nothing but garbage, fossils, petrified remains, and in another small box some diamond jewelry, some diamond and platinum trash that had doubtless belonged to the deceased and unlamented Madame Corelli. Oh, this was a family of slaves. Lips curled in disgust, she turned the professor as he labored to stand. She had scattered his wife's jewelry over the carpet, and with a cry he bent to gather them again. Doubtless he had been saving them for his only daughter, and doubtless it also broke his heart whenever he looked at them. There was something like that now in his face. Enraged, the Baroness raised her hand and saw his look of fear. What was wrong with him? Surely he could see that she was just one weak woman, weaker than he. Surely, if he chose, he could punish her as she deserved. But now she realized what he was actually afraid of, and it wasn't her, or at least not entirely. Maybe he'd been counting the minutes since Gaston had left, and maybe now he understood she had the power of the state behind her, and Raduľukác's police force, and the German army, all of which allowed her to do whatever she wished, behave like a lunatic inside his house, humiliate him and his daughter, too. They had no recourse. They had no recourse if she struck him across the face, as now, and watched a gash appear over his eye. Even inside her glove, the Baron's golden ring must have caught him wrong. They had no recourse if she batted his spectacles to the corner of the room, as now. "Stop!" cried the girl, tears disfiguring her face. "Stop, you monster!" What was that word? The Baroness asked herself. Was that what Corelli had called her in the hall? No, it was an uglier word than that. No wonder she was angry now. And the girl had stumbled across the room to fall over her father, raise him up, cradle him in her arms, blot away the blood on his eyebrow and the bridge of his nose. "Papa!" she cried. "Papa!" And he was weeping too. The Baroness Ceausescu rose to her feet. All was quiet now except for their snuffling and the beating of her heart as she studied the room for other hiding places. There was the professor's desk, and on the blotter under the lamp stood a row of photographs in silver frames. A gray-haired woman with a kind, soft face, a boy in military uniform, a row of ribbons on his chest, and an exposure of Mademoiselle Corelli with flowers in her hair, taken when she was 8 or 9. Nicolae Ceausescu turned instead to the collection. It occupied the back end of the room, a small 3-sided chamber with a raised floor that separated it from the larger space. The Baroness stepped onto the bare boards, stepped into the chamber. Again she had the impression she was stepping out onto a stage. She felt the same gooseflesh, the same sense of anticipation and self-consciousness. Corelli and his daughter were her audience. Caught in each other's arms, they stared at her with wet, frightened eyes. But, as always, when she'd taken a few steps, she stopped caring about any audience. It was as if the missing fourth wall of the chamber now magically reformed, and she was there alone with her art, and with Corelli's strange collection of perplexing or disgusting artifacts, a row of fetuses in cloudy glass jars, preserved specimens of enormous bugs, human skeletons wired together, hanging from hooks, and elsewhere bins of animal bones. The light flickered from the sconces. Somewhere in here, she knew, or thought she knew, was Kepler's eye, a Tourmaline. She knew, or thought she knew, with a unique power. Johannes Kepler had 1,000 lovers. That was factually correct. But he had also, as the Baroness had discovered in the last few days, won over 1,000,000 marks at games of chance. On one occasion, he had rolled 11 consecutive double sixes with 11 sets of dice. The Elector of Ratisbon, what could he not have accomplished with good luck? Now he was dead. Luck also, the Baroness knew, had deserted the Corellis over the past 5 years. But was it possible the girl had lied to her? Was it possible, finally, the jewel was no longer here? That she had goaded the Baroness into throwing it into the fountain, throwing it away by claiming it was false? Real or not, it had taken Nicolae Ceausescu to the apex of her power. And if the girl had tricked her, she would pay for it. The Baroness now turned back into the room. The light flickered, and she saw the Corellis clutched together, only dimly now, unclearly as if through a scrim. At the same time, she noticed on her right-hand side a line of stuffed birds. One of them she recognized, though she'd never been much for natural history. But she remembered the brandywine birds in the low bushes in the early morning when she was just a child. And she remembered it flitting from Egyptishank's cottage after she had strangled her by Venus's pool. That was the same night she had found the jewel, taken it from Claude Spitz in the entranceway of her old house in Saltpeter Street. Surely all her bad luck since that night had been the result of that double murder. Horrified, she gaped at the bird that stood suddenly lifelike on the shelf, its head cocked as if watching her, a dried berry in its beak. Slowly, hesitantly, staring at the bird, she murmured a small prayer. It was a nostrum of her mother's, passed down among the villagers of Pietrasol. The Baroness had heard her mother say the words, once when she'd lost a copper coin. Hardly had the words left her mouth when the coin revealed itself in the dirt under a stool. Now, scarcely had the Baroness finished when she spied a human skull on a shelf of human remains. It was unusually small, she thought, and there were holes in the cranium as if from a process of trepanning. And the bone gleamed like polished ivory, and there was a discoloration, a broken line over the eye ridge, and a tiny pasteboard placard. I, Kepler. She struck out with her hand. The cranium separated, bounced away. Disturbed also by the sudden movement, one of the skeletons made a little dance. At the front of the skull there was an empty cradle in the bone. Nothing there. Corelli's murmured voice came from behind her. My jewel. Slowly, frightened now, a lump in her throat, she turned around. But he wasn't looking at her. He was talking about his daughter, whom he now raised to her feet. He was crooning over her. What now? Unbidden to her mind came part of another prayer, which she had spoken in the room she'd shared with Kevin Markasev on the night Claude Spitz returned to life. And no sooner had it left her lips than she heard a fluttering and a whirring from behind her. What kind of a sour magic trick was this? When she turned, the stuffed bird had left its perch. It flapped around her in a circle and then out into the room. Awestruck, she let it go. She stood murmuring her prayer in the little room, the prayer that brings dead things to life. For a moment she blinked stupidly and brought her hands up to her face, unsure of what to do. She was alone. Corelli and his daughter had already stumbled from the room. Should she chase after them? Should she call for the police? Should she send a message to the Ukraine, to the commander of Lieutenant Corelli's regiment? She had power to crush them all, and if she wanted, she could send Radu Lukats's men to scour the area around Maximilian's fountain. They would question everyone who lived near there. Why had she not thought of this before? The bird fluttered in a circle around the room. Then it too was out the door, and in the chamber there was quiet for the first time, it seemed, in ages. Now the decision was hers. But first she must convince herself. Had the Corellis ever really owned the jewel, or had the Baroness possessed it for a while and then lost it? She found herself immobile, balanced between possibilities. But this she knew, or she suspected with a sudden certainty that was like knowledge. The Tourmaline was gone, out of her hands. It was gone like a fluttering bird, gone for good. And it was useless to search for it. And her husband had withdrawn his shelter, his protection, and the stone was gone for good. Oh, good, she murmured, unable to bear the thought of it. No, she would search at Maximilian's fountain. No, she would press the professor for the truth. Even if she had to torture it out of him, she would know the truth. But after another moment, standing in Corelli's exhibition chamber, as if on a stage, she changed her mind. And she remembered standing in the lights at the ambassador's during the first production of Cleopatra. Oh, she had begged and pleaded with the director and the costume mistress. In the last act, vulnerable and exposed, alone on stage, she had looked out over the audience, feeling her humiliation and her shame. Then, as her little croaking voice had started on the final aria, she had imagined something else, a sudden power. That night she'd had no Tourmaline. That night she'd seen her husband for the first time, captured him and the whole city of Bucharest. Now, as then, she stood on her own feet, feeling a sense of vertigo that was nevertheless exhilarating. What was it the Baron had said the last time she had seen him? "It is confidence you lack, faith in your own power, faith to see yourself as others see you." No, she told herself as if aloud, and for a moment she believed it. Everything she had accomplished she had earned and paid for. If men and women hurried to obey her, it was because of what she was and what she'd done. She was the white tiger of Romania. Who would take that away without a fight? The Corellis? No, it didn't matter. She would see Radu Lukacs at the station in 40 minutes' time. She would feel his love for her, and she would tell him her desires, and together they would plot the third act of her opera, The White Tiger. In the meantime, she had a train to meet, and she would see her son. The street door to Corelli's house stood open, and the little bird veered out and up into the sky. She flew in a circle around the chimneys, then streaked away north toward Constantine's Ford. She carried something in her beak. It was a fondness for grapes that had given the bird her name. Earlier that same day, farther south, Andromeda had stood with her hand on the marble counter in a cafe in the town of Kieselet. She had finished her own cup of brandy wine, which she'd had served with a bowl of ice. Once or twice in the past hour, she had laid her cheek down on the stone countertop, taking comfort from its coldness. She was wearing the Abyssinian technician's clothes. This was the town where Andromeda had wandered after the wreck of the Hephaestion. The technician had had money in his trouser pocket. Now, several days later, Andromeda had spent the last of it. Always, when she found her human shape again, she was hectic and hot for a few days. Always she retained some of the dog's temperature. But this time she felt something new when she had come to her woman's shape again. Her eyes itched, her cheeks burned, her heart pounded in her chest. And she was not the only one in Kieselet to feel these indications. The old woman who took her last coin in the cafe, the boy who wiped the stone-topped counter where she stood, too excited to sit down, looking out into the dusty street. Both of them felt much as she did, as if a sickness had spread from her. In the days that followed, the German health authorities would sequester both the old woman and the young boy, place under quarantine the wreck of the Hephaestion and the entire district of Kieselet. They were monitoring the effects of radiation. They were puzzled by the symptoms they observed. They had little knowledge of the facts, and there was little to be done in any case. The situation was more serious than they supposed. Nor at first could they rule out the effect of some separate contagion, a sickness spreading everywhere Andromeda had passed those first days of her homecoming, a fever of forgetfulness and change, moving everywhere away from her like a new blank page. End of the Tourmaline by Paul Park. Paulpark. Read by Jill Fox in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, October 2007. A tour book, published by Tom Doherty Associates, LLC, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York 10010. www.tor.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.